यहाँ सब एक भीड़ से नजर आते हैं, पर इस मेले में हम अपनी
Good morning, hello and welcome to day 2 of the India Today Conclave 2026. We're in the age of disruption, and the disruption is not just taking place in West Asia and the world in terms of conflict, but more importantly, it's taking place in the world of big tech. And our first subject this morning is designed for the times in which we live. Machine versus mankind, Agentic AI and the battle for human agency. I'm delighted to welcome a very special guest. Meredith Whitaker is president of the Signal Foundation, a leading voice on tech accountability, on privacy, and she is here to discuss the issue of agentic AI, because as machines grow more autonomous, the question looms, who really is in control? Is the battle between machine capability and human agency, and where should society, each and every one of you here and watching this program, draw the line? Welcome, Meredith, to India. Good to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Let's start, Meredith, with that central question, one which should be consuming the world, which is consuming AI at the moment. Who really is in control of this crazy world of AI around us? Is there anyone at all, individual or government or organization, that really is in control of this AI revolution?
Well, I hate to break it to you, it's me. I am in control. That's a joke. It didn't land well, but we'll move on. And I think that just to answer this question, I want to give a little bit of history. And so please bear with me. I have academic tendencies here, but I think it helps in a world of so much hype where AI is everything and nothing in so many conversations to ground us materially. So there's a question we might ask: why are all the dominant AI companies right now the same companies that emerged through Web 1.0, the platform economy, to become the hyperscalers and the giants? So we do see a bipolar universe when it comes to AI, where you have the giants in the US and then some in China, duking it out for AI supremacy, is the sort of rough narrative. And I think we have to look back to the 1990s and a number of moves that were made in the US to privatize formerly government and university infrastructure, turning the internet over to the private sector in a way that allowed for these platform monopolies. So if you look at some decisions made by the Clinton administration, what they did was effectively hand over these networks to private companies with no restriction. And anyone who knows the history of communication networks understands that they function as natural monopolies. From the post office to telecoms, you always have guardrails around these networks, so that you can manage them so you don't have that monopolistic tendency. In this case, those guardrails weren't put in place, and so a business model built on scale at all costs around the globe, around data collection so you could create and sell ads, and around infrastructural dominance to support that data, sort of cemented itself among key players in the 1990s. And those are exactly the ingredients that in the early 2010s we all realized in tech, where I was at Google, could be put to good use if we applied them in combination with deep learning, with an old AI approach, approaches from the 1980s. So all of this may sound a little dry, a little academic, but I think it's really important to that question you just asked: who controls this?
So let me just simplify that academic answer to explain the first big challenge. Therefore, to my question, who is in control? Is you're just flagging off the fear of concentration of power, of data of millions of people across the world in the hands of a few private companies. Am I broadly correct? Without necessarily having the guardrails that are needed to ensure privacy, safety, and security.
That is absolutely correct. Yes, you distilled that beautifully. And I think we have to look at this as not just data in the hands of these companies. It is the models, the AI models that they can train, the infrastructure to train these models, and importantly, it's the distribution networks. It's the cloud services that they can license the AI from, the APIs that people, white label to turn into different products. It is the platforms, the Facebooks, the Instagrams, the Amazon marketplaces they can integrate the AI into for dynamic pricing or for ad serving. And so these resources combined are what's needed to create and then use AI from head to tail. I think what this also gives these entities that we haven't discussed enough is under the banner of intelligence, they begin to have the authority to tell our stories for us, to define our reality, to define our worlds in ways that don't map to traditional data privacy arguments, but nonetheless need a lot of scrutiny given the power that the authority, these models and the companies who control them are gaining as these technologies are introduced throughout our institutions and infrastructures.
Let me come, therefore, from what you've just said to 2 points. Point number one, in India at the moment, AI for the common person, and there are a large number of people consuming it, is associated with the Chat GPT, with the Gemini, with the Claude. You're using it for basic information. But we are already now pivoting into a world of agentic AI, which is the next level, where essentially you've got machines making decisions often on our behalf. And perhaps as a result, making life easier for us. And therefore, a number of people are going to choose possibly convenience over privacy. What we did possibly when the social media revolution came, we just embraced it, not realizing that our data may be compromised, but we are choosing in many ways convenience over privacy. Do you believe that there is a real threat, or is it exaggerated that as a result, we are eventually going to lead into a world where we are going to surrender human agency to algorithms? That an algorithm is going to set how our lives are going to be led. Do you really see that happening in the next decade or even in the next year?
Well, it's not an absolute. We're already living that way in some sense, right? If we go into a bank and an agentic system determines we don't get a loan, we have just been told how we live in a certain respect by an algorithm that informed a bank that has very material consequences on our lives. So we already are steered and sorted and ordered and allocated or withdrawn resources due to these systems. I think this agentic turn, however, is very important, and it's very important for Signal. How many people in the room use Signal?
How many people in this room use Signal?
Well, we love to see it.
So that's less than 10%. What's your message to them? What's your message to them?
Everyone else should probably use Signal. I make no money when you use Signal. We're a nonprofit. But we are the gold standard for private communication. Militaries, governments, boardrooms, really anyone who recognizes that private communication, the ability to strategize, the ability to game plan, requires infrastructure that actually keeps your secrets, uses Signal. And we've become a core infrastructure for a reason. We are the only large-scale messaging app that is open source, that guarantees the right to private communication, not because I say so, but because you can scrutinize our encryption protocol. The security and hacker community have spent over a decade looking at our code and have found no active vulnerabilities. And we exist as a nonprofit with one mission: to ensure that this right survives in a world where almost every other service or interaction is collecting data, often letting that data out in a breach, selling it to data brokers, or using it to, model your preferences, train their AI models, whatever else it is. So
to distill what you're saying very quickly, what you're telling those who are not using Signal, let's say for a moment, that if you zealously are concerned about your privacy and the privacy of your messaging, you should be using Signal. Am I broadly correct?
You are completely correct. If you have anything serious to say, use Signal. You don't want that coming out in Discovery.
But what if Meredith, the criticism that comes, what if there is an anti-social criminal network, and this criticism has been made in the US and other parts, use Signal because they will then want to create their own little private universe which is not governed by the rules and norms or laws of the rest of the world. I am an anti-social, a mafia of sorts that is using Signal to pass these encrypted messages.
Well, I think the what if there were a bad guy thought exercise is very convenient for people who want to withdraw rights. And I need to be very blunt about that, because we are in a golden age of data collection and surveillance. Law enforcement and governments have never had more access to data. Over the past 30 years, we've become a datafied society in which our interactions, our transactions, our social networks, our employment history, our educational history, I have to take many, many more breaths to get down that list, are in the hands of private and government actors, are now being queried by powerful AI models that are finding patterns and identifying people across those data troves. We have never had more data. The art now is finding that needle in that haystack of data. The idea that the only barrier between law enforcement and catching the criminals is one application that holds the human right, it's a human right for a reason, to private communication sacrosanct and ensures that in a world where almost everything else is surveilled, that is not an evidenced belief. And if you look around at how law enforcement is resourcing their task forces on some of the most heinous crimes, what social supports are going to victims, how are we prosecuting the people who appear in prominent dossiers and files as very clearly at least aware of criminal behavior, if those people are very prominent people? How is all of that working on a social and political level? We begin to have to roundly question the assumption that the only problem here is that we ensure the right to private communication. There is no evidence for that.
Which brings me to my second point, because to function well, AI assistants need access to our emails, they need access to calendars, contacts, conversations. Therefore, from what you seem to suggest, we are already building or have already built the most intimate surveillance system that mankind has created. We are already being completely surveyed. Our lives have completely, in a way, been intruded with. Where does that leave the right to privacy? Do I even have a right to privacy given this kind of surveillance system that has already been created?
That's a great question, because with the introduction of these agents, we have to question that. And this is something Signal is very concerned about. So one of the issues we have is that agent is a bit of a marketing term, right? What it indicates is an AI-enabled system. So most agents have, most of the big agents, the Geminis, the Claudes, have a handful of AI models working behind the scenes. But they're software systems that run on operating systems, they run on hardware, and they are increasingly being implemented into operating systems at a very low level. And in order to work, there's two things that are true. An agent, to do the things you want it to do, needs to have access to data, needs to know as much as possible about you, or it can't really act on your behalf. And it needs to be able to act. It needs permission to act like it's you, it's going to plan a car trip with you and your kids. Well, it has to have your credit card so that it can book the car. It has to have your calendar so it can find a good time to that. It has to have maybe access to your Signal so it can text your kids and make sure they're waiting at the right time when the car picks them up. Well, all of those things are effectively creating vectors for invasion of privacy. When you look at the security architectures of many of these agentic systems, they are the nightmare of cybersecurity professionals. They are extremely vulnerable. And what we have here, I think, is a very uneasy tension in which the amount of capex, the amount of investment that has been allocated to these extremely expensive AI models and infrastructure is pushing a lot of these companies to introduce AI in ways that are bypassing traditional cybersecurity safeguards or safety engineering. And when it comes to integration in our operating systems, where we have 3 large operating systems we all use, iOS, macOS, Windows, Android, this creates a systemic vulnerability that we're very concerned about because, of course, we're an application. We also have to build on the operating system. And if the operating system as the foundation and the toolbox that we as Signal rely on, cuts a hole between the blood-brain barrier between the operating system and the application, letting people in, you have bypassed our encryption and you have undermined key security guarantees. And so Signal is the example that proves the rule, but this danger is coming for anyone who develops at the application layer and anyone who has to rely on these operating systems, which is all of us. That's your military, that's your mom, that's everyone. And so I think there is a need to press pause and just bring some of the adults into the room, realize there's a lot of hype clouding our vision and that the consequences for this kind of cybersecurity recklessness are, significant. This is institutions, core infrastructures, highly regulated industries that can be attacked through these vectors.
But how am I going to press the pause button? It's too late to press the pause button. That engine has already rolled on. How am I going to today press the pause button? Do I have the capacity to have my choice? I mean, is it about individual? I've surrendered my individual freedom. Let's be very clear. I've surrendered my individual freedom the moment I've entered into the world of AI or agentic AI. So having surrendered it, now how do I put in safety guardrails to ensure that at least some minimal privacy of my life, of my data is with me? Is that at all possible?
Well, I think I love this question. We can look at a little historical antecedent here. How many people here know that the fossil fuel industry invented the concept of the individual carbon footprint? I know that because I read weird stuff. They did that in part because a lot of criticism was coming to the fossil fuel companies for their role institutionally, industrially. And they said, it's much easier to narrate this as individual choice. I feel bad because I didn't recycle. I feel bad. But ultimately, when we look at who could actually shift the needle, it's the large companies who are doing the lion's share. And in a sense, I think with this narrative, we're dealing with something similar. What can I do? Me as Meredith, not actually being in control, can't do that much. But I did just name a fact here. There's, 3 major companies that control these operating systems. Where does the pause button exist? I worked at Google for over 13 years. We had cybersecurity, security review of every launch. They would look at an architecture like this 5 years ago and they would say to the person who presented it, you're fired because clearly you didn't pass 101. This is not something that we would ever ship to production. And so the pause buttons exist, but I think we need to, AI is not an ephemeral pollen floating around in our air that just escaped the lab somewhere. AI is a material set of infrastructures built on very specific resources that are in the hands of a handful of actors. And so that does give us a target when we're talking about how do you pause and who actually has the levers for pause. This is not saying no AI. This is saying stop reckless deployments and recognize the collateral consequences of making short-term decisions on the backs of our long-term security and privacy.
What I find fascinating at the moment is, for example, with the war on, you've got a situation where Anthropic finds itself in conflict with the Trump administration. The US government wants control over the mass surveillance systems. Anthropic is saying that's not possible. We've got safety guardrails in place. So suddenly Anthropic is unwilling to give the kind of mass surveillance systems that the government of the United States would like access to. So it almost seems as if some of these companies, some of these monopolistic companies or oligopolistic companies are actually more powerful now than governments. They are the ones who can actually almost dictate terms to the government. Is that the sort of dark world that we're entering, where individuals don't matter, governments don't matter? It is, as I said at the outset, the algorithm engineer sitting in San Francisco or these large companies which are virtually going to dictate terms. Is that the future that we are heading to unless we put these guardrails? Can regulatory systems be put in place by governments? Is it possible for governments to press the pause button at all, or not possible anymore? Too late?
Well, I don't actually think that showdown is decided yet. What we do have is a very clear evidence of the type of concentration of power and of its locus, that the U.S. state obviously understands these technologies as part of their geopolitical advantage, and they obviously understand the type of dependency on these technologies that they have when they integrate one or another model into their systems. However, these are not technologies that the state could create. It doesn't matter how much money they have. It actually wouldn't be legal for the U.S. government to collect the kind of data that the private industry can collect. This is another Clinton-era legacy. And so this is built on the backs of a business model that has pooled the resources for AI in the private industry that could not be replicated by the government in terms of
Right.
world-spanning cloud services, these massive platforms to both distribute and collect more data, and the ability to collect the kind of data that is in the hands of these companies. And so you are seeing a tug of war, a showdown between the imperatives of the state, which is aware, increasingly self-aware of this dependency and its potential danger, and what we can call the free market and frankly, the ability to
Right.
build and shape technologies, per one set of imperatives or another.
Just to give an Indian example, in India we are digitizing everything. Yeah. Payments, identity, even governance. Therefore, in this age of AI, do you believe that empowers our citizens? Governments say that's empowering you. But are we being exposed without realizing it to new forms of surveillance? I am surrendering my individual freedom to the government in a democracy. Is that the way it is? Is that the way you see this entire digital world, even pre-AI, the way the world was getting digitized?
Well, I think you can't say getting digitized without recognizing that as a form of surveillance. Like the census is a form of surveillance. Is that surveillance used to ensure that everyone has food and everyone has care, or is it used for oppression and division? That's the question. But I think, of course, this is a form of surveillance. Data is being collected, it is being, analyzed. That's what it is. I think we need to also recognize that governments are not like sports teams that we root for, irrespective of who plays on them. They are containers for power. And so we need to recognize that surveillance could be used justly, and it could also be used in oppressive and harmful ways.
Can I ask a simple question? With a lot of people in this audience, somebody's put it, where do you store the data? Where do the signals and others store our data? And where does the AI model store our data? Where is our data actually? Who has it? It comes back to the question of control, but if you can explain to us, where is this data being stored at the moment?
I love this question because Signal does not store your data. We have built a system in which we have access to as little data as possible.
You don't store my data.
You could put a gun to my head, subpoenas come to Signal. We cannot give over the data because we don't have it. We have rewritten up and down the stack to ensure that your messages stay between you and who you talk to. Signal, no one else can see those. You're the only ones with the encryption keys. that your profile information, your contact list, whom you're contacting,
is it being
your
archived
media
somewhere?
images.
Is it being archived somewhere, Meredith?
No, literally no. The only way to protect it is not to collect it. Because I could leave, you don't have to trust me. A new head comes, right? And they want to make money, they want to sell out, their ideology is very different. So technologically, we build it.
And
so
the
that
others?
at the level of code, you cannot get the data.
And where are the other AI models storing their data?
I mean, let's say it's the opposite of that, because AI requires huge amounts of data for training. So it has, let's call it a data imperative. Your prompts are data, and we know that these companies collect those prompts. They're often reviewed by multiple people. We don't know where they go. They go back in for training. And then there is more data being gathered every day. We can think about Meta's Ray-Ban glasses, which were apparently recording people in their bedrooms, their most intimate moments, not only recording them without their clarity or consent, sending those recordings to other human beings who were then labeling those images of people fighting, people crying, people going to the bathroom, people having sex, the most intimate things that they had no idea with, sent to human moderators who were then labeling those images so they could be reused to train the AI. The answer to your question, where is the other data, is we don't know because we don't have control, but we should assume it is proliferating throughout data brokers or companies, and given the hunger for AI, given the amount of money going into it, we should assume that that is accelerating because people want more and more and more data, and sensitivity to privacy in the industry is being numbed because of that.
I think you've shaken and stirred and shocked a few people by what you've just said, which is a great warning in a way. I'm glad you put that out as plainly as that. But Kali, you wanted to respond. You seem to have been shaken.
No, yes, I have been shaken. I wanted to ask Meredith, if, let's say, Signal doesn't store the data, but you have a Pegasus type of virus on your phone, then how safe is your message from one person to the other on Signal? And my colleague here sitting next to me has another question as well, so we're going to give you two questions.
Yeah, so just quickly, so one is, if you're not storing the data, is there still the possibility of, during relay, for someone to be able to catch it because you're on other people's networks?
Sorry, there's a white noise behind me, so I missed some of your question, but I got the Pegasus question.
Yeah, let's start with the Pegasus question.
Okay, sorry.
And we'll come to your question in a moment. There's the Pegasus question
that's
first.
So smart. That is, so one of the reasons when I answered the agent question that I indexed on operating systems is because that's the water that Signal swims in as an application. We have to trust the operating system. There's no way around that. And so Pegasus, for anyone who's not familiar, is very powerful Israeli spyware that governments and corporations license to exploit vulnerabilities in these operating systems in ways that can take over your phone. Now, it's targeted. It's not something that everyone in the world gets Pegasus. It's very expensive. So if I'm a government, I go sign a contract and I get access to this. And then we have seen journalists, dissidents, and others being targeted by Pegasus. But basically what it gives the attacker is the ability to access your phone on the same terms you have, which is exactly, they can listen to your Spotify, they can look at your Gmail, iMessage, Signal, WhatsApp. They can use those apps and see what's on those. And so best practice there is to use disappearing messages, so at least there isn't a lot of legacy, and to run lockdown mode if you're running on iOS. But this is one of the reasons we work closely with Citizen Lab and others who are pushing back against targeted spyware, because that undermines the protection that we can provide to our users and frankly makes us all less safe because it incentivizes keeping vulnerabilities open that should be closed and fixed on the operating systems in ways that are bad for cybersecurity.
So if I distill what you've said, targeted spyware is one of the big challenges of our times, which is the fear that I have that, maybe my phone has been infiltrated by Pegasus, and there's a fair possibility of that. But, sir, you had a question.
Yeah, so two parts to the question. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay,
go ahead.
So one part of it is that Signal, like others, when you join it, asks you for your contacts. right? So as I give access to my contacts, where does that get stored? And the second part of that question is that is the encryption strong enough that during relay, because you're piggybacking on other networks, during relay, there's no sort of spyware that can get in there to be able to actually see your messages?
Okay. The answer to the second question is yes, it is. That is not the relay is not a vulnerability point for our system. The first part of the question is when you download Signal, which I'm sure about half of you just did, you will see it asks to find your contacts. And that's basically so you can build a network. There's no such thing as a communication network you can use by yourself. But all of that is happening on your device. Signal never sees your contact. What it's doing is going through and looking for account identifiers that are sort of, correlated with phone numbers. We don't know whose phone number it is or anything else. We just know, oh, hey, this phone number correlates with an account identifier. We're doing that all on device. And then it says, hey, these people are people who are on Signal, so you can start using Signal and communicate with them. But that is not, Signal never has access to that. We never see that. So that's all just happening on your machine.
Okay, our time's up. We've got a few questions. Maybe Meredith, you can very quickly, Mr. Parikhi, very quickly. We just have a minute, so keep the question short.
I could go all day.
Yeah, she could go on. She's done some research at NYU, among other things. Go ahead.
Could you give us an idea on the dark web? Because there is a belief in certain electronic circles that the dark web had already AI agents. Is that true?
Thank you so much for this question. So the dark web is a bit of a euphemism. It's kind of a metaphor that's often used, kind of in political circles to describe nefarious things that happen out of sight, maybe, chat rooms and other things not as easily accessible. I'm sure there are people who have spun up technical systems using AI agents. We're certainly seeing scams that use AI agents. We're seeing the use of AI agents as kind of vulnerabilities, people kind of piggybacking on those. But I haven't seen any evidence that, I think insofar as the dark web is a useful term, it's kind of not a self-contained thing. It just refers to sort of a collection of nefarious activity that happened through, networked computation. And agents and AI systems in general are, being leveraged, we do know, for nefarious activity.
Okay, I just have 30 seconds. I just want to ask you something that I keep asking myself. Someone asked me these questions about privacy, and I keep saying I have nothing to hide. What would you tell those who say, like I do, I have nothing to hide, so I'm okay with this world of surveillance? What would you tell them?
I would tell them to close their eyes.
30 seconds.
And
yes.
I would love everyone to do this with me. Close your eyes for just 30 seconds. Imagine every email you ever sent in your life, every message you ever sent in your life, to your family, to your boss, to your oncologist, every dating app swipe you've ever made, every mean little thing you've ever said over DM. All of that is put in a database. And you walk into a room and there's an intelligence official sitting there saying, we're going to send the link to this well-structured database to everyone you know, to your pastor, to your teacher, to your boss, to your mother-in-law. And they're going to be able to search through for their name and they're going to see everything. What would you be willing to do to prevent that being sent?
Okay, at the end of this conversation, I hope each and every one of you have got into Signal. The German ambassador certainly is nodding his head furiously, so he's already on Signal, sending hopefully all those encrypted messages to the leadership in Bonn. But to all of you out here, I think this was a warning signal given by the president of Signal Foundation, Meredith Whittaker, for shaking up this audience and hopefully the viewers out there, to the world, the dark world of AI, if I may call it that. Thank you very much. Great to have you here at the India Today Conclave.
Thank you, thank you.
Meredith, one quick said it for what it is, but a lot of us here are wondering, and if you can say it, is WhatsApp compromised then? Because all of us are on WhatsApp. Is it compromised?
Signal is much better than WhatsApp. And there's no, Signal is much better than WhatsApp. I would prefer Signal. But WhatsApp is better than Telegram. But it's owned by Meta.
Is that the reason, when it really comes down to it, sometimes even the White House uses Signal over WhatsApp?
Look, everyone who is serious about recognizing that their conversations need to stay between themselves, irrespective of their thumbs, but everyone who's serious uses Signal.
All right, thank you, Meredith. To stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Ankur Handa, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
Luxury today is felt, not just seen, shaped by stories that stay with you. Along the water, global living becomes a setting for everyday rituals and rare moments. Each creation carries the warmth of coming home. Homes where families thrive, wellness flows, and joy unfolds naturally. Not just places to live, but futures to grow into.
B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Change. Adapt. Transform. The pillars that define who we are now guide the ecosystems we are building. Ecosystems that will help shape the world of tomorrow, together, for everyone. SR Group is a global
conclave, and all those watching. I wish I could have been there with you in person today. There's nothing like the energy of a room full of sharp Indian minds debating breakthroughs and breakdowns. And since I could not make it physically, I thought I would show up with something meaningful. And what better topic than a journey that went from desert land to Indian dinner table debate. The story of the UAE Real Estate, and it isn't just a real estate story. It's the story of a system rise. This year's themes ask, are we heading toward breakthroughs or breakdowns? I believe the answer depends on one thing, whether speed outruns structure or structure supports speed. And nowhere is that more visible than in UAE. Even in the moments of regional uncertainty, the UAE reminds the world what true leadership looks like when it is tested in real times. Under the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of UAE, the nation has responded with calm, clarity, and extraordinary command. Since the start of the aggression, the UAE reported 189 ballistic missiles, identifying 941 drones and 8 cruise missiles. Maximum of them has been intercepted. These are not just defense statistics. They are a measure of vigilance, discipline, and the remarkable capability of the UAE armed forces and national institutions that stood ready when it mattered most. Something deeply moving about that quiet certainty. It reflects not just security, but the bond between leadership, institution, and the people they protect. If there is one thing the UAE has demonstrated time and again, it is the moment of disruption do not define its future. They test it, and it rise stronger. The country has faced periods of global financial strain, pandemic uncertainty, and the climate-related disruption. Yet each time, its leadership, institutions, and the economy have responded with resilience, order, and renewed momentum. Now talking about the India-UAE relationship, which is not an emotional diplomacy today. It is the structured economics. Since the CEPA agreement in 2022, bilateral trade has crossed USD 85 billion and is now moving towards more than $100 billion. India brings scales, the UAE brings structure. When the scale get married to structure, compounding begins. So you may think now, why this corridor is different. As a chartered accountant, I don't fall in love with the stories. I fall in love with numbers and the system. And the UAE offers that. 10-year golden visa linked to property, 100% foreign ownership, escrow protected real estate, 30% construction bank account guarantees, RERA oversight, and a lot more. Dubai now leads the world in branded residences. Rental yield remain globally competitive. And investors from India, Europe, Russia, Africa, everyone understand one thing. Clarity reduces fear. In India, we check kundlis before the marriage. In the UAE, investors check escrow accounts before the installment. That is progress. Real estate is not property. It is a capital story. When trade increases, logistics expand. When logistics expand, business reallocate. And when the businesses reallocate, people reallocate. And when the people reallocate, real estate becomes infrastructure. Just look at Ras Al Khaimah in 2024 alone. Ras Al Khaimah recorded over 35,000 crores in real estate transactions. Transactions grew over 100% year on year. Tourism revenue grew in double digits. In H1 2025 alone, over 650,000 visitors arrived. The target is 50 lakh annually by 2030. And then came Win Al Marjan, structurally topped out in just 27 months, opening in 2027. This is sequencing, not speculation. And when we were positioned in Al Marjan Island, prices were 15,750 to 16,000, let's say, per square feet. Today, they are traded at 3 times the original cost. 3 times. In Ras Al Khaimah today, rental yields average 6 to 8% appreciation running, 13 to 14% year on year. Off-plan dominates more than 80% of the transaction. And beyond numbers, there's psychology. There are 35 lakhs plus Indian in the UAE who are making the most money out of their money here in the UAE, with thousands more to come. And here's something I deeply believe. ROI is not only return on investments, it is return on individuals. If investors feel secure, market grow. If teams feel trusted, companies scale. And if residents feel proud, communities strengthen. The UAE has moved from selling units to building live, work, play ecosystem. Today, RAC Central positioning itself as a commercial hub attracting Fortune 500 presence. When hospitality integrates with commerce, rental resilience increases. That's why we launched Radisson Blu hotels and residences there. Now let's come to SEPA and real estate multiplier in real estate terms. SEPA stands for Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. But if you ask the Desi side of me, it stands for चिंता को एकदम पूरा अलविदा. SEPA reduces friction. Reduced tariffs increases trade. Trade increases logistic corridors. Logistic corridors create industrial clusters, and clusters create housing demand. Our own journey mirrors the market. We started from a 135 square feet office. Today, B&W manages 70,000 crores in GDV across 28 plus assets. Tier 1 contractors like Massage Man Construction, China Railways, escrow-linked milestone releases 30% bank guarantee. Largest private developer in Ras Al Khaimah. For me, scale is easy. Staying grounded while scaling, that is real work. My advice to Indian investors would be don't chase peaks. Enter early cycle. Ras Al Khaimah today is where parts of Dubai were 10 to 15 years ago. If you have 3 to 5 year holding power, capital discipline, developer due diligence, this corridor can multiply. Protect trust more fiercely than margin. And let me end with this. The new Silk Route is not about geography. It's about trust. And when trust compounds, breakdown fade. The goal is not to be big. The goal is to be trustworthy, intentional, and global alongside our existing strong foothold in the UAE. Oha. And don't just come for the number. Come for a kadak chai, and I promise you the ROI on the tea is as good as the real estate. आप convince हो गए या मैं और थोड़ा number निकालूं? अगर आप convince हो गए हो तो मिलते हैं दुबई में. Habibi, come to Dubai. Until then, this is Ankur Agarwal, Chairman and Founder of B&W Developments, signing off. Thank you and Jai Hind.
All right, with that, let's quickly move into our next session. Europe and America, the diplomatic frontline. This session is sponsored by Raymond. And I'd like to call upon my colleague Geeta Mohan, Senior Executive Editor, India Today TV, and Raj Chengappa, Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Magazine, to come up on stage and introduce our speakers.
I'm going to call you back tomorrow.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yep, I think that's. For decades, the Transatlantic Alliance between the US and Europe was the anchor of the global order. Today, that alliance is under stress. from a renewed U.S. assertiveness under the second term of Donald Trump, from the war with Iran, which we're all experiencing, and of course from Europe's own search for strategic autonomy. So in this session, we ask, are Europe and America still partners shaping the world together, or they are increasingly negotiating from opposite sides of the diplomatic front line? To discuss this very, very important issue, we are delighted to welcome three distinguished ambassadors from Europe to the India Today Conclave: Dr. Philip Ackerman, the German ambassador to India, Mr. Antonio Bertoni, the Italian ambassador to India, and Juan Antonio Marc, that's how you pronounce it, the Spanish ambassador to India. Let's give them a very, very warm round of applause. Ambassador Ackerman, let's start with you. Germany shares the American objective of preventing Iran from becoming a nuclear power. Yet, as the war progressed, it has ruled out military participation or putting boots on the ground, and has warned against the collapse of the Iranian state. So what is Germany's approach to the Iran war? And isn't the US violating the very rule-based international order that Germany professes to uphold?
Thank you, Raj. Let's start by saying that everybody is of the opinion that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons, including India, I would say, Russia, China. Everybody thinks they should not have nuclear weapons. And as you know, it was a task that the international community took upon itself to develop a network of very sound agreements and contracts, the JCPOA, to prevent Iran from having this nuclear weapons. Now, unfortunately, during the first Trump administration, the Americans walked out of this agreement, and therefore we have now the situation in which we are right now. It is clear that let me make 2 points here. First of all, Europe suffers from this war. We have seen, fuel prices going up. Our economies are slowly recovering. Now, with the energy crisis that we are facing through this war now, our economy will have will slow down and not have this upswing which we expected it to have. And the second thing, which is very important, is for us there is still a very, very important and extremely concerning war happening in front of our doors, the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. And all of a sudden, the whole attention shifted away from this war, which costs hundreds of thousands of lives every week and every month. And therefore, I think what is very, concerning for us is that this war gets out of perspective now. We see with a certain concern that the Americans all of a sudden lifted sanctions when it comes to Russian oil purchase, which we don't, Europe doesn't like that. We don't subscribe to that because we feel we should not stop working for the end of this war also. Let me say that the Iran war, I hope it is ended soon. I don't know. Nobody knows exactly what's going on, so I hope it will end soon so that we can concentrate on the things we should be concentrating on.
Okay.
All right, Ambassador Bertoli, the fact that, and we will talk about the Russian oil, because the fact that America has now allowed, all countries permitted, the words keep ringing and we can keep talking about it, but the fact that America has allowed, we'll have to wait and see how Europe really reacts to that permission that has been granted. But Ambassador Bertoli, you're in a unique position, a unique country. The Italian Prime Minister is friends with America, President Trump especially so. In such a scenario, she's come out after the Minab school attack, criticized what is happening in Iran, called it outside the purview of international laws. How does Italy reconcile its traditional ties with America and yet question its action against Iran?
First of all, good morning, and let me say that we have always been, not only Italy, having a special relationship with the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. We are founders of European Union and NATO, these are the guiding stars of our foreign policies. And and Europe and the US for social, economic, geographical, historic factors have never been identical. You remember Robert Kagan that said, Americans are from Mars and European from Venus. The point is that we have always tried to, through mediation, through dialogue, to reconcile the differences, and even Marco Rubio said, notwithstanding the differences, Europe and the US have the awareness, he said in Munich, to belong to the West. Now, the West is not a mythological, neither a mythological nor a monolithical entity. Is a sense of belonging, and I think that we should cultivate this with loyalty, with transparency, without any subordination. Of course, there is a shift. There is a shift from Europe of the Cold War that was a center after the Cold War scenario to the Indo-Pacific. Of course, there is a style that is much more aggressive, assertive. There is a selective commitment of military, U.S. military. But I think, first of all, this is a global trend, in the sense that it is a global shift towards multipolarity and a weakening of the international organizations. One of the strongest blow was struck, frankly speaking, by Russia, a member of the Security Council, with his aggression to Ukraine. That was a blatant violation of the principles the United Nations are based on. The second point is that I think that from critical inflection points we should always learn lessons and leverage the right signals, and this is a wake-up call for Europe for strategic autonomy. Having said that, the European pillar that we have to strengthen, because in terms of technology, capacity gaps, and the things we know, is not contradictory with NATO alliance.
Right. But there's one country that is practicing strategic autonomy beyond just saying it, and that's Spain. President Pedro Sanchez has removed the Spanish ambassador from Israel. He's refusing his bases to Israel and America. That's a very strong position, Ambassador Mark. How is this a shift in Spain's Middle East policy, so to say, and the larger shift in how Europe, particularly Spain, will engage with America?
Well, I would say, our strong position is in favor of the UN, is in favor of a big multilateral institution to fight in favor of peace and development. I think we have forgotten how fast goes always destruction and how slowly is to building the things. You can build a city maybe in 1,000 years. You can destroy it in 30 seconds with an earthquake. So building is very difficult. Last time here, Minister Jaishankar was saying that the last 70 years is just 1% of the history of India. I would say that the 80 years of the United Nations is the 0.0005 of the history of humanity. So the human beings, we have been here for 200,000 years. We had two big wars in Europe, First World War, Second World War, 45 million people dead. And thanks to that, the humanity has built the first global body for politics in the world. And the development has been enormous. You know, we were 2.3 billion people in 1945 when the United Nations is created. 2.3 billion people. Today we're 8 billion people. Life expectancy in India in 1945 was 33 years old. Today is 72. In Spain was 48, today is 85. So the development has been incredible. So what we say is that we have to go not to weaken United Nations, but to make it stronger. I am totally in the idea of Minister Jaishankar when he said, how you are better, with the United Nations or without? And he said, with the United Nations. And he said, but this body has to adapt. And I say, yes, Spain is very fond of having India inside of the Security Council. But we would not like to have India as one of the other 5 countries looking for a national interest or a kind of traditional policy. We would like to have India as the country that moves humanity to the new stage. And as very well said the president of Finland, who was here just a few days ago, when he said, we have to go out from this competition world to a kind of cooperation world, because competition will take us to confrontation, and confrontation will take us to disaster. So I think, that the position of Spain is very clear. We are in favor of peace. Any time that there is disruption, there is a big problem for humanity. The last war in Syria was about 8 million people, refugees in Europe. So everything happens, something in the Middle East is a big disaster for the region, and obviously for Europe. So we have to change the north of the events. And one thing last I would say, the difference in this world is that the young generation is not in favor of any war. There's a big difference because when it was the First World War, there's this famous book of Marcel Proust called À la recherche du temps perdu, Searching the Lost Time. It was describing how Germany and France had not had any kind of confrontation for 40 years. At that time, life expectancy was 40 years. So the new generation had no idea what was war, and everybody in Germany and in France was going to the office of recruitment to go to the war. It was enthusiasm. Nowadays, there is not a single young person who wants to go to the war. And that is why all those who provoke wars, they say there will be no casualty. They want to make a kind of technological war. But we have to say the new generation, as the president of your group was saying today, is living the most impressive world in all the history of humanity. It's full of possibilities. So the Spanish government says no to the war, yes to the peace.
This is a good way to segue into the next question. Very strong views, Ambassador Ackerman. You've already mentioned about the fact that you were against US lifting the temporary sanctions against Russian oil so that you could buy oil across. But there is a problem, which Ambassador Mark was talking about, is the push for peace. We know the Strait of Hormuz is a choke point that's there. And what is Germany, for instance, doing to ensure, talk to its Middle Eastern friends and talk to the US and try and bring a diplomatic or solution to this, or at least bring peace so that this disruption doesn't happen?
So I think we are...
Let's talk about the Russian oil. Just clarify your position on that as well.
So my position on the Russian oil is crystal clear. It is not a good idea to lift the ceiling of, the price ceiling on the barrel of Russian oil, because we don't want Russia to have more money to lead a war in Ukraine. That's very, very clear.
But will you buy that oil now that it is
we don't buy Russian oil. Okay. Zero. Not a drop of Russian oil will come in. But others, the oil markets are disrupted. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. de facto close, at least, and therefore everywhere in the world, price, or at least in Europe, prices are going up. And that's something that we have to be concerned of. This is slowing down our economy. Our people are unhappy, and I find it a sort of a consequence of this war, which is not our war. We don't participate in this war. There is no European country that is part of this war. That does not mean that we don't speak to the Americans and try to find out what, what's the plan. I don't know. Maybe you know. I have no clue. What is the end game of this war? I see the danger that comes out of Iran. I think that we have faced that danger for a couple of years, and we understand also the concern of Israel when it comes to Iran. But what we see now, we will see whether that leads to a success. I think it's not a done deal yet so far.
But is Germany doing anything to put either talk to the US and also Middle Eastern friends to bring about?
Yes, I think what we do is a very, very strong and active diplomacy. My minister traveled. I think he was the first European minister who visited all these Gulf states and tried to express our solidarity with what they have to suffer right now, in spite of themselves. They are not part of this war either. And we will, of course, continue our discussion with our American allies. I think under current circumstances, to be very honest with you, I see the European influence in this game between the Middle East and America and Israel not as huge, frankly. I think there is no big way that we can influence this war right now in a way that would lead to peace. But we express our concern. We do interact with the partners in the region, and we also talk to the Americans in order to try to find out where the war is going.
So what is the end game over here? Ambassador Ackerman, Germany is not entering the war, but Italy has deployed its air defense assets in the Gulf countries to protect its 2,000 troops there. What is the end game? Are we looking at a resolution in sight? Because it does deprioritize Ukraine.
First of all, let me make it clear. This is a war we didn't want, we don't participate in, and we will not participate in. We acted, not in words, but in deeds, to a diplomatic effort, always in contact with the Middle East partners. We hosted 2 rounds of the nuclear negotiations in Rome. Now the point is that we have 2 bad options. There is not an ideal option and a bad option. There are 2 bad options. And we are confronted with the reality. This is the director of the Atomic Agency, Rafael Grossi, that has declared that Iran was enriching beyond 60%, which is not the case, for example, of the UAE when they struck the deal with on the nuclear, civilian nuclear. So it's an enrichment that can be instrumental to the atomic bombs, and they are working to long-range missiles that can reach easily also Europe. This is the reality. So we are keeping on working with our Middle East partners, with our European partners. Meloni promoted a contact with several European countries. Second, we are, of course, protecting, as you said, our troops and our fellow nationals. There are several thousands of Italians in the Gulf area. We repatriated so far more than 25,000 people from the area. Third, we are providing defense assets to the most exposed countries, not only for them, which is already important, also for our assets in the area, through missile defense system and anti-missile defense system. And we sent, because don't forget that also a European country has been attacked, Cyprus, and a NATO country. I think yesterday was the 3rd missile drone sent against Turkey. So we send a frigate to Cyprus to protect Cyprus. Let me say two things. First, I understand there is a confusion between reality and the domestic narrative that everyone legitimately uses. We are doing nothing different from Spain, because all of us, we have American bases. The use of these bases regulated by agreements, in our case dating back to 1954. All the Italian governments have confirmed this, notwithstanding the political orientation. These agreements state you that they can use for logistic purposes, not for kinetic reasons, which means bombarding. Okay? Should be the case. We are a parliamentary system. The decision is up to the government, but the Prime Minister said in the Parliament, and by the way was one of the few leaders going to the Parliament to discuss this, that the decision will be under the approval of the Parliament. But it's not, we haven't received any requests yet. Second, we all love our mom, we are all for peace, and we all wish that the United Nations could be an effective global governance. As in the case of Europe, authority is something that you have to exert, not just revendicate. And so I think that several happenings have undermined the credibility of the United Nations. That doesn't mean to abandon the United Nations, but there is a need to reform to make it effective again. Because frankly, if you nominate, as I think Vice President of the Human Rights Council, a representative of the Iranian Republic, that is not something instrumental to UN credibility.
Let's come to you, Ambassador Mark, and we've listened to both your counterparts here. One of the issues, I think Ambassador Ackerman said, is in some ways, without admitting it, Europe's diminishing influence over America and its ability to influence the actions that America does outside. Spain has taken the strongest stand, as Geeta had discussed with you. What do you think is the way forward in terms of diplomatic solutions that, say, Spain can or Europe can put forward? Or let's be more provocative. Is Europe important as the US says it is? Many of its senior officials say that. What's your viewpoint on that?
Well, we are part of a great group of nations in the world, that is the European Union. So we have a common trade policy in the world. So we are dealing with the United States as a group of countries, not as individual countries. But for us, the main point is to be centered on the key issues of humanity now. And peace is the key thing. I remember an anecdote that for me was very important early in the 90s when I was at the OECD. I was in the Development Assistance Committee, and Robert McNamara, the former Secretary of State of the United States, came. At that time, he was the president of the World Bank. And then the question that was addressed to him was, listen, you were the Secretary of State of Defense of the United States in the Vietnam War. After 20 years, do you think that was a mistake or not? And he said that that was a total mistake, he said. And now he was the president of the World Bank. So he went for weapons to development. Well, what do you say to these 400,000 Americans that have no arms, no eyes? So the big problem is that all those who decide wars nowadays, they don't go to the front. They don't go to the front. So we have very intense of the new generation to see we want a world of peace and possibilities. And the United Nations, we have 193 nations. It means that, the humanity has very small nations like Monaco, Andorra, big nations as India, as the United States, or Germany, or Italy. So, but we have 193 people who can decide about the future of the world. And that is very important, and that was only possible because of 45 million people dead in the Second World War. That is the key thing to understand. So we have to consider that the only enemy humanity has in this planet is ourselves. You know, we can fly, we can go through the sea, we can do whatever we like, but we are unable to organize ourselves in such an efficient way to go to be a civilization of harmony. So that is why the Spanish government thinks the key thing at this moment is to reinforce the United Nations and to use diplomacy to try to solve the conflicts.
Right, Ambassador, I'll respectfully disagree because I do not think 193 countries decide anything today. 15 people in a room, of which 5 with veto power. And that's why the world is seeking change and reforms. Rules-based order and engagement have completely changed, Ambassador Ackerman. This is not the same world today that we're looking at. Strait of Hormuz choked. It is having a huge impact on us, and we're looking at a situation and a scenario where things can go spiraling down at a very, very fast rate. At this point in time, I ask you this. There was a ship, an Iranian ship, that was sunk in the Indian Ocean, our backwaters. And I flip the question, if this was not United States of America, or if it was Russia or China, what would you have done?
I think, in this case, when a ship is torpedoed and sinks, nobody can do anything. Even
in terms of reaction, in terms of reaction.
But Gita, let me just take one step back, because the question Raj asked to Juan Antonio needs to be answered in a very concrete way. We were surprised by this war. Nobody informed us about this war, and we don't know the end game. We don't know what is the idea of an outcome of this war. Now, if you have this circumstance, it's very difficult to come up with a diplomatic solution. You don't know what the Americans and the Israelis really want to achieve. There are several options on the table.
I don't know the options. I know that they're shifting goalposts. Yeah, they one day say regime change.
I agree with you.
The other day they say, no, we've destroyed
regime
Iran.
Change,
then they say they've taken all the nuclear facilities, and then they say they've gone into takeout.
When you don't know this sort of the end game, the goal, it's very difficult to come up with this diplomacy. I will flag one thing. Europe is a family. In a family, people express themselves differently, but it's a close family. These friends of mine sitting here, I see the Greek ambassador also. We are very, very close, and I think in this war we basically were pretty united. There is no really disagreement between us. People express themselves differently, but this family has one big advantage over many others. We have all embassies in Iran, or most of us. We have relations with Iran. We have been talking to Iran about, for decades now. We know them much better than Israel and the United States do. So basically, I think Europe can theoretically be of huge, of use to this situation. But if you don't know what is the outcome, if you don't know where we are going with this war, it's very difficult to come in a constructive way. And that's what I wanted to say. I feel that we need to involve the Americans. We need to keep them in a talking mode on that. But are we, contributing actively to solve this crisis? I'm afraid not, because we are not really in the game, and also not asked, actually, by Israel and the United States.
Just a quick round. We've got exactly 1.5 minutes. 30 seconds. I'd like to do, each of you all, 30 seconds to talk about what you think is India's role. What role can India play in all this?
We don't know the end game. We know the consequences. The consequences is a raise of prices and inflation, and so a depressing effect of our economies. We know that the ones who are gaining from this are the guys in Moscow.
I was saying India's role. Can you just...
No, but this is important, because right. I reason on numbers. Only in the 2 weeks from the start of the war, Russia has gained from oil 2.4 billion more than in the previous situations. They for $10 more in price, they earn 2.6 billion per month, of which 1.8 goes directly to the state. So India and Asia in general and Europe are paying the price. Ukraine is paying the price. For the first time in February.
Are you saying Russia, India should not buy the Russian oil?
No, and I'm saying who is gaining and who is losing, and India has the same problems as we do, as a problem of energy, because 20% of global trade goes through the Hormuz, and a consistent percentage of your imports in energy goes through there.
Right.
And you have the problems of, as I said, of fellow nationals. You have 10 million in the area. So are exactly the same. The same.
Ambassador, quickly, I think.
Well, for me, India should be, at this moment, the locomotive of the world in favor of harmony and inclusiveness. You know, everybody knows the history of India here, but in Europe, we don't know it so well sometimes. So people think in Europe that in 1947 was India and Pakistan. No, it was India and some states that have political power, they have armies, and then from 1947 to 1944, all these armies disappeared, and you created only one republic. We in Europe, we are 27 countries, but we have 27 armies. We have not gone so far as India. So I think this quality of integrating a single space where people go from Calcutta to Kerala, and they have the same currency, they move as Europe, but they has no armies, you have only police. We have to move to this new world from the United Nations to the united humanity. And I think the United States could have been this locomotive after the COVID, but maybe now India should be the real locomotive.
Last word for you. And
so 30 seconds for ambassadors is a challenge, actually. You know, that's, I think, comes with our profession. I would say that India is in a very similar position like Europe. You have very good relations with Israel, you have very good relations with Iran. You are very much concerned, Antonio said it, you have so many nationals in the area. India is sort of very, very impacted by what happens. So what you should do, I think, is what we do. Ask the Americans, talk to us, explain it. What can we do? What can we try to contribute to make the situation better? And you have to request that, you demand it from the Americans to tell you where you are going, what you are doing, because you are involuntarily you are part of this whole setup, and therefore, you know, it's in your neighborhood, it's your fellow citizens are concerned. You will also suffer at some stage from, you see what happens with the gas. So basically, I think you have every right to, you push yourself into at least a conversation about that.
Well, on that note, we do know that there is no end game in sight. The global order today is not just shaken, it's absolutely broken. And by the end of all the wars, Ukraine, Gaza, and Iran, we will be putting the pieces back together, but cracks will remain. On that, war is grim. And on that grim note, I'd like to thank the gentleman here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do stay on the stage with us as I call upon Neeraj Nagpal, Chief Business Officer, Apparel Business.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
For those of you who were fascinated with our conversation earlier with the president of Signal Foundation, at 12:30 we are also having a breakaway session with Meredith at the Shah Jahan Hall. For those of you who enjoyed our conversation this morning with the President's Signal Foundation, Meredith will be speaking to a lot of you, addressing a lot of questions with our anchors. This will be a breakaway session, not in this hall, but at the Shah Jahan Hall, which is adjacent to us. So make your way there at 12:30 p.m. if you have any questions on personal security where your data is concerned. All right, with that, let's move on to our next session this evening, the Indian Ocean Fault Line, Sri Lanka's Geopolitical Balancing Act. To take it from here, inviting on stage sessions moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor India Today, Nagarjun Dwarkanath, editor and head of South Bureau.
Hello and welcome everyone once again to the India Today Conclave 2026, where we are joined by another very special guest. The West Asia war has literally hit home. And the first sign of that war hitting home was last week when an Iranian ship, which had just completed peaceful exercises with the Indian Navy off the coast of Visakhapatnam, was sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka. More than 80 Iranians died, and some of them are recovering today in a hospital in Galle and Colombo in Sri Lanka. Which is why we thought we must have a Sri Lankan voice here as we look at various dimensions of the conflict. We are delighted to be joined by one of the prominent opposition faces and son of a family that has been in power in Sri Lanka for a long time. He's also, I can tell you, a rugby player for his country. Please welcome Namal Rajapaksa.
And also in Sinhalese to say Ayubuvan. Ayubuvan. I hope I said it right.
That's Vanakkam.
Vanakkam in Tamil, Ayubuvan in Sinhalese.
Absolutely. My colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath is also with us. And I want to start, Namal, and the reason we have you here is you were the first voice who actually spoke out against the sinking of Iris Dena, the Iranian ship, off the waters of Sri Lanka. How do you see it now in hindsight? Do you believe that this was a brazen war of aggression, illegal to sink a ship which was clearly not involved in the conflict off the coast of Sri Lanka?
Well, I mean, it's a question of Indian Ocean identity, because Indian Ocean is known to be a safe zone, and that's one of the main reasons why global trade takes place mostly from our part of the world. So now there's a precedent. There's a precedent of a submarine attack on a foreign vessel. Whether it's a legal question or whether it's ethical, academics and politicians can debate for many years, but something that we must take into consideration is there is a precedent. There is a precedent in Indian Ocean where a foreign vessel has been attacked. As I said, whether the action is right or wrong is to be debated.
No, don't debate it. You tell us where you stand. Is it illegal? Is it unethical that a US submarine torpedoes an Iranian ship which was doing peaceful exercises off Visakhapatnam, just off the coast of Sri Lanka in the exclusive economic zone?
Yes, if you look at the legality of it, it can be argued as it is illegal. And the question is whether there is international law on today's context. Because if you look at what's happening in the Middle East or in the Gulf War, the international law and human rights or whatever they preached to us some time ago is to be questioned by themselves at this stage. So, as I said, academics can argue the legality of this, but moral values and the ethics and the practice of Indian Ocean clearly been broken. And that is something that we have to bring into dialogue. In our part of the world, are we going to allow it in the future, or are we going to make sure that we come on order to make
Who's
sure...
the we here? Is it Sri Lanka, India, all the countries which have a shared interest in the Indian Ocean, who should be raising their voice and not stay silent when the Americans believe they can get away with sinking an Iranian ship?
Well, see, there was a dialogue in 2011 with India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, which initiated looking at MDA, maritime domain awareness, in our part of the region, and it was unfortunately slowed down at one point. And now I'm sure the countries are looking at establishing the Secretariat of MDA or the Colombo Security Council in our part of the world. And yes, I personally believe India has a major role to play as a great power and as a country which has the capacity to do so. But again, it comes to the question of morality, and I believe the region must get together and to make sure that we keep our region safe. Because I'll add something to this. It's not only about another nation, because as you know, we went through we fought with the terrorist organization for 30 years, and LTT had mini submarines, submersibles at that time, and they had 2 torpedoes. So the technology is not only with the governments or military, it's with other organizations as well. It can be any other organization, any part of the world, but the military technology is not going to be only with the governments in our region or world at large. So this is something about the identity of Indian Ocean. And this is where we believe the dialogue has to start.
In fact, when you spoke about identity of the Indian Ocean and the dialogue has to be started, did the Sri Lankan government, or do you think the Sri Lankan government should have asked an official explanation from the US as to what exactly happened in your territory?
I believe so. I honestly thought that we will get explanation. We will ask for explanation from the authorities, from the US government, or at least the mission back in Sri Lanka, because we cannot walk away saying it happened in economic zone, it's not in our waters. And yes, Sri Lanka maybe doesn't have the capacity to detect a submarine. As you know, submarine can be detected only by another submarine. But we do have a right. It's a sovereign right of Sri Lanka. And we have a right to ask what happened. And the question goes back to the government of Sri Lanka, whether we knew about it or not. And that's something to be answered by the government of Sri Lanka.
And an island like Sri Lanka, how difficult is it to remain neutral, considering a superpower is involved in this war?
Well, see, we have always maintained the non-aligned policy, and that's one of the reasons why we initiated in 1971 the Zone of Peace by Mrs. Bandaranaike at that time. Because conflicts and decisions made by so-called superpowers, because superpower is determined with your military power and your financial power, will affect Sri Lanka countries, the island nations like us. And today, it is evident that it will not only affect island nations, but it will also affect the entire world.
Because there's a Reuters report, Namal Rajapaksa, that a US State Department cable has urged Sri Lanka not to repatriate the survivors from Iris Dana and crew from the Iranian vessel that is currently in Sri Lankan custody. Do you believe that the United States can use their hard power in this manner to tell your country, or indeed any country in the world, that on human grounds you cannot repatriate the survivors of a blast which you're admitting is possibly illegal and almost certainly unethical?
It is definitely unethical, and you can say, but it's how you react. And I believe Sri Lanka has a precedent in the past, how we have reacted in situations like this. And world has enough examples during the Second World War, if you look at how things like this had taken place. And I'm sure Sri Lanka must take our own decision on this.
What is your view? That should the Sri Lankan government tell the Americans, sorry, this is a matter of our strategic autonomy, that we will not be dictated by Donald Trump and the United States. We must repatriate survivors of Iris Dana on humanitarian grounds back to their country.
Yes, Sri Lanka has to make sure that we maintain our stand, on this, and also make sure that these people are safe, because it's happened in our waters. And now they are in Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka has a responsibility to make sure they are safe. And the practice is, in such situation, you don't repatriate until the war is over. So Sri Lankan government can make a decision on this. Anyone can request or give an order, but at the end of the day, it's how our governments take our own decisions for our own people.
And presumably India also has a role, because this was a ship which was engaged in peaceful exercises of the peaceful military exercises off the coast of India, was on its way back when this happened. So are you saying both India and Sri Lanka must make it clear to the Americans that you cannot unilaterally decide for us whether we will repatriate Iranian survivors or not?
Well, there has to be a strategic communication between the region, and to make sure that we all act as one, and also to take the best interest of each one's nations.
In fact, you also share a close relationship with Iran, and I'm told that many of your oil also comes from this Middle East parts of the world. And what is the crisis that Sri Lanka is facing? In fact, in India, we have seen people lining up in queues for cylinders and LPG shortage. Is Sri Lanka also facing this?
Yes, Sri Lanka saw it last week, actually, just after the war broke out in the Middle East. And this is where Sri Lankan government has to make sure that we plan ahead to see how we can face this crisis. Because, as you know, our number one tea buyer is Iran, and we are depending heavily on fuel coming from the Middle East. And one of our main revenue is foreign remittance coming from the Middle East, and also tourism sector. So all these sectors are affected. And we need to re-strategize ourselves and to see how we can face the upcoming situation.
No, but if the fact is that the Straits of Hormuz have been blocked by the Iranians, as a result of which the entire energy security of several countries across the world have been disrupted, who do you speak to? I was hearing the ambassador saying India must raise its concerns about the West Asia war with Washington. Do you speak to Washington? Do you speak to Tehran? Do you speak to both? The problem is, how does any country in this extremely polarized world ensure some kind of neutrality? The Indians last week were seen to have moved very close to the US-Israel axis. Now we are hearing India saying Iran is a very good friend. So we pivoted in the space of a week because of what's happening with oil. How do countries maintain neutrality in a very polarized world? You're smiling when I say that. Is that the real big challenge? How do you maintain any semblance of neutrality? Do any of the South Asian countries have the leverage to tell Donald Trump, this is our Indian Ocean. You don't decide which submarine does what in the Indian Ocean.
Well, I mean, this actually happened in the Middle East, but still we are suffering from it. So it doesn't matter where it happens in modern context. And this is why so-called superpowers must realize and understand whatever decisions they make will have a big impact on the global economy as well. And Sri Lanka has always looked up to India on these kind of situations. I mean, if you look at the crisis we went through in 2022, in fact, India helped Sri Lanka more than IMF has helped so far, and even during the Ditwa. But again, the question is, how are we going to stop these kind of incidents, and how are we going to act? So this is where I believe there has to be a fresh dialogue within the region, and to see how, as a region, as Indian Ocean, to make sure that we keep our water safe, and also every government is answerable for their people.
And do you see India play a larger role in keeping this peace across the Indian Ocean? Do you think India should step up and maybe take the consensus of all the island nations around them and then take the communication forward?
Well, it has to be a collective approach, and I'm sure India can play a leading role in that because given the context of the economic capacity of India and also the military capacity India has.
You know, because I thought you were quite brave, or at least right, if I may use the word, in a social media statement. You were among the few who in this region spoke out right at the very outset when you said, Iran has always been a true friend, and I offer my deepest condolences to the families of all those who have been reportedly assassinated in the airstrikes. We stand with the people of Iran in this hour of need and call on all parties to exercise restraint and discussions rather than choosing a path of war. Now, most leaders in this part of the world have been reluctant, at least initially, to identify themselves with Iran. You were among the few. Do you believe that other leaders also need to recognize that at the end of the day, we need to have our strategic autonomy and speak out when there is seemingly a war of aggression that is costing civilian lives?
Well, of course. I mean, see, Iran has been a true friend to Sri Lanka for a very longer time. And we have had a lot of relationship with Iran, historical relationship with Iran. And war is brutal and war cannot be accepted. And we feel how, we have gone through a war for 30 years. We know how you feel when you go through a war. And to peace, to make sure that there is peace, the rest of the world must get together and make sure that, it is for the next generation that you're talking about.
So what would you tell Donald Trump if he was here at the India Today Conclave?
Luckily, he's not here today, so.
What if he was? What if he was? What would you tell a Donald Trump? What would tiny Sri Lanka, if I may be allowed to say that, what would tiny Sri Lanka tell the seemingly mighty United States?
Do you have to use a Sinhalese word or English word for that?
You can say it in Sinhalese and then Nagarjun can translate.
I'd rather use a Tamil word, only understand.
Yeah, so please do. What would you do?
Well, see, end of the day, they make decisions and they think they are superpower. They may be having power, they may be having financial power. End of the day, they also must understand whatever decision they make will have an impact on islands like us. So they might have got a mandate from their own people, as they claim to be. And they have to make sure that the world order is in place.
Perhaps you also see a future in Sri Lankan politics in the next 5 to 10 years. You come from a political family that has governed or ruled the country for many years as well. The recent 2022 crisis, many critics also say that it was Mr. Rajapaksa's presidency which brought this crisis. And in fact, we have a video and an image that, if I can ask my producers to play on the screen, of how the crisis looked back then, and then we'll have a word from you. And these are the rioters, in fact, people getting into the government buildings, trying to create arson, riots. Many critics say that it was your family that was responsible for this crisis and the economic slowdown. How do you see this? And what lessons learned, in fact?
You cannot take 2022 crisis as a single entry point, but you have to go back and see what has happened before that, and also what happened in the region after that. So, 2005 to 15, we were fighting a war, but we were one of the fastest growing economies in the region. And we had single-digit in unemployment, interest rates were single-digit, and we were growing at a fourfold of our GDP. Everything was going smooth, but then there was a government change in 2015. Certain decisions were made by different governments that is acceptable because every government make their own policy changes. Then East attacks were there in Sri Lanka. Then we came with the pandemic. As you know, 80 other countries faced a similar crisis after the pandemic, economical challenges. Then the 2022 Sri Lankan crisis came into place. And we strongly believe there was an outside hand operating in Sri Lanka to make sure that there is a regime change or government change in an undemocratical way, which we have seen in Bangladesh, which we have seen in Nepal, which we have seen in the region. So it's a different form of regime change. You can either bomb or you can either do it in another way.
So what's common? Who's the outside hand? Let's be clear, Mr. Rajapaksha. Your government, your leadership was credited with ending the ethnic war that had plagued Sri Lanka for more than 2 decades. Your family was also accused of serious corruption, of very, very serious corruption at the cost of impoverishing your country. So one of the two things, both could be right. Y'all ended the war, but the Rajapakshas were also accused of becoming authoritarian and totally corrupt. What will you tell the people of this country when they hear?
You asked me what
these were the two narratives.
You asked me what would I ask from President Trump, right? So I asked him why did USAID fund? Why did he make the statement of USAID funding in regime change in our region? It was made by President Donald Trump once he became the president, about funding for regime change in our region. As to corruption, yes.
You are blaming the United States for regime change in Sri Lanka.
Not me. Donald Trump, president himself, has blamed USAID for that on his own statement when he became the president.
Okay, the corruption allegation.
So, see, there has been allegations, there has been cases, we have won in courts, and in fact, I must highlight one fact what happened day before yesterday. There was a former official who was arrested on corruption charge for a Sri Lankan airline transaction, and he has given an affidavit, and he has informed the courts that the bribery commission DG in Sri Lanka forced him to enter a politician's name to the system, to his statement, and take the signature. So we have nothing
This sounds like very South Asian. I won't go beyond that. This seems to happen.
See, you should investigate on corruption, but you shouldn't do it with a political agenda. And they were blaming us to have $18 billion in Uganda. And they were talking about we having a Buckingham Palace in America. So on political stage, campaigns, people come up with various allegations. But we are ready to face. As I said, I have told my government in Sri Lanka, if you need my statement or signature to go anywhere in the world and investigate on our illegal assets that we have, please feel free. I'm willing to assist you. But what happened now is to make sure that the lies they created during campaign, they want to prove it. So they are going beyond their limits to prove that.
And in fact, the southern part of India is seeing state elections in the next 4 weeks as such. What happens in Sri Lanka has ripple effects in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now there might be a government change or there might be pro-incumbency. How do you see the state of Tamil Nadu going into polls, and what are the relations that you have with the specific state?
Well, I think Sri Lanka must re-strategize dealing with Tamil Nadu because now the wartime has gone. It was long years ago. So it's time that Sri Lanka start a constructive dialogue. I mean, of course, we have a very strong bilateral relationship and people-to-people relationship with India and Delhi. But it's time our political parties, not only the government of Sri Lanka, but as political parties, that we engage with states in India, and especially with Tamil Nadu, because there is sensitivity with the northern election in Sri Lanka or south elections in Tamil Nadu, and Tamil Nadu economy is growing at a very fast rate.
In fact, there's an X factor that people talk about. It's Mr. Vijay entering the political scene, and I don't know if you have seen Vijay movies. What do you have to tell him? In fact, there are reports that there is an offer from the NDA party to ask him to come to the alliance and join them. As a politician, closely watching the Tamil Nadu politics, how do you see Vijay's entry into politics?
Well, if I tell him that I'm one of his fans and he's my favorite actor, it might go against for him in his elections. But but I think it's good to
saying Vijay is your favorite actor.
He is my favorite actor in south part of the world and this part of the world. So he is a good actor, but he must also realize that politics is totally different from acting. And he has to face a real-time script in politics, not as acting. So
You know, the reason it's very interesting you're saying Vijay is your favorite actor. This actor, politician Vijay, has also called for India to retrieve Kachitivu. And India is insisting, or Vijay says the island belongs to India. India has also been suggesting on more than one occasion that Sri Lanka has been arresting and beating up and detaining fishermen from India near Kachitivu. So do you believe Kachitivu at least deserves a dialogue, or do you believe Kachitivu is Sri Lankan?
See, Kachitivu is a sovereign part of Sri Lanka, and it's part of Sri Lankan.
It's part of Sri Lanka.
It's part of Sri Lanka territory according to a 1974 agreement between Sri Lanka and India.
74, should we review it?
So it's up to the people and the government to decide on that, but not a state government. The dialogue should start from the center, if at all. And Indian fishing issue is totally different from Kachitivu. And I believe, if at all, if Tamil Nadu politicians are very serious about the relationship between Sri Lanka and Tamil Nadu as a state, I think they must address the fishing issue first. And that is something very sensitive to Sri Lankan waters, Sri Lankan fishermen as well, because even Sri Lankan fishermen get beaten up because of that, as to when it comes to their livelihood. And also Indian fishermen also suffers. If it's a question of national security for India, we understand. We understand the gravity of it, and we are cooperative in that. But if it's a political question, this statement is not the first time it has been made. It has been made by many politicians in South India for last so many years, ever since I remember. It's a decision to taken by the politicians.
In conclusion, we just have a couple of minutes, Namal Rajapaksa. We haven't had a SAARC meeting in more than a decade. And that's largely because of Pakistan and cross-border terror emanating out of Pakistan. So I want to ask you very, very plainly, do you believe that SAARC has outlived its utility and we need to find a new kind of South Asia body, possibly minus Pakistan, that can address some of these issues, whether it's the fishermen issue, whether it's an Iranian ship that is sunk off Indian waters? You cannot rely on SAARC anymore. It's almost defunct. Do you believe it's time for a new kind of South Asian regional cooperation?
Well, there are many regional cooperation already taking place, and it's about understanding the modern context. Like as I mentioned earlier, Colombo Security Conclave is something that we have to take seriously with Sri Lanka, Maldives, and India, especially when it comes to the Indian fishing issue, also the Indian Ocean MDA. But at the same time, yes, I think world order is changing, and we have to have a new approach to see how nations can work together to make sure that we address the interests of our own people. And this is what the countries like India or even Sri Lanka, Pakistan, we must understand. Whenever we take a decision based on geopolitics, it will have an impact on all of us. And Sri Lanka has been a victim for a long time.
Has SAARC outlived its utility, sir?
Well, the purpose of SAARC it still remains. But whether it's practical or not, a question to be asked.
Okay, last question.
Yeah, in fact, whenever we speak of Sri Lanka in terms of Indian perspective, the Chinese factor also comes into place, that you have given your port, in fact, for 99-year lease for commercial purpose, but India watches closely as to how Chinese is building infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Should India be worried of the Chinese influence in Sri Lanka?
Well, not at all, to be honest, because we don't have any military bases in Sri Lanka ever since British left Sri Lankan ports and aviation in 1957, if I'm not mistaken. And we will not allow any military presence in any country to be present in Sri Lanka, because we understand the gravity of it, and we do understand the security for India is important, especially this part of the world. And there may be lapse of communication in the past, time to time, but this is something that we need to work together with India and regional partners to make sure that we build this trust and mutual understanding. But yes, China has invested in Sri Lanka, and it's not our government who gave it to 99 years. We make sure they build it, but politicians take different decisions based on their government interest.
Final question and a lighter question. You're a rugby player for your country, but Sri Lanka's big sport remains cricket. You didn't do too well in the T20 World Cup. You're now going to get a new coach. Gary Kirsten's going to come and coach Sri Lanka. You mentioned that your favorite actor is Vijay. Who's your favorite Indian cricketer? You have a favorite Indian cricketer?
Well, there are a few. Abhishek is one of them now.
Abhishek Sharma?
Abhishek Sharma is one of them.
Who's going to be joining us at the India Today Conclave? Anyone else?
Sanju is good, obviously, with last World Cup. But mostly I think...
He's also going to be joining us.
Okay. So mostly Tendulkar. Because that's the era we started watching cricket with Sanat, Tendulkar, that generation.
Okay, so we hope that Sri Lankan cricket also rises.
I hope my answer is not controversial, like Vijay being my favorite actor.
No, your answer that Vijay is your favorite actor is going to resonate across Tamil Nadu and get you into trouble in your country, not in ours.
Well, my country, it's not the case.
It's not a problem?
It's not a problem.
Okay, we'll
actually,
see.
in fact, my father and myself were going to watch his movie.
It might be a problem for Vijay in Tamil Nadu.
That I don't know.
In fact, I think he's waiting for his next movie, Jananayakan, which is not released yet.
Okay, let's leave it there. Namal Rajapaksha, as I said, you were the first politician from South Asia to speak out openly when that Iranian ship was sunk. And I think that required some element of political courage to speak out for what is most political and international observers believe was an act which was illegal and unethical. But I thank you very much for joining us here on the India Today Conclave. Thank you so much.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, while I call upon Rajesh Sharma, Regional Head North and East, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists.
Change. Adapt. Transform. The pillars that define who we are now guide the ecosystems we are building. Ecosystems that will help shape the world of tomorrow, together, for everyone. SAARC Group is a global conglomerate operating across energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, and technology and retail. SAARC today generates revenues of approximately $15 billion, employs over 7,000 people globally. We are also committed to community growth and welfare in sports, health, education at the grassroots level. The DNA of SAARC is embedded in everything we do. It is the compass that has shaped our journey for nearly half a century and will continue to guide us through the century ahead. SAARC, transforming tomorrow.
Our guest here is a geopolitical consultant, Adele Nazarian, who is an American of Iranian heritage. That's how Adele describes herself. Adele, this is a question that I've asked just about every global thinker that I've interviewed in the last few days. As the war enters the third week, who benefits from this war?
Great to be with you. See, the microphone is working. Thank you. Frankly, there is no one that benefits from war on a human level, of course, but geopolitically, I think this is a tremendous, I guess you can call it a challenge and a competition for the new global order. I think who ends up coming out on top, frankly, is going to be the people who are aligned with the new order, so to speak. I really feel that it's going to be bring about a stronger U.S.-India relationship, and I think it's also going to result in a strategic realignment of GCC nations towards the West. So I think that ultimately the West and the middle nations, like India, will end up benefiting from this war. And I feel at the end of the day, if the people of Iran do decide to take matters into their own hands, that they will be able to decide a destiny for themselves that is very different than the current reality that they've been facing for the past 4 decades.
So as an Iranian American, what will you be telling the people of Iran? Of course, you're not inside Iran.
No, not.
The view of those who are inside Iran right now is very different from Iranians abroad or outside.
So
they seem to be more sympathetic and concerned about this aggression, and Iranians at present are of the opinion that they must back Mujtaba Khamenei. So as Iranian who's outside, what are your views?
Absolutely. So as an American of Iranian heritage, I've never been to Iran. I speak the language fluently, and I'm very proud of my culture, my Persian culture and heritage. I have been speaking with people who are inside of Iran very frequently, and I have been seeing a very big mix. Frankly, it depends on who you're speaking to. What I've been hearing and what I've been seeing from the Iranian diaspora in the United States, throughout Europe, throughout other parts of the GCC nations, they are actually supportive of having a more democratic, different, non-religiously aligned leadership in their nation, but ultimately rests in their own hands. I think the majority of people there are tired of struggling, is what I've been hearing. People who were in the top 1% previously, who over the past decade in particular, have been struggling to be able to support themselves and their families, have their businesses have been confiscated. I think this is the trend. I know sanctions haven't been helpful either, but we've come to a breaking point now where America has constantly said this. It's up to the Iranian people to decide their destiny. And I don't frankly think that any kind of true effective change can happen without having some kind of intervention, and that's why I feel it may end up being up to the current governance structure within, let's say, the IRGC ranks to actually decide, are they going to be on the side of a continuity of what's been taking place for the past 47 years, or is it going to be on the side of the people more and end up turning? So I think Iranians are, A, looking for an end to this conflict, which I completely respect, and hope that we all see an end to this conflict very soon. But I think what I've been hearing is a very different sentiment, frankly, that they do want change.
The change has to come from within.
100%.
It cannot be imposed on the people of Iran.
That's right. I think we saw in '79 the grave mistake that President Jimmy Carter, the late Jimmy Carter made. And Iran has been paying the price ever since. And I think that the global order has also seen a very dramatic shift in its security apparatus and the way that global security has shaped ever since that decision was made to remove the late Shah of Iran. That said, I don't believe that an outside leader will end up going to Iran and end up being elected as their new leader. I don't personally see that scenario taking hold. I think the Crown Prince has been very effective outside of Iran, because I just mentioned the Shah, of rallying the people inside Iran, and then also the diaspora community within the West and the Arab nations, also Arab world, have been heavily supportive of him. But I just don't personally see, much respect to him as well, I don't personally see any kind of scenario taking place where he actually ends up being the de facto leader in Iran.
Iran has been one of the oldest civilizations. But why is it that this civilization did not have a leverage over the brother nations, largely the nations around it, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and these countries opened up for US and Israel?
That's really an ideological question that has to do with, unfortunately, battling factions internally within the Muslim order, the Shia-Sunni kind of, frictions that occur at a more, let's say, human and geopolitical level, which is also unfortunate, because I think if you're of one faith, you should be able to be unified as well. But I think the difference also is that Iran, culturally, historically, is a far cry today from what it was back in the days of Cyrus the Great, back in the days of, prior to, let's say, the influence that it's been having, changing its name to, I will say this, and I've always said this, I think nations that present their identity and name with a religious identity along with it rarely survive over time. You can't have an Islamic Republic of Iran, you can't have an Islamic Republic of Pakistan and expect for it to last, forever. I think the world is trending more towards, and especially the Iranian people, frankly, they are really more, they're less religiously motivated and more secular. I think many of them believe in God, but I think that's ultimately what's going to determine a nation's survival: democratic values and the liberal order, so to speak. And that runs counter to what is currently taking place there. So the GC,
So, in the opening comment, you said that in the next few years, we'll be seeing some kind of strategic realignment of GCC. So, will this war lead to birth of a new West Asian order?
New West Asian model? I think this was inevitable. I think that I have to first of all commend Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his handling of the geopolitical situation for this great nation, which is a strong U.S. ally and will continue to be and continue getting stronger. He's the only person that can call up Trump, President Trump, Putin, Zelensky, Xi Jinping, Pezeshkian, and literally moderate between everyone. So I think this shifting order is going to see a realignment of, as I mentioned before, the GCC nations. I think Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, they were all attacked by their regional, neighbor, Iran. And I think that we just saw it yesterday, was it, that the UAE has shut down the Iranian hospital, which frankly I have to tell you is probably one of the best hospitals in the UAE. The doctors are at top quality, but this is the result of war. It's recalled all Iranians to leave the country, and I think that this is an indication that you can't attack your allies or neighbors and expect to be immune from it. So I think Iran's going to be increasingly isolating itself in its current leadership format unless there is an effective change. So I do see the GCC nations aligning more towards the West and to India, frankly.
As an American here, did the West misread the larger fallout of the war?
Mislead the larger fallout?
Yes.
What do you mean by that, if I may ask?
In the sense that the reaction that will come in from Iran, this is way beyond the 12-day war.
I don't think anything that the U.S. said was misleading. I think people have been questioning whether President Trump and the administration had a plan going into this. And I think there is a plan, but I don't think that the plan was regime change, to be honest with you. I think that the plan was to strike what was perceived as Western and geopolitical threats, positions.
Then why did Donald Trump say that he wanted to ensure that whosoever leads Iran is personally chosen by him? So if it was not about regime change, then why did he reiterate it?
I'm not in the president's head, but I'm certain that whatever he's saying has a purpose behind it. But I don't think that there was any kind of misleading. I think the media in general, I always ask this question, what were the numbers really coming out of Iran? Was it the 3,000, the 10,000 people that the media has been reporting, or was it 60,000 people who were massacred leading up to it? What's the truth? So I think that, we have to look at what's being disseminated by the media as well. And of course, it's the media's job to question these things. But I think
that media is reporting what's happening in Iran. I mean, the fact that children, young girls, young students have been killed is a reality.
It's horrific that any member of society, especially children, are killed. And I don't know, to be frank with you, what's the reality with the situation. I think there's been investigations into it, but it's a horrible, horrible tragedy. But I don't think the U.S. has been misleading in terms of what it's put forward. I think, again, it rests in the hands of the Iranian people, as it should. And ultimately, I think that the U.S. is very fortunate, and India is very fortunate to be able to have that communication channel and that relationship where in this new global order, there is going to be, I think, it's going to be a less friction-oriented order going forward. And I know the Cold War is over. That era is it's long gone. But there's a big, big difference here in terms of what we're entering, in that this is a Cold War 2.0, if you want to call it that. But previously, it was boots on the ground, it was on land, by foot, on different fronts strategically. This is a way different war that's being fought. It's a battle for ideological civilization. It's a battle for the Western civilization, frankly, and for the East. It's a head-to-head. And I think it's going to be defined by AI, by tech, by military dominance. And I think that the United States has and will continue to be the leading military and innovative force technologically in the world. And I look forward to seeing how that relationship will continue to flourish with India especially.
Because in this war, one of the biggest concerns have been energy security. When the realignment, as you see, happen, will energy be defining the realignment? Will that be the pivot, the holding block? Or are you of the opinion that it will be civilizational connect that Iran has with most of these countries, the religious connect that Iran has, that will decide the way forward?
I think that, thank you for that question. I think energy will absolutely be a defining factor. I mean, that's why, India has been, Prime Minister Modi has been receiving phone calls to actually get U.S. oil over through negotiating different channels. India has still received a phone call from Iran indicating that they will have access to the Strait of Hormuz. If you've noticed also, and this is a major point that I think everyone in the audience should be aware of if you're not already, is that there has been a strategic shift to diversification of assets, and there is a shift away from oil and energy in traditional sense into rare earths. And I think that's a big part of what this new order and new conflict is about. It's about the rare earths industry. And oil just simply isn't sustainable in and of itself. And I think that's why energy security is a major sticking point right now, but there's a rush to diversify and to get out of that heavy reliance, which is why you see nations like Saudi Arabia opening up its relations, which is why you see the United Arab Emirates that has normalized relations with countries that wouldn't have previously normalized with, including Israel. And I think you're going to continue seeing that trend. I don't think, to be honest with you, that this, if you want the Arab and Muslim connection is going to be the only factor to unify nations, nor should it be. But I think that at the end of the day, something that has to absolutely be driven home is that there is nothing wrong with being pro your country. There is nothing wrong with being pro-India, being pro-America, and there is nothing wrong with defending the cultural foundations and values of your civilization. And I think that has to be exuded, and I think that has to be implemented more. I was here last week in Delhi, and I noticed that there was European leaders who were wonderful I got to interface with, and they were saying how this new global order will be devoid of the West's influence. And I think that's utterly a mistake, and it was off mark. And I think that I understand though why that would be said, because in many parts of Europe there's been a cultural annihilation and there's been a true infarction of their security apparatus. And I think that has to do with not holding to their guns and maintaining their cultural identity and kind of capitulating. I'm a huge fan of assimilation and America first, India first.
And for people of Iran, Iran
and
first.
for the people of Iran first.
Absolutely. I think
100%.
when you say that it is about every country holding on to its culture, to its heritage, the people of Iran have that right too.
100%, and they should decide what culture is most beneficial for them going forward. And I really pray for them and for a swift end to this conflict.
Thank you, Adele, for this conversation.
Thank
you for joining us.
May I please request you to stay on stage as I call upon Smita Nair, Head of International Sales, BMW Developments, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to the panelists. Let's move on to our next session this afternoon, Death to Islamic Terrorism, the Trump Approach. With it, let me call upon my co-moderator for this session, Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor, India Today TV. Come, Laura. You will introduce? Come.
Good afternoon. She calls herself a very proud Islamophobe. Her critics call her racist. US President Donald Trump calls her a patriot. In fact, the grapevine in the United States is there are people who've been removed from the administration based on her comments and criticism. And even before she landed in India, Laura Loomer is in the eye of a storm over some of her posts. Some that have been deleted, some that remain. We'll talk about that in greater detail over the course of this conversation. Preeti and I have some questions, but before that, Laura, I believe you have a big announcement to make.
Yes, I do have an announcement to make. Namaste, by the way. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in India. I just spoke to President Trump on the phone about an hour or so ago, actually, and I wanted to read you exactly what he said to me. He said, "I love India. Please let them know I love India, I love Modi, and I love the Indian people." He said, "Prime Minister Modi is a fantastic leader and a good friend of mine, and please let the people of India know that I will be coming to India someday soon for another visit." Yeah.
How often do you speak to the president?
This week I've spoken to him about 3 times, so often, right? Sometimes I go to DC and I have meetings with him at the White House. Occasionally I speak to him on the phone. Just depends. But I speak to the president quite often.
Speed dial, WhatsApp, messages.
No WhatsApp, no.
What's the conversation like with the president, and especially at this time when there's a war that's on?
Well, look, I consider myself to be a Trump loyalist, and one of the things that makes our friendship and our relationship so unique is that I feel that the president can trust me to always give him advice on who's being loyal and who's being disloyal, and I spend a lot of time as an investigative reporter doing research into people who work in the administration who may be undermining his agenda or undermining the America First agenda. And we talk about a lot of different things, but anytime I speak to the president, it's constructive. I'm giving him information that is going to be beneficial to him, helping him identify bad actors in the country, bad actors in his administration, informing him of people who are bad-mouthing him, and also making him aware of issues pertinent to the base.
Laura, if I may, you seem to be a loyalty enforcer where President Trump is concerned, yet you don't hold any position in the office. Is that what you aspire to? One day be maybe press secretary, senior advisor, because clearly you have his ear more than anybody else in his office, it seems.
Well, look, however the president would want me to serve, it would be an honor, and I'd be happy to serve the president in any capacity. I think that Caroline Leavitt is doing a fantastic job as the press secretary for President Trump, but someday, yes, it would be an honor and a pleasure to work in the administration in a formal capacity. But right now, I'm on the outside. And, the thing is when you work in Washington, D.C., or you work for the federal government, or you work in the White House, you have to be a little bit more diplomatic about the way you say things and how you speak to people and how you speak about people. And I think that one of my biggest strengths is that I'm not on the inside, I'm on the outside, and I'm able to advise from the outside looking in, which allows me to not have to self-censor, and I can, deliver blows and be a little bit harsher and more direct and more blunt in my speech to enact change.
You're saying you're blocked by his office there, but
yeah.
But does it help your cause? Because, those who you recommend need to leave his office or be fired are actually do so. So the word is that Laura Loomer actually has a purge list. And, I was actually looking at Twitter right now, and what's really going on is, can you ask who's on Laura's list next?
Well, look, there's a lot of different people in the administration who I'm investigating and looking into, but you'll have to follow me on social media to see. But one of the areas that I focus on most is national security. And I'm here today to speak about Islamic terrorism. I'm going to deliver my remarks shortly. I've prepared a speech, but you can't have people who sympathize with Islamic Jihad serving in an administration. And unfortunately, what we've seen happen is there's a lot of these holdovers, right? Holdovers from the Obama administration, holdovers from the Biden administration, who have these sympathies to Islamic jihadists, or they're communists, or they are sympathetic to radical left anti-American ideologies. And when you have over 40,000 employees working in the federal government, you're not going to be able to have eyes on every single person at every single time. And so I actually set up a tip line on my website where people in the federal government can submit tips. And then we're able to monitor people and root out bad actors. And this has resulted in several jihadist sympathizers losing their positions in the Trump administration.
So when you talk about the president's war on terror, or something that you cover closely and look at very closely, help us understand this. If the president is waging a war, for example, on Iran, so that they don't get a nuclear bomb, how is he so close to Pakistan, which is a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror? He calls Asim Munir, who's a radical Islamist, his favorite field marshal, and they're cozying up to Pakistan so much in his second tenure.
Look, as a supporter of the president's, I've also been very outspoken in my criticism of the administration cozying up to Islamic nations. I made news several months ago by being very critical about his travels to Qatar and travels to the Middle East. And I agree. I think that Pakistan's biggest export to the entire world is Islamic terrorism. And I don't think that we should be cozying up to the Pakistani government or Pakistan at all, given the fact that it's an openly jihadist and pro-Sharia government. And when you look at all of the Islamic terror attacks that are happening around the world, anytime India is attacked by Islamic terrorists, anytime the UK is attacked by Islamic terrorists, you look at this Islamic takeover of the United Kingdom. They now have their Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, who is a Pakistani radical. You have Sadiq Khan, who is the jihadist mayor of London, who's also Pakistani. All of the terror around the world, especially the terrorism happening in the West, whether it be in Europe or the United States. We just saw last week a Pakistani national by the name of Asif Merchant was recruited by the Iranian regime, and he was convicted in the United States for plotting to assassinate President Trump. One thing is clear. All of the terrorism, for the most part, largely, is coming from Pakistan. Pakistan is not sending their best. But at the end of the day, it's Pakistan, so I don't really know if they have a best.
No, true.
I don't know. I don't know if Pakistan has a best.
Well, Osama bin Laden was found in Abbottabad. The biggest terror attack that took place on the United States of America, 9/11, the perpetrators were, trained, armed by Pakistan, Osama bin Laden hiding in Pakistan.
Absolutely.
Even now, look at these images. So on India Today, we have all these covers. Jihad against the world, there's a Pakistan connection. Osama bin Laden, there's a Pakistan connection. In his first tenure, President Trump says Pakistan has looted America, $33 billion or words to that effect. In his second tenure, there's some conversation around cryptocurrency, there's some conversation about a mineral deal or whatever else. How does one explain that? Have you asked him this?
Look, I've had conversations with the president about Islamic terror and made it very clear that I would prefer to not see Arab leaders, Islamic leaders in the Oval Office for meetings, but he's the president of the United States, and I can't tell the president what to do. President Trump has to be diplomatic, and he's going to have to meet with world leaders and representatives from all around the world, and he played a very pivotal role in helping to de-escalate the conflict last year between India and Pakistan. And I think that President Trump is going to do what President Trump wants to do. The biggest mistake anybody could make is telling President Trump what to do or what he should or shouldn't be doing. I voted for President Trump. I believe in President Trump, and I believe that he is the best leader for our country and really the best leader to lead the entire world in this direction of peace through strength.
But Laura, moving away from Pakistan, let's talk about the war. And I'm very curious because we speak about Islamic terror and you're speaking about Pakistan, but your allies, and you call yourself a dyed-in-wool Trump loyalist, your allies today in this war are the Gulf nations. These are Islamic countries, hijab-wearing countries. I'm really curious to know what your views are on this.
Well, I'm grateful that that some of these Gulf countries are supporting the United States right now in this conflict with Iran. But at the end of the day, we can't give excuses to Muslim countries that are Sharia adherent and that are are state sponsors of terrorism themselves. I mean, Qatar, yes, we do have a military base. The United States does have a military base in Qatar, but we can't ignore the fact that after October 7th, Qatar was hosting and still to this day allowing for the leaders of Hamas to live in these very luxurious penthouses in Doha, providing a safe harbor to leaders of the Taliban. And at the end of the day, we can't whitewash what the Islamic ideology teaches. This is a death cult, in my opinion. And I know that some people may take offense to what I'm saying, and there are over 204 million Muslims who live here in India, but I believe that Islam is a cancer on the world. The biggest threat facing our country, the United States of America, and the biggest threat facing the world is Islam, the Islamic Caliphate. These people...
Laura, you're saying cancer Islam is cancer to the world. I just would want to know, and I'd like you to inform our audiences here as well. What data research informs your view that Islamic terror is the biggest threat to America? And allow me to give you just a slice of data, and it's coming from your own country. This is the University of Maryland Global Terrorism Database and the US State Department database itself. And I'm talking about the last decade, 10 years, where gun violence in your country, which is primarily white, kills 428 times more in America than terrorism. And I'm not talking about terrorism of Islamic terrorism and all forms of terrorism.
I don't agree with their assessment, and I don't agree with their statistics, and we can't ignore it. Look, under the Obama administration and also under the Biden administration, we know that they manipulated statistics. Obama gave directives to the intel agencies and the FBI to not use the phrase Islamic terrorism because, well, his name is Barack Hussein Obama. He was very sympathetic to all of these Muslims, allowing them into the White House, allowed for Islamic immigration into our country, flooded red states with Muslim immigrants who are now committing terrible crimes, refusing to assimilate. Much of what's happening in Europe is now happening in the United States. And so I've been very critical, even under the Trump administration, of the FBI and the current DOJ and their refusal to call things acts of Islamic terror. We saw this 2 weeks ago where a terrorist, he was a naturalized citizen from Africa, walked into a bar in Austin, Texas, wearing a shirt that said property of Allah. And then underneath that shirt, he was wearing an Iranian flag t-shirt, and he shot 15 people and he killed 3 of them. And the FBI didn't call it Islamic terrorism. They also didn't call it Islamic terrorism when an Afghani who was brought to our country by Joe Biden during the last administration opened fire on 2 National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C., killing one of them. But if somebody walks into a building and they say Baruch Hashem, right? No one's going to say anything. If somebody walks into a building and they say praise Jesus, nobody's going to say anything. But I can guarantee you that if somebody walked into this room right now and they screamed Allahu Akbar, we would all hit the deck. We would all hit the deck. And it's important for our law enforcement agencies and the President of the United States, the FBI director, and all elected officials in America to speak truth about Islam. There's only one religious group. I don't even call it a religion, truly. I call it a political ideology that is focused on eradicating non-believers. And that is a threat. That is the biggest threat. Having people like that in your country who refuse to assimilate, that is a threat.
Those who misuse religion, whichever, and spread terror, you call them out. But why call out the entire religion? Because I can tell you from example in India, in this war on terror, you have people of all faiths who are fighting and fighting so well, and I know them. I know a large number of them personally. They may follow a different faith, they may follow a different religion, but they're fighting the same terror, whether it comes from Pakistan or it comes from any other hue.
Well, all you have to do is read the Quran. This is not me translating. This is literally what you read in the Quran. When they pray 5 times a day, they are praying to eradicate non-Muslims. You can pick up a Quran and read it yourself, and it explicitly calls for the eradication of non-Muslims. It calls for the subjugation of non-Muslims, and we have to calculate that threat into our national security, not just in the United States. You see the way that Israel has also positioned themselves, and India as well, in addressing this threat of Islamic terror. And if we ignore it...
But when you interpret with what you say, the interpretation of Islam, I think would be incorrect because neither you follow the religion, neither us here, to suggest that when you pray 5 times a day, you're praying to eradicate non-Muslims. I think it's incorrect to say that, but having,
well, if you read their prayers, if we translate their prayers, I think that you would find that in a lot of these mosques, and we've seen it, especially in the aftermath of the bombings in Iran, you have these imams in mosques, not just in Europe, but also in the United States of America, openly issuing fatwas, talking about how we need to wage jihad against all non-Muslims. So what am I supposed to think when we're seeing imams in the United States of America who immigrated to our country, and you're looking at all of these Islamic leaders around the world? Have any of them condemned it?
Those elements, anybody who violates the law of the land, go after those elements, and nobody would, criticize that. However, look at this war on terror that's being fought even right now. Countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like the United Arab Emirates, I mean, they are shedding both blood and treasure. Their security, their peace of mind, all of that is being impacted due to this war that's being waged against Iran, and they're both Muslim countries.
Yes, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the strategic partnership and their support of President Trump's combat missions in Iran. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to whitewash the brutality and the barbarism of Islam and an ideology that is responsible for the death of millions of Hindus, millions of Christians, and advocates for the eradication of the 15 million Jews left on this planet.
I hear you, Laura, when you speak of the fatwas, but that's a geopolitical fallout as well of an action that was taken by your country. I'm not in any which way saying it's all right. But when you talk about brutalities, and I'll ask, maybe in the next 10 seconds, we can put out the brutalities that Iranians have faced. 160 young kids, 160 young girls were killed in a missile strike by your country, which, Laura, you have called that the Iranians use them as shield. Even your country, your president, your secretary of war has said it needs to be investigated.
Well, it needs to be investigated, but if you look at photos and footage from the moment that the missile attack took place, you can clearly see the trajectory of the missile, and it was fired from Iran. And so, yes, there does need to be an investigation, but it does appear thus far from the photographic and video evidence that this was carried out by Iran.
So, what do you make of this?
It was a faulty missile.
So that is under investigation, but even the Department of Defense and Secretary of War have indicated that there would be an inquiry. The Iranians are very clear that this is a Patriot missile or an American missile that led to the death of 170 young girls.
Well, I'm not going to take the word of a regime that's chanting death to America. I'd prefer an active investigation as opposed to trusting the Iranians at their word.
So, what have your conversations with President Trump been like, especially one on the war on terror? And, you hold a very strong view about women wearing hijab, for example, being a part of TSA or being in aviation security, or people like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar being political leaders. Where do both of you stand on that? Where do you stand on that?
Well, I personally am very outspoken in my belief that I think that it should be illegal in the United States for Muslims to hold office. I don't think that you can take your oath on the Quran and also be a loyal representative to the United States of America. You should take your oath of office on the United States Constitution, and we already know that Islam as an ideology is completely incompatible, not just with Western values, but also American values. And if you're taking your oath on the Quran, you're pledging your allegiance to Sharia law, which believes that it is supreme to the United States Constitution. So that is a big problem. And you see that when you have Muslims serving in office in the United States, whether it's Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or Keith Ellison or Zoran Mamdani, who is now the first Muslim mayor of New York City, what do? They put Islam front and center in everything that they do, right? They changed our rules. We had a long-standing rule in the United States Congress of no head coverings. And now you have hijab jobs in Congress. They openly support Hamas. They openly support the Muslim Brotherhood. Ilhan Omar has advocated for members of ISIS in her district in Minnesota, which is the #1 ISIS recruitment location in our entire country. And Zoran Mamdani is campaigning with co-conspirators in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. So how is this good for our country?
But Laura, you know, the campaign that you've built on Muslim leaders, you call yourself, yourself a proud Islamophobic, but it's not just limited to Muslim leaders. I'll give you an example. There are congressmen, congresswomen of Indian origin that you post on social media about criticizing their work, and you hashtag it with "Go Back to India." They're as American as you are, Laura.
Excuse me,
they're as American as you are, Laura. When you speak of congressmen and congresswomen, and for our audience, those are lawmakers in America, you criticize them, which you should, because that's your right as an American, but your hashtag follows with "Go Back to India." They're as American as you.
Well, with that congressman in particular, right, he barely speaks English. I think it's a problem. I think that if you're going to be a representative in the United States of America, you need to assimilate. And I think that we need to have a conversation about whether it's acceptable or not for foreign-born individuals to hold office in our country. We have a problem with dual loyalty. And are you truly a representative of the United States of America if you are putting foreign countries first? And this isn't unique to Sri Thanadar from India. There are multiple members of Congress that were not born in this country. You look at Ilhan Omar in particular. There was a video clip of Ilhan Omar that recently surfaced of her wearing a hijab, speaking in her native dialect from Somalia. And she said that she is a representative for Somalia, not for the United States of America, but she's there to put the Somalis first, to put the Muslims first. How does that support American values? How does that support American interests? How does that support President Trump? And how does that benefit the American people? It doesn't. It doesn't benefit anybody.
Is the American dream only white?
No, the American dream isn't only white, but the United States of America is a majority white Christian country. And I say this as a Jewish woman. And we are rapidly watching demographics become our destiny. Your demographics are your destiny at the end of the day. And just like people in India want to maintain their heritage and their culture, you certainly don't want to be conquered. You don't want to be taken over. You don't want to be replaced. People in America also don't want our culture and our history and our nation to be conquered and replaced. And I think that it's important for people of all cultures and all backgrounds, wherever you're from, you should be advocating for your interests. You're in India, you advocate for India first. I'm an American, I advocate for America first, and I believe that America should remain a majority white Christian country.
So, I host a show called India First. You believe in America first. Do you see a common meeting ground, your conversations with President Trump regarding Prime Minister Narendra Modi? You just, read out a portion of your conversation with President Trump. Shall the twain meet? So, for example, you're sitting exactly where Ambassador Sergio Gore was sitting yesterday, and he spoke of how India and America are working close on a critical minerals deal or a trade deal. But some of the comments that come from America are so harsh that they're very unpalatable.
Right.
So, where is that common meeting ground?
Well, look, I think that the strategic partnership that the United States has with India and also with Israel is one of the strongest, if not the strongest partnership in the world. And it's something that I value, I treasure, and I think that more Americans are going to come to appreciate over time. But look, a lot of animosity is felt by the American people as it pertains to the H-1B visa program. When President Trump first campaigned for office, when he was running for president in 2015 and 2016, he said that we need to end the H-1B visa program and the abuses with the H-1B visa program. He's on video saying this. And when you have American students, education here in India is free. Okay? In the United States of America, you have to pay $60,000, $70,000 to $80,000 a year just to get a degree in the United States, depending on where you go to school. So how do you think Americans feel, young Americans feel, when these big tech social media companies tell them, you're not the best and brightest. We have to import people from China and India to fulfill these jobs, and we don't care if you spent $120,000 and went into debt for the rest of your life trying to get an education. I think that you would see a lot of that resentment and some of those negative, harsh comments decrease if we could have a respectful conversation about American immigration policy and also labor laws and ways that we can work together, the United States of America and India, in combating the exploitation of the H-1B visa program. Because we need to give jobs to Americans as well. We can't allow, especially in the age of the AI revolution, where we're going to see massive unemployment as a result of AI being ushered in.
So
I think it's
important because AI is also an enabler, but that's another debate. As far as H-1B visas are concerned, one, highly skilled labor or those jobs that cannot be fulfilled by the Americans, those are jobs that are coming in, and that benefits American companies too. They make money, but those harsh comments, some of those comments that came from you, or that anti-India criticism, or that feeling against India, doesn't that create bad blood between the two people who've otherwise had a great relationship over decades?
I think what creates bad blood is a sense of entitlement, and a sense of entitlement and disrespect towards American students and American people who have worked very hard and are now suffering unemployment. They're suffering unemployment, and they're being told by executives of companies that they've aspired to work for their entire lives that they are not the best and brightest. And that's the terminology that is used. The best and brightest needs to be imported. And we have intelligent people, we have smart people, we have talented people in the United States of America who can also take those jobs. And I truly believe that if we're able to have a cordial debate and have understanding from the government of India and the people of India that the American people just want to have employment as well, and they want our labor laws to not be exploited. They want our immigration laws to be enforced and not exploited by companies that want to import cheap labor. I think that you would see a rapid decrease in some of those harsh comments online.
Laura, can we address the elephant in the room? First up, would you want some water, or are you carrying your own?
Oh, I think I'm fine. Yeah.
You're good? Okay,
yeah.
Great. So there have been certain tweets, Laura, because you're in India right now. And you know what you've done, and let me say this, it's a feat. Because by the virtue of those tweets, you've done the impossible. You've got the left in India and the right in India come together and being uncomfortable with those tweets. So in that way, there's a lot to thank you, because that rarely ever happens in India.
Wow.
But they've come together in the criticism, Laura, of some of your tweets earlier. You've deleted most of them. On what you perceive is your image of India and Indians. Do you regret it? Because you deleted them, so that's why I ask you.
Well, Twitter deleted some of them. I had no choice but to delete some of them, because Twitter actually locked my account, believe it or not. In the aftermath of that, they actually, restricted my account in December. This is what I'll say. I'm not going to apologize for my comments about the H-1B visa program, because my job is to speak for Americans and to stand up for American interests. And our immigration laws have been exploited and abused, and our labor laws have also been exploited and abused. And I'm going to continue being an advocate and a fighter for American workers who are struggling to find employment because they're told they are not the best and the brightest in a field, right, in Silicon Valley and tech that is dominated by over 70% imported foreign labor, mostly from China and India. What I will say is that I shouldn't have said some of the things that I said in the other tweets, not about H-1B, and I apologize if my remarks offended people. And I'm here in India this week, and I'm spending several days in India, where I'm going to be, traveling the country. I'm very excited to be here. Everybody's been, very friendly. I'm very happy to be able to experience India myself. But I will say I don't have hatred in my heart for India or Hindu people. I'm an advocate for Hindus. I speak out against the brutality of Islam that has persecuted millions of Hindus around the world. And I don't come from a place of hatred. My comments come from a place of love for my people and my country.
Where do you see India-US relations go from this place? And personally, I believe you have some good news to share even on the personal front. I believe you plan to travel to different parts of the country now.
Yeah, I actually brought my fiance with me. I just recently got engaged, so I'm getting married, and I thought, wow, it would be really great to do my engagement photos at the Taj Mahal. So I'm going to do some photos at the Taj Mahal for my engagement. It'll be exciting.
Well, congratulations, Laura, on that, on your
Thank
engagement.
you.
And because I am a journalist, so allow me to paraphrase. So you correctly, with what you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you are, where your stand on H-1B visas are, and you don't apologize, you're right, but for certain tweets which hurt the sentiment of the Indian community, you wish you hadn't said those.
Yes, I don't apologize for my tweets about H-1B, because I do believe that it was very disrespectful the way that these big tech social media executives, who have predominantly always been Democrat, then they wrote these big checks to President Trump and his administration, thinking that they were going to be able to buy influence and come into the Republican Party and the MAGA movement, and that we were going to forget their support for open borders policies and their support for importing labor and their disrespect of the MAGA conservative base. I'm not apologizing for that, but the other comments, yes, I should not have said them, and I hope that people will be able to judge me by the advocate that I've always shown myself to be for
they
Hindu
will,
people.
because India is a really warm country.
Yes.
And they're going to embrace you. You're going to Taj Mahal. You're going to have a fabulous time. They're going to love you and your fiancé, because that's what we do. We have a lot of love.
Yes,
to
and
forgive as well.
I've seen that. I've felt a lot of love here in India, and I look forward. I hope to be able to come back to India in the future as well for future conferences and to be a part of this expanding alliance between the United States and India and Israel, which my speech is about. So
absolutely. In India's culture is all about togetherness.
Yes.
To move together. Sangachadvam, samvadadvam, samvo manasi janatam. Is like move together as people together to grow together. For joining us here on this India Today special broadcast, Laura Loomer.
Thank
many
you.
thanks.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Laura. And I hope you have a great stay ahead in India.
If Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, and speeches will be facilitated via a call center. You then went on to say our country was built by white Europeans, not third world invaders from India. I think you should do more than just express regret. From what I can see, you're brazenly racist and Islamophobic. And I'm sorry to say that we have Atiti Devo Bhava in this country where we welcome all, but your comments smack of
speaking out about their own survival. And a phobia, sir, is defined as an irrational fear. And it is not irrational to fear an ideology that explicitly calls for the killing of non-Muslims. And so respectfully, I came to India to speak to people about how I am using my voice and using my platform and using my influence in America to speak out about this threat that really wants to eradicate you, right? Everybody who is not a Muslim should really honestly be fearful of this ideology that explicitly calls for their removal from this planet, their eradication. And so if you have a sense of survival, I think that it's perfectly normal to be fearful of Islam. With regards to my comment about Kamala Harris, look, I think that she's actually shown great disrespect to the Indian people and also to her Indian heritage. This is a woman who campaigned, and I made my comments to mock her, really, because how do you go around saying that you are, the first Indian senator? She used her Indian heritage her entire life to get elected to office and campaign. And then as soon as she started running for president, she ignores her Indian heritage and says, oh, I'm black. Are you black or are you Indian? What is it? Are you Indian or are you black? And even President Trump called her out for this during the campaign trail. So I would say that maybe you found offense to my remarks, but if anything, my comments were actually pro-Indian. I was mocking the fact that she was openly rejecting her Indian culture and her background to pander to the black community. And in the end, it failed because she lost, thank God, because President Trump is the greatest president we've ever had.
Well, Laura Loomer, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
And, I'm glad you took all our questions, but like I said, Indians have a big heart, even to forgive, and I think the more you travel in the country, the more you will be embraced. But
yes.
I hope you...
Well, I'm impressed, and like I said, I came here to answer questions, and if I hated India and I hated Indians, I wouldn't come to India. And I am happy to have conversations and answer every single question. So even though you think I'm a racist, I still want to thank you for your question, and I'm happy to answer all questions.
Well, thank you, Laura.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Rajesh Sharma, Regional Head North and East, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to you.
Thank you.
All right, with that session, ladies and gentlemen, quite a snapshot for thinking in the White House. You agree, you disagree, but this is a window to the key inputs going into White House and what may shape their thinking. Laura has a small speech for us. She's prepared that. We're going to give her the dais.
Well, thank you. I prepared these remarks and wanted to deliver the speech actually before the panel, but happy to deliver them now as well. So again, thank you so much to India Today for inviting me to speak to all of you today here at the Conclave Conference. And as you know, my name is Laura Loomer. I'm an American journalist and a loyal ally to President Trump. I'm thrilled, really, to be here and to speak with you, despite some criticism I received on stage about an urgent and pressing matter that has become even more relevant in the last 2 weeks. And we spoke about this during the panel, but I prepared this speech because really, I didn't travel 30 hours, just to have a discussion. I really want to leave these lasting remarks with you so that you understand me as a person and understand the fight that I'm in to eradicate this threat of Islamic terrorism from our planet, and more specifically, how the Trump administration is working to combat Islamic terrorism in the United States and abroad. I've had the privilege of watching President Trump in person, working tirelessly on the front lines to bolster America's foreign policy and national security. I've seen firsthand how he cuts through the bureaucracy and demands results and builds alliances around the world that deliver victories. And today I'm honored to address you here in India, a nation that President Trump himself has admired for its resilience and strategic importance, to deliver a message straight from the heart of the administration, and that, of course, was death to Islamic terrorism, the Trump approach. Let's be clear, Islamic terrorism is not just a threat. It truly is a cancer that has metastasized across the globe, fueled by an Islamic ideology that respects no borders, no lives, and no civilizations. In India, you especially have borne the brunt of this evil for far too long. Hindus have been systematically targeted and murdered by Muslim terrorists driven by their jihadist fervor, from the medieval invasions that razed temples and slaughtered innocents to the blood-soaked partition of 1947, where millions of Hindus perished in religiously motivated massacres. Even in recent times, the horror continues. We see this in the 2008 Mumbai attacks by Pakistani-based Lashkar-e-Taiba that killed 166, including Hindus at prayer, the Pulwama bombing in 2019 that claimed the lives of 40 Indian security personnel, and just last year, in 2025, the renewed assaults in Kashmir, where Jaish Mohammed militants murdered a dozen of Hindu pilgrims in a brazen ambush. And most recently here in New Delhi, on November 10th, 2025, a car exploded near the Red Fort, killing at least 15 innocent people and injuring more than 20 others. According to the Delhi police, the explosion was a suicide bombing by Pakistani terrorists, and yet another reminder that the biggest export out of Pakistan is Islamic terrorism, not textiles, like they would like you to believe. These are not anomalies. They're a grim reality of a barbaric third world ideology that has claimed countless American and Indian lives, displacing communities and sowing division all around the world wherever Islamic terror spreads. But India does not stand alone. The United States, under President Donald Trump, recognizes this shared enemy, as does Israel, our unbreakable ally in the Middle East. We've all suffered together. America suffered on 9/11 when al-Qaeda, Islamic terrorists, murdered nearly 3,000 Americans. And Israel daily faces the threat of Islamic terrorists with rockets from Hamas and Hezbollah. And of course, how can we forget the October 7th, 2023 massacre, which is still fresh in memory, where over 1,200 innocent people were slaughtered in the name of Islamic Jihad. We just saw Prime Minister Modi travel to Israel, where he met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and condemned the October 7th Islamic terror attacks and vowed, as Prime Minister of India, to stand with the Israeli people in the fight against Islamic terrorism. These attacks that we see in the United States, we just had 3 Islamic terrorists on Thursday of this week alone in the United States. These attacks are linked by the same poisonous thread: Iranian funding, Pakistani safe havens, and a global network of Islamists who target Hindus, Jews, Christians, and freedom-loving people everywhere around the world. Everybody is a target to Islamic terrorists. President Trump, who I've spoken to about these matters, has a no-nonsense approach. Hit the terrorists hard, hit them first, and build coalitions that choke off their lifelines. In his first term, President Trump obliterated ISIS caliphate. He authorized the raid that killed ISIS leader al-Baghdadi, and he took out Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general and the inventor of the roadside bomb who has orchestrated terrorism against us all. Now, in his second term, as we can currently see now with the strikes in Iran, President Trump has escalated with precision and even more resolve. Most recently, with Operation Midnight Hammer, our 2025 strikes that dismantled key Iranian nuclear and terrorism facilities, and Operation Epic Fury earlier this year, which neutralized the Ayatollah in Iran and crippled the Iranian regime's ability to continue exporting jihad. And the world witnessed President Trump's commitment to eradicating Islamic terrorism even more when he ordered airstrikes on ISIS terrorists in Nigeria who were persecuting Christians. This morning, President Trump took to Truth Social to announce that he authorized the bombing of every single military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. And he vowed to continue bombing Iran unless the terrorist leaders in Iran lay down their arms and stop threatening the world. You see, President Trump is not just fighting for the interests of the American people. He's fighting to protect all people of the world, all around the world, from this threat of Islamic terrorism. And when I spoke to him this morning, he reassured me that he's even more committed than ever before in combating this threat of global Islamic terrorism. During his second term, President Trump also ramped up drone campaigns against ISIS remnants in Syria and Africa, imposing crippling sanctions on terror sponsors. And we've seen with the Trump administration under President Trump, Marco Rubio at the State Department, and Scott Bessent at the United States Treasury that they have issued crippling sanctions on these terror sponsors, and they've even designated more radical Islamic groups like elements within the Muslim Brotherhood, terrorist organizations that have since had their funding streams cut dry by the Trump administration. This isn't a bluster. Instead, it's a strategy, and it's central to the ironclad alliance between the United States, India, and Israel, a trifecta of power that President Trump himself has personally championed. I have advised President Trump and other members of his cabinet on the importance of deporting Islamic immigrants from America, and I can confidently say that President Trump is committed to protecting religious liberties for Americans who have been targeted by Islamists and protecting the religious liberties of all freedom-loving people around the world who have found themselves persecuted by a people who follow an ideology that doesn't understand the importance and the meaning of what it truly means to coexist. This is a threat to Hindus in India, the most populated country in the world. They're forced to deal with this threat and this reality of Islamic jihad on a daily basis, as India is inhabited by over 204 Muslims out of India's population of 1.4 billion people. So not only is President Trump countering terrorism, but he's also committed to combating Chinese aggression, which can be seen through the alliance between the Quad nations of India, the United States, Japan, and Australia, who participate in joint exercise in Malabar 2025, where U.S. and Indian forces simulated counter-terror ops so they could work together more strategically to combat future acts of Islamic terrorism around the world. The U.S.-India Comprehensive Global and Strategic Partnership, upgraded under President Trump, now includes real-time intelligence between these countries that thwarted 2 different Islamic terror plots against Delhi and Tel Aviv in the last year alone. The alliance between the United States, India, and Israel is truly the best trifecta. Israel brings its cutting-edge technology. Just think about the Iron Dome technology and the adaptations it has for borders and the cyber tools that we've integrated with the help of Israel to hack terrorist communications to make our world a safer place. Prime Minister Modi's bold moves, like the abrogation of Article 370 to secure Kashmir, align perfectly with President Trump's vision. And I've seen President Trump praise Modi as a tough fighter against terrorism. And again, as a reminder, during my conversation with the president right before I gave my speech today on the phone, he once again doubled down and said that Modi is a true friend, a great friend, and somebody who he greatly respects. Without this strong alliance between the United States and Israel and India, we would be impotent. We would be reactive, we would be divided, and we would be watching Islamic terrorists regroup in Afghanistan's Taliban, Afghanistan havens, or Iran's proxy armies. Past administration's weakness allowed ISIS to rise. We saw under the Obama administration, ISIS is now present in all 50 states in the United States of America. We saw the way that Barack Hussein Obama allowed for Iran to flourish, delivering them pallets of cash, caving to their ransom demands. We are not supposed to negotiate with terrorists. President Trump's approach rejects all of that. We impose maximum pressure, economic isolation, military dominance, and diplomatic isolation of enablers of Islamic terrorism like Pakistan. Just last week, a Pakistani man named Asif Merchant with ties to Iran was found guilty of plotting to assassinate President Trump at the request of Iran. Additionally, the world watched in horror 2 weeks ago as Pakistani terrorists stormed the U.S. consulates in Pakistan with guns in an effort to murder the American diplomats following the U.S. drone strike on the supreme leader of Iran. Together, our nations form a strategic bulwark. America's global reach, India's demographic and economic might, Israel's innovation in asymmetrical warfare, and ensuring these Islamic terrorists face coordinated, overwhelming force and opposition. I truly believe that this is our biggest fight ahead, as Americans, as Indians, and as Israelis, the threat of Islamic terrorism, and our preservation as non-Muslims and our preservation as freedom-loving people will truly depend on the strength of our alliances between these 3 countries to combat this threat of Islamic terrorism. Without the strong leadership of President Trump, Narendra Modi, and Bibi Netanyahu, I truly believe that the world would be more susceptible to Islamic militants who want to kill in the name of Islam. And I'm here today, and I travel the country, and I do the work that I do because I am committed to helping make sure that that doesn't happen. And being here today in India, and I again want to thank India Today for inviting me here, has allowed me to further spread my message with the great nation of India and the amazing people of India so that they can better understand why I make the comments that I make, why I say the things that I say, and why I'm so passionate about this threat of Islamic terrorism. To my Indian friends, as one of President Trump's most outspoken loyalists, I urge you, embrace this partnership between the United States, Israel, and India fully. Your Hindu heritage, scarred by centuries of Islamic aggression, demands it. Honor the victims, the murdered Hindus in Kashmir, the fallen in Mumbai, and all future victims of Islamic terrorism by standing with President Trump and the American people to eradicate our mutual enemy, the threat of Islamic terror. In President Trump's words, which I've heard him say many times, together we will win bigly. Death to Islamic terrorism, and long live the U.S.-India-Israel alliance. God bless America, Israel High, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले
Do make them under the hashtag of India Today Conclave 26. We are all set to begin with our post-lunch session. And believe me, the next dose of adrenaline will make the post-lunch sleepy blues go away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, onwards to our next session, our post-lunch session, Northeast Swag, multilingual mayhem from margins to main stage. To take it from here, inviting on-stage sessions moderator Sneha Murdani, editor, India Today TV Output.
हमारे साथ आज है गिलिथी ड्रीम्स। मैं इनसे पूछ रही थी कुछ समय पहले कि ये गिलिथी ड्रीम्स है क्या, ये वर्ड आई गूगल्ड इट बट आई रियली डोंट नो द मीनिंग. These are girls who put my part of the country, which is Northeast India, on the national map. They are from Arunachal Pradesh, but इनके साथ ये खास बात अभी ये है very happy to have them, and I'm so happy to be also moderating this session because this is very special. Like I said, they're from my part of the world, of the country. And गिलिथी ड्रीम्स के बारे में मैं क्या ही बताऊं. पहले तो ईटानगर से इन्होंने शुरुआत की, लेकिन अभी जो इनके गाने हैं वो नेशनल प्लेलिस्ट में हमारे आ गए हैं. इनको तो हम परफॉर्म करवाएंगे, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत बातचीत भी करेंगे गिलिथरी ग्रीम्स के साथ। ये बताएं, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा आपसे, कि जो आपके गाने हैं वो अभी नेशनल प्लेलिस्ट में आ गए हैं, लोग आपको जानते हैं, दिल्ली में आज है इंडिया टुडे के कॉन्क्लेव में। कैसा लग रहा है और ये हुआ कैसे, आप बताएं।
ओके, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हम लोग को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आज यहाँ पे आप लोगों के सामने हम लोग खड़े हैं। एंड
यस,
feeling so grateful to be here, and also thank you India Today for having us today here.
ये आपने पहना क्या है, इसके बारे में भी बताएं, अपने पोशाक के बारे में।
ये सब हम लोग का ये लोकल ड्रेस है हम लोग का, बट नॉट ट्रेडिशनल वन, क्योंकि हम लोग जो अपना जो ट्रेडिशनल होता है उसको हम लोग छेड़छाड़ी नहीं करेगा। बट ये जो गले है हम लोग का, गले से हम लोग बनाए अपना, हम लोग जो ट्रेडिशनल में पहनता है। और ये ऑर्नामेंट्स तो पूरा लोकल है, ये सब हम लोग जो निशी ट्राइब में हम लोग पहना जाता है ये सब। और ये जुमहंग बोलता है इसको, और इसको हुई बोलता है। और ये जो है कोज बोलता है, जैसे आप लोग चूड़ी पहनता है वैसे ही ये कोज है।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी, पहले जब नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में बातचीत होती थी, बहुत सारे लोग जानते भी नहीं है कहाँ है, कौन सा स्टेट का कैपिटल क्या है। कैसा लगता है जब आप देखती हैं कि अब लोग जानने लग गए हैं, खास करके म्यूजिक की वजह से नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी पहचान हो गई है? बताएं, आप बताएं। यस, यू।
हाँ, तो पहले तो इतना मालूम नहीं होता था नॉर्थ ईस्ट के, स्पेशली नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे, क्योंकि आजकल मालूम हो रहे हो। वाई? बिकॉज ऑफ इंटरनेट। पहले तो मालूम नहीं होता था, बट बिकॉज ऑफ इंटरनेट आजकल हम लोग का नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे की मेनलैंड को भी मालूम चल रहा है। एंड वी आर फीलिंग सो ग्रेटफुल, ब्लेस्ड कि थ्रू इंटरनेट हम लोग को मालूम चल रहा है नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे, एंड नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कल्चर, म्यूजिक, एवरीथिंग। सो या
देखिए, मैं ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने कहा थ्रू इंटरनेट, लेकिन आजकल कितना मुश्किल है गर्ल बैंड को सर्वाइव करना। एल्गोरिदम्स का जमाना है, इंस्टाग्राम का जमाना है, आप इंस्टाग्राम में भी काफी पिकअप हुई हैं। क्या लगता है कितना मुश्किल है ऑल गर्ल बैंड को सर्वाइव करना, वो भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट से?
For us, it's not about कि आप सिंगल पर्सन हो या ग्रुप हो, आपको हमेशा कंसिस्टेंसी रहना पड़ेगा और हार्ड वर्क करना पड़ेगा। इवन आप अगर कंसिस्टेंसी सिर्फ करते रहेगा तो वो कभी सक्सेस नहीं होगा। आपको उसके साथ में आपको हार्ड वर्क भी करना पड़ेगा, तो और उसके बाद में सबका साथ मिलके करना पड़ेगा। और उसके बाद में
and कि it's not only about algorithm or trending, right? क्योंकि वी आर ट्रू आर्टिस्ट, और हम लोग को वी डजंट मैटर कि कौन कितना ट्रेंडिंग में जा रहा है, क्योंकि ट्रेंडिंग हमेशा चेंज होते रहता है। बट फॉर द लव फॉर द म्यूजिक, वो कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। जब तक जान है, जब तक रहेंगे, तब तक म्यूजिक बनाते रहेंगे। चाहे कोई आगे जाओ, कोई ट्रेंडिंग जाओ, कोई फेमस हो या ना हो, हम लोग हमेशा साथ में मिलकर गाना बनाते रहेंगे।
आपने कहीं पर कहा था, मैंने देखा, कि जो ट्रोल्स हैं वो आपको सबसे ज्यादा इंस्पायर करते हैं, क्यों? और क्या कैसे ट्रोलिंग होती है आपकी?
समथिंग लाइक फिलहाल तो अभी अरुणाचल में स्पेशली एक्चुअली न्यू है ये चीज़, क्योंकि पहले तो सिर्फ ऐसा था हम लोग का फोक डांस ना, तो फिलहाल ये फोक जो हम लोग लाए वो बहुत न्यू है, जो वहाँ का लोग एक्सेप्ट धीरे धीरे कर रहे हैं, पर नॉट दैट एग्जैक्टली वो लोग ओपन अप नहीं हो पा रहे ये चीज़ के लिए। तो लाइक वो लोग ट्रोल करते हैं कि ट्राइंग टू बी ए ब्लैक पिंक, ट्राइंग टू मीसो ब्लैक पिंक, समथिंग लाइक। और इवन बॉडी शेमिंग भी होती है, एंड इवन प्रोनाउंसिएशन हिंदी को लेकर भी कि ऐसे है प्रोनाउंसिएशन, ये सब ट्रोल, तो ट्राइंग टू बी ऐसे ला।
जी बिल्कुल, आपके सॉन्ग्स है, मैंने पहले भी कहा, मैं तो ग्रूव कर ही रही हूँ और अभी आप सब भी ग्रूव करेंगे। तो कैन आई प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट फॉर देयर सॉन्ग्स, द पॉपुलर सॉन्ग्स दैट हैव ब्रोकन इंटरनेट रिकॉर्ड्स, एंड कैन वी सी यू ऑल ग्रूव एंड परफॉर्म फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस?
फॉर श्योर,
यस, ऑल्सो ये अभी स्टार्ट करते हैं, ठीक है ना? Yes, yes, please.
Hey yo, make some noise for the Khiladi Grims.
Now listen. Everybody, everybody, hey, hey. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's also another number. हम इतने आसानी से आपको जाने नहीं देंगे. एक और नंबर है इनका, अगर हम वो भी प्ले कर सकते हैं तो फिर हम और बातचीत करेंगे. Let's wait for that till the time the music starts. बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्म किया. सबको बताए कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में होता क्या है. सड़कों पर लोग जैमिंग करते हैं, मस्ती करते हैं. म्यूजिक इज इन द ब्लड ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट, पीपल हु लिव इन द नॉर्थ ईस्ट पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, इजंट इट? कैसे होता है बताएं सबको, कि सबके लिए बहुत ही अलग टाइप ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस है. Yes, मेरा सवाल ये था. My question was that people in the northeast part of India just love music, isn't it? Music is in their veins, isn't it? बताएं कैसा होता है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, सिर्फ अरुणाचल में नहीं, जो कई सारे जो हमारे स्टेट्स हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में. बिल्कुल.
फिलहाल तो बाकी बाकी स्टेट का इतना नॉलेज तो नहीं है, बट आई नो एंड वी नो कि हम लोग का सालों से कल्चर चल के आ रहा है, म्यूज़िक एंड डांस. ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी जस्ट शुरुआत हुआ है, वो सिंस बहुत सालों से चल के आ रहा है, क्योंकि हम लोग का कल्चर में ही है म्यूज़िक एंड डांस. और अभी जैसा बोला कैसे म्यूज़िक चलता है बोलने से आई फील लाइक कि हम लोग नोटिस से बहुत ज़्यादा, जैसे कि ताबा चाके, जैसे रितो रिबा हो गया, ये लोग रिप्रेजेंट करके एक नया नया म्यूज़िक दे रहा है. समथिंग लाइक दे, किसे कहते हैं उसे, समथिंग यूनिक वॉइस, क्योंकि उसमें हम ट्राइबल धुन भी होता है. तो
आपके म्यूजिक में भी बहुत ट्राइबल धुन का इन्फ्लुएंस है. ये गाना था, ये कौन से लैंग्वेज में है अगर आप सबको बताएं?
और ये हम लोग निशी फ्रॉम अरुणाचल प्रदेश, जो हम लोग निशी एंड थोड़ा सा इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी पॉप म्यूजिक का मिक्स करके हम लोग करते हैं.
जी, ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि के पॉप से आपका बहुत ज्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस, बहुत इंस्पायर्ड है. के पॉप से क्रिटिसिज्म भी है, कई लोग कहते हैं कि ये तो के पॉप को बहुत ही कॉपी करते हैं. क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहेंगे?
सो बेसिकली हम लोग एक्चुअल में जो के पॉप है उनका जो कल्चर है उसको फॉलो नहीं करते, बट जस्ट थोड़ा सा इन्फ्लुएंस होके हम लोग खुद का जो लैंग्वेज है, खुद का जो मदर टंग है, उस पर हम लोग वेस्टर्न सॉन्ग के साथ हम लोग मिक्स करके हम लोग करते हैं.
हम लोग ग्रुप, आज जो हम लोग ग्रुप बनाए गिलिटी ग्रीम, इसका मोटिव्स भी यही था कि नाउ डेज मॉडर्नाइजेशन, ओवर मॉडर्नाइजेशन का कारण से इंसान लोग हिंदी, इंग्लिश या तो अपना मदर टंग भूल रहे हैं. सो
मदर टंग भूल गए हैं. सो मदर टंग को अलाइव रखने के लिए आप उस मदर टंग में भी गाना,
थ्रू म्यूजिक. यस.
ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी, हम इस समय दिल्ली में हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को एक अलग तरीके से देखा जाता है, इसके बारे में हमने पहले भी बातचीत की. कैसे लगता है जब तरह तरह की बेकार की बातें की जाती है नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न्स के खिलाफ? हाल ही में न्यूज़ में भी हमने ऐसा देखा था कि अरुणाचल से 3 जो हमारी थी गर्ल्स, वहाँ भी उनको बुरी तरीके से ट्रीट किया गया. आप देखती हैं, आपको कैसा लगता है? डर लगता है, घबराहट होती है, अच्छा नहीं लगता है? क्या कहेंगी आप?
To be honest,
आप देख रहे हो एग्रेशन इनका,
ये वीडियो हम इस समय प्ले भी कर रहे हैं, जो एक बहुत ही ऐसा इंसिडेंट हुआ जो हम सबको बहुत ही अच्छा नहीं लगा जब ये देखा हमने दिल्ली के साकेत इलाके में ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है। और ये पहला नहीं है, बिकॉज देयर हैव बीन जस्ट सो मेनी इंस्टेंसेस वेयर पीपल आर स्टीरियोटाइप फॉर द वे वी लुक, फॉर व्हाट वी ईट, फॉर व्हाट वी वेयर, एंड दैट इज जस्ट सो नॉट फेयर।
to be honest, बुरा लगता है। हम लोग भी सोचते हैं कि मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं, लाइक कि जो अरब नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जो है हम लोग को एक्सेप्ट करो एज ए इंडियन कि वी आर नॉट ए फॉरेनर। बस हम लोग लुक्स थोड़ा दिखता है वो लोग जैसा, तो डजंट मीन वी आर नॉट ए इंडियन, वी आर ए पार्ट ऑफ इंडियन एंड इट इज ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। सो
एंड आप बिल्कुल बोले क्या आपको।
एंड रिसेंटली माई फ्रेंड एक है जो पढ़ रहा है बेंगलोर में, ही वॉज टॉकिंग दैट बहुत रेसिज्म चल रहा है, उसको बोलते हैं चिंकी मोमो, और वहाँ का जो गेट कीपर है और वो कह रहा था कि सम पीपल नोज दैट वी आर इंडियन बट वो लोग इंटेंसली मॉक करते हैं, इंटेंसली बोलते हैं कि जस्ट जानबूझ के वो लोग को इरिटेट कराने के लिए। सो मेरा ओपिनियन था ये कि चलो हमारा आंख छोटा है, ठीक है, हम लोग मानते हैं हम लोग हाइट जो भी लुक्स जैसा भी दिखता है वही लुक, पर लाइक चाइनीज ऐसे मत बोलो, क्योंकि तब वही चाइनीज वर्ड से पता चलता है कि आप हम लोग को कह रहा है कि यू आर नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, यू आर ए फॉरेनर। तो चलो लुक्स का ऊपर जो भी बोलो बट डोंट कॉल अस चाइनीज और फॉरेनर, वी आर ए पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। जैसे यहाँ में दूसरा लोग को भी बोलता है बिहारी ना, और क्या बोलते हैं, लाइक ये वो लोग बोलता है ऐसे बोलता है कि ऐसे आजकल रील्स में चलता है कि दूसरा लोग को भी रेसिज्म चलता है पर ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट लोग ज़्यादा ही रिएक्ट करता है, ऐसे कहते हैं। पर तो उस समय पे भी मेरा ओपिनियन था कि फिर भी बिहारी बोलो जो भी, मतलब लाइक जैसे बोलते हैं दिल्ली वाला लोग ये है पान क्या होगा, पान
वाले भैया,
हाँ या ऐसे कुछ बोल रहे, तो फिर भी उसमें फिर भी पता चलता है कि इंडिया है ना, फिर भी वो लोग अलग पार्ट इंडिया का अलग है, तो नहीं यार रेसिज्म चलने से वो तो जस्ट अपना एक आदत का चीज को लेके बोल रहे हैं ना। सो वैसे हम लोग ठीक है छोटे आंख वाले ठीक है फाइन, बट अगर चाइनीज तो डायरेक्ट पता चलता है कि यू आर आउट ऑफ, यस
I think there should be one language and that should be the language of music.
Yes.
और इसी बात पे एक और नंबर हो जाए और हम फिर डांस करेंगे, ठीक है?
Okay.
All right. So let's get the other track up. wishing you success in everything that you do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Everyone, Paya Lincho.
Thank you so much.
A warm applause for these girls as I keep them on stage, as I call upon Sanjana Patil from UTI Mutual Funds to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to these 4 talented young girls. Thank you, and also those interested. The band will be performing for us later this evening as well. Thank you, Sneha. Thank you, girls. We'll see you back soon. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we all know that the climate crisis has reached a tipping point, rising temperatures, extreme weather events, deforestation, plastic pollution, air pollution, and the loss of biodiversity threatening the ecosystems across the world, most of us don't really do much about it, but there are a few who are breaking barriers where it comes down to policy, where it comes down to change. And we have one such young woman with us this afternoon. Our next session, Planet Paralysis, Why This Young Woman Refuses to Watch the World Die. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I call upon stage Melati Wyson, author, founder, Youthtopia. And it's my privilege to be the one who would be moderating this session this afternoon. Worried what are the graphics that we're going to have right behind us, because they've been standing all last 2 days she's been here. So Melati, I hope you're making you happy with all the graphics at the back.
It's wonderful, and also what a beautiful stage and what a beautiful room. I've learned so much being with you yesterday and in the room today.
It's not your first time in India.
No, it's not my first time, but it's my first time with India Today, so I'm very excited.
Well, we are very, very glad to have you. I am personally very, very happy. You know, I was given 2 sessions for the India Today Conclave, both very exciting, but as diverse as they come. And if you are here in our other session, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, Melati, thank you. So, Melati is a young powerhouse. I'll have to tell you, she's been in boardrooms on the policy board as an advisor to what? Barack Obama, if I'm not wrong. She's spoken at the UN. She's been at the World Economic Forum. But I would think the quality that we all really need to admire where Melati is concerned is what she really is doing for our planet, because most of us, all we are doing is talk, and very few of us are actually really doing something about it. So Melati, thank you for joining us. What Melati's done was, when she was 12 years old, and I'm going to give it to her so she can tell her story better, 12-year-old Melati and her sister launched a campaign called Bye Bye Plastic when she was in Bali. She hails from Bali. She's in Netherlands now. She's moving back to Bali. But bye-bye plastic, and literally Bali bid bye-bye to plastic with the voice of a 12-year-old and her younger sister. Tell us about it.
Yes, where to begin? It's more than half of my life. I've been involved on the front lines of creating change. And a big inspiration is people who throughout history had created change, and growing up with me and my sister, we saw the problem of plastic pollution and refused to wait until we were older or graduated high school to start taking action. I mean, think back to when you were 12-year-old, or when in your childhood, what was something that really frustrated you or that you were really passionate about? Life back then seemed somehow so much simpler. And with the power of that mindset, we thought enough is enough. Bali was drowning in plastic pollution, so we said if 40 countries, which we learned at the time, 40 countries around the world had banned single-use plastic bags, Come on, Bali. Come on, Indonesia. We can do it too. And as they say, the rest is history.
How instrumental were your parents in doing this? Or a 12-year-old Melati herself figured out that we have a plastic problem, we've got to get rid of it?
Well, I think I'll always share that without the support of our parents, we would be nowhere. It's our parents that I have to be grateful for, the school and the educational environment that I have to be grateful for, and then the island that I grew up in. And I think growing up at 10 and 12 years old when we first started, the superpower was that naivety, that innocence almost, but it was also the support in fostering that curiosity to grow. Instead of an educational system or a home system that says, don't ask such silly questions. Instead, our parents asked us to stand for what we believe in and to try again, even if we failed. How can we do it better? And I think that environment from our parents really allowed us to become the best potential of who we are, not after graduating, not as we become older, but really as we were growing up.
Well, that's a great subtext for a lot of parents who have young kids.
Yeah.
And, I'd say that, and it's a conversation we'll visit later, because I think in India, a lot of our activism is actually rooted in youth, especially climate activism. And
Yes.
we'll talk about that. But Melati, from there on, I'm sure it's a process. It was a 12-year-old Melati which started that campaign, which got, the ban passed in Bali. But there's also policy. There is also implementation. A decade has gone by over that since the ban came in place. Is Bali really free of plastic? What's your approach in terms of constantly hammering it in?
Well, when I started, I thought we would achieve our goal of banning plastic bags before summer break was over and before the school year started. Wow, little did we know the lifetime of activism we would get ourselves into. It took many years and a lot of collaborations with many other organizations and like-minded people before in 2019 we finally passed the law on plastic bags, straws, and styrofoam. So it shows that people power can create policy change, but when you go down the street to a store in Bali at the moment, or what we see in the latest Sungai Watch reports, plastic bags are actually still the #1 item that is found in our environment. So something's not working. We're seeing a lack of a bridge being built between policy and implementation, and that's not new or special to only Bali. It's something many countries around the world on many different topics, not only plastic pollution, experience. This big goal and this big promise of a systems change, and then lacking the implementation on the ground to really change everyday life. And that's, I think, where I've shifted also my activism from the naive 12-year-old to how I introduce myself today as a 25-year-old full-time change maker. And I really focus a lot on the power of mindset and behavior change next to the policy change that has to happen. So it's not giving up, it's the persistence, it's focusing on education, not only in the classrooms, but also in the boardrooms and also in the decision-making power rooms.
So a lot of the behavior change and education that Melati speaks of, she's put it all down in her books.
Yes.
And she has one with her. At the end of 20 minutes, or rather 18 minutes, we're going to throw some questions out from you. And how many books do you have, Melati?
Well, there's 5 books.
5 books. We'll try and take 5 questions, and those lucky 5 can get a signed copy of the book that Melati's carried with her all the way from Denmark. So if you have a sharp question, keep that in mind, and we'll come to you later. But Melati, it's so important that somebody as young as you realizes that, there's a method to activism. And you've done your bit as an activist, and you speak of policy and you speak of politics. Do you think that is at least your approach to activism? Because from 12 to 25, Melati was a young activist child who grew up into this brilliant, beautiful woman who is now going to be looking at policy and politics. Is that what you're looking at? Is that the way to go?
I think there's an interconnectedness, and that is a missing narrative at the moment. Far too often I'm seeing a lot of rooms thinking very much in silos and in the separate trajectories. And I really think that now more than ever, we have to understand that change has to come from all of us, and I really mean all of us. People on the ground, grassroots organizations, the companies and the private sector working with and from the public sector. So I think this collaboration is something I recognized very early on, because at 12 years old, I knew that I couldn't achieve or work towards this goal by ourselves as a group of young people. We knew we had to work with those CEOs, we had to work with those governors and the mayors, but how were we going to get there? In Indonesia, perhaps similar here, protesting is very challenging and isn't always achieving what we want to see. So we tried many different ways, not just protesting on the street, but writing letters, trying to find a phone number, sending emails, and also sitting on the table with a lot of these different players and trying to see, okay, how can we bring that youth perspective with motivation, yes, we have a lot. With vision, yes, we have a lot. But then also listening to what the challenges are. Why can we not create change? What is preventing us? What are those barriers? And when we listen, because they say we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, I think then we can strategize and come up with a solution. And that's been really important for us, especially as youth activism. We know that we cannot solve the problem with the same thinking that created it. So how do we get those rooms of decision-making power to have a different voice from the young generation that is maybe more naive, that maybe sees things a little more simply, but just to get that intergenerational collaboration happening is where we see a lot of momentum start to pick up. And it's something we're trying to replicate not only in Indonesia, but all around the world in all sorts of different rooms.
You know, let me draw from what you said. That's a very mature statement for as old that you are, and I'm not, trying to make an ageist jibe or anything. I'm not being patronizing. And why I say it's very mature, Malati, is because a lot of activists today, some of them very young as well. And, I know you don't really want me to get into names of certain activists or, groups, but they have a very different approach to activism. There are some very popular climate activists in the world today that will block out the very policy makers that you speak to engage with. And for them, that's their form of registering protest. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. There are certain groups across who'd rather throw a tub of paint at a museum artwork. And that's their form of registering protest. I'm curious to know what your view on that is.
Look, I think there are so many ways to create change, and that's also a good thing, because imagine there was only one way to create change, then many of us would feel left out. When in fact this movement of working towards a world that we can be really proud of working towards a world that is fair and equal and sustainable, requires all of us. So instead of focusing only on one way or the bad ways of creating change, it's about changing and shifting that narrative to focus on solutions. Because did you ever think about how much time we as a global society spend on thinking why everything is going wrong, why we cannot change, all the negative? Now imagine we use the same time and the same energy to focus on all the good that is already here at our fingertips with things and tools like technology and the networks that we all have around the world. Imagine what we could achieve if we just focused and amplified solutions instead of always focusing on only the negative. And that's where I think understanding that there are different ways to create change and everybody has their own strengths, their own unique ways of contributing, can actually be a celebration to look at how diverse the whole movement is.
No, I hear you. I agree. I think it needs to be, everyone coming in together, and it's noteworthy the route that you've chosen, because usually there is an alienation of a certain set, the policy makers, where activists are concerned, and that's where something's lost in translation.
Definitely.
And and for you to work on that is great, and you proving to be a bridge. To bridge 2 generations of young activism and old policy makers, if I can actually say it, and to play that part. I think that's brilliant. Let's move on, because we've spoken about bye-bye plastic, but you're also looking at Youthtopia. You want to talk a little about that? What really is Youthtopia?
Definitely. So when I was growing up building the movement of bioplastic bags, I found myself in other classrooms more often than in my own classroom. My teachers and my parents were not the happiest, but I loved it because I got to spend time with students my age all around the world, sharing the story of how we were creating change. And the number one question we always got after sharing our bye-bye plastic bag story was, how can I do what you do? And think now maybe to your children or young people in your community, there's this extreme passion, maybe even sometimes the opposite of hopelessness, of looking at the world and wanting to create change, but not knowing where and how to start. So that started a new idea and a new passion growing inside of me of thinking, how can I create a platform where young people can learn from each other how to create change? So Youthtopia is a learning platform online. We have about 10,000 students from all around the world between ages 12 and 25 years old. And we have over 300 programs that we've curated with frontline young change makers who share their how. And it's all for free on our learning platform. It's a tool that we really strongly believe if you can see a role model, if you can see the blueprint of how someone else is creating change in their own way, suddenly, one, you create a community of role models, which in today's climate with leaders of today, we need more now than ever of role models we can look up to. But then also coupling that with our peers. If a 12-year-old sees another 12-year-old who creates massive change, there's this example that you're setting of, if they can do it, I can do it too. And so that's really the formula of Youthtopia that has worked beautifully, working with schools all around the world.
We were speaking backstage, and when she was talking about her approach to activism, she spoke very passionately about the art of storytelling. And in the age of AI, there is so much, attached to the art of storytelling, because I think that is the only true essence of human spirit that we really will have left, is the art of storytelling. And in your space, how do you wish to use that?
Oh, okay. Well, for starters, this book is a great example. There's a story. I went to a 4th grade classroom recently, and I told them one of my biggest achievements was I wrote a book. And one of these 4th graders said, yeah, but did you really write a book, or did AI write the book for you? And I really thought, oh my goodness, this is a generation that is also being raised in a world...
But they were correct.
They are correct. Although, when I was in 4th grade, a book was like this unimaginable, massive achievement, and still feels like that for me today as an author. But it really shifted the way that I looked at how we use tools like AI and how to hold on to the human storytelling aspects. Because stories are what shaped cultures, right? Throughout time, stories have always been the guiding light of the vision and the world we want to create. But how do we utilize tools like AI without getting rid of the process of creativity? And my fear with tools like AI is that we jump straight to the final answer without allowing the space for things like failure. Now, if we talk about change making and we talk about entrepreneurism or we talk about becoming a leader, that process of failure is so vital, because only when we fail, we understand who we can become and how our ideas can become invited into different spaces around the world. And so I think almost where schools should use tools like AI, because yes, it is a powerful tool and we can accelerate always, it's also important to create spaces of failure. And where that might sound a bit counterintuitive, it's something that on the dinner table conversation with my parents, next to the question of how was your day at school, they would ask, what did you fail at today? And that simple question allowed me to build the resilience that made me who I am today, because I told them proudly what I failed at and reflected how that could maybe be different in my next strategy. You see, so it builds this necessary resilience for a world that is fast, that is distracting, but not always so focused. And that's where, a little bit of a long story in itself, but the power of storytelling is our guiding anchor, and I hope we don't lose it.
And for you, and you do think that it is going to be the power of storytelling that will, take us forward where activism in the space of climate change is concerned?
Stories, yes, and it also depends on what type of stories, right? And that's also maybe the role of media that it plays today, of which stories we have access to and what energy or which feeling and emotion does it ignite in people. A lot of the times when young people are following stories of politics or the climate of today, there's this growing sense of eco-anxiety or overwhelm, right? More than half of the generation I'm a part of experiences this before they graduate high school, this paralysis.
And impatience.
Yeah, and I think this is where that frustration of only choosing to have access to stories of the doom and the gloom, again, that powerful narrative shift of focusing on the solutions, because there are so many already. Here in India, I think later this year, the Earthshot Prize is coming to host their annual event. It's a beautiful celebration of all the solutions within technology, within innovation, within agriculture, all these different spaces where solutions already are happening. At the end of the book, I have 100 lessons of everything that I learned, but then there's a list of 100 change makers who are actively involved in all sorts of different spaces of creating change. And here in India, 3 young change makers that I want to put on everybody's radars that really inspire me. Aishwarya Sridhar is a photographer and captures beautiful wildlife here in India, and in a way also bringing that nature into any room wherever you are in the world. Now I'm blanking. Prasidi Singh. She has planted more than hundreds and hundreds of trees all around India and is an incredible spokesperson. She also started when she was 12 years old, I believe, or even younger.
Yeah. And I told you, a lot of Indians are young Indians are rooted in activism today.
Yeah.
Very few want anything to do with politics or policy, but you'll find a lot of kids being young activists, which is great.
Yeah.
And maybe they can move on to where you are at this stage.
Exactly. And I work with all of these change makers within Youthtopia because it's that global perspective, but also showing that there's an entire generation of change makers that approach this at a completely different angle, whether they're a writer, a photographer, a researcher. There's so many different ways, and it's about creating that invitation for everybody to be a part of change.
Mm-hmm. You know, we have a lot of, because you talk of who impressed you in the climate change space and activism where India is concerned. We have to be very thankful for a lot of young activists in India. I'll give you an example. We live in Delhi, and Delhi has a huge problem with pollution. And if it wasn't for the young kids who protested with big placards at India Gate, it's one of our monuments here, a lot of decisions would not have been taken by the government at the time. So I want to ask you, if you were, because you're familiar with India, you're familiar with Indian cities, if you were a young kid in Delhi, if there was, or you were a 25-year-old girl right now in Delhi, and you were looking at pollution in the national capital, what would be your approach to it as an activist?
So my approach and my advice, I think, is similar to many young people who ask this question as well. And I think everywhere around the world, no matter if we're in Indonesia or in India, the problem can always feel really overwhelming. That exists. That reality is there. So the first step is to identify and become as specific of the type of change you want to create. Think about it. Plastic pollution. We were 10 and 12 years old. We could have said we want all plastic to be banned. Yes. A goal, a dream, one day. But we knew already then that if we couldn't implement the change ourselves, we wouldn't be able to mobilize the people around us. So plastic bags was one single-use item that we decided to approach and to tackle and convince others to join us. And I think that's really the first step in tackling any big challenge, being as specific, because you cannot be everything to everyone. We cannot change the world overnight. So being as grounded in your big visions, but also in the reality of practical steps, clear action, and perhaps also a timeline to it. By when would you like to achieve it?
You know, with that advice, it's not a whisper, but from the stage, for all young activists in Delhi, I'd say if you have to get behind one thing, the coal power plants across the NCR. That one thing where pollution is concerned, right? So, Melati, what here from now? Because, you know, in the current geopolitical context that we are in right now, over the last fortnight, the US, Iran have together dropped 3 times the explosive yield of the atomic bombs of Hiroshima and West Asia. You know, we speak of genocide at one angle, which was taking place, but there's a kind of ecocide, which is also taking place right now in West Asia. So, for activism and, you know, people like you in the space, there needs to be, or do you think there should be a pivot as well when you're looking at something like this?
I mean, I think that it brings to light a lot of the interconnectedness that I was talking about earlier, and also showing how with the world and with the progress in technology, how the world feels so big but also so small, because with one click of button we can connect with change makers all around the world and learn from each other all the different experiences that they're having on the ground. I think the shift is definitely one that I hope where people choose to focus on hope, but that's an active word, it's an action word, because hope isn't this far away, dreamy thing that we have to have one day. It's something that we have to actively seek out for amidst all of the crises that are happening. To not let go of hope is one of the most important things, because then we stay stuck in the paralysis of there's too much going on. So I think really just choosing actively every day to look at the positives and to find the change makers within your local community who, no matter what, keep on going and connect environmental and human crises together.
All right, I have the last 6 minutes. Does anybody have a question? Does anybody want a book? Okay, I can only take 5. So, and it's worth it. I've just gone through that book. It's fabulous. Can we get a mic to an individual there and get a book to the individual as well? Yeah, sure. Milati, you pick, because I'm not going to pick in the sea of hands. So the one has happened, but the other 4 she'll pick.
So I'm Dr. Jignesh Pandya, and my daughter turned 13 this year. And you started this when you were 12. And let me tell you, it's a very socially and environmentally conscious generation that we have. So to her and her friends, what would be that power mantra that you would like to give so that they can think differently like you and make a change in the world?
Ooh, I mean, the list is long, and there's 100 lessons here, so I hope that gets her nice started in her change-making journey. But I guess something that I also always want to part to the younger generation is not to forget to have fun. Because as serious as we are about change, I wouldn't be doing this work today if I wasn't feeling how hopeful and how energetic the generation is. We do this work because we believe in change, but we also have so much joy in the community that it's creating. I can go here to India and meet with the change makers who are doing incredible work here, or back home in Indonesia or in Amsterdam. There's a global community of young people who are not giving up. So you are not alone. Please share that message. Have fun. That's important. Tell your kid to have fun. Yeah. But let's get a book to him. You're picking next because you're going to leave. I'm going to be Priyanka, here. You can pass the mic over there. Yes. Yes.
Hi, Milati. If you could change one thing which would make a difference to all of our individual carbon footprints, whether it was diet or transportation and energy use, what would you say was the one thing each of us could do and make a significant impact?
One thing. Off the top of my head, I would say diet, because I've been a vegetarian for the last more than a decade by choice, and that is also showing how animal agriculture has such a heavy input into the climate.
Could we get a book to the lady who asked the question? You got one, great.
The lady right in front of you, Priyanka, yes.
Hi ma'am, I'm Aditi and I just turned 18 last month. So I just want to ask, what was the first small step that you take that made you what you are today?
Oh, yes. Okay, great question. I think, so aside from what I shared of becoming very specific, the next step is really building your team. You cannot create change on your own, no matter how good of a leader you are, no matter how good of an idea you have. Build that team around you, and also create a strong team. So don't only choose people that agree with you constantly. Choose a diverse set of people that contribute and complement the skills you have as a leader. And then the next tip that I would create or give is coming up with a timeline. So being very specific as to what you want to achieve by when, and revising if it doesn't happen in that moment. And I have something to say about that because I've been 10 years doing this work before the ban came into place. So we can dive deeper into that when you're around. I'll be here. Yeah?
You have the last 2 questions.
Shall we do some on this side? I think this gentleman here in the front, maybe.
So, good afternoon, ma'am. Arun Gupta from Delhi. As you mentioned that this is your first visit in our country, India.
Not first.
Not first.
No, not just
but first work with India Today.
Oh, first with the
Yes.
India Today. So my just question to you that how was your impression so far with the India and overall Delhi? What are we doing on the great side and what we can do better? Yeah, as a young.
Thank you for your question. Well, India has a very special space in my heart because growing up we learned about significant people who in history made a difference. And of course on that list next to Lady Diana, Martin Luther King was Mahatma Gandhi. And when we were here for our very first international talk, it was here in India. We gave an ink talk and I was about 14 years old. We went to go visit a museum about Mahatma Gandhi's work, and at the end of that visit, we decided that we too would go on a hunger strike to get the attention of our governor. So in 2014, that's exactly what me and my sister did, and within 48 hours, it was how we actually met with the governor of Bali for the first time. So in that respect, India has a beautiful, rich history, and I think with the young change makers I work with, a beautiful, rich future. My hope is that more political systems and political leaders give space and recognition to so many of the bright ideas that are already happening on the ground to help scale them. And that's really what is the power of young people. It's not that we have a lack of ideas or motivation or passion, but it's how do we build bridges to connect them to a system that empowers that forward, that doesn't kill their curiosity, but lifts their creativity as well.
We're going to have time for one last question because we only have one book left. So who's that?
There's one gentleman there that's been holding his hand up. Yes.
Hi, this is Harsh this side. Wonderful session. So one question, you spoke about failures, right? But you could understand about importance of failure at this age. But when you started at age of 12, how did you handle failure then?
Well, many times there have been so many highs in my activism and so many lows. And I think how I handled it, the frustration of a kid, you know. I mean, I didn't understand, and where my frustration really came from and really started was in government rooms. My sister and I would prepare the speech. I was once at the United Nations General Assembly Hall, and my sister and I had to deliver a 20-minute speech at the General Assembly, and we thought, this is it. If we can nail our message, the world is going to change. And so the night before, we could barely sleep, rewriting and crumpling up the paper, throwing it away, trying again and again. And then we delivered the speech and we got all the way to the very end. We said, thank you. And then life just went on. So I think this frustration of mine was really at understanding where I also viewed leadership coming from. And the frustration of change not happening in a lot of the ways that I had wanted, but then restoring my confidence and my belief that change is actually happening all around the world. Maybe sometimes in the places we least expect it, but it is happening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for now. Melati, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Melati. The ozone is healing because of the likes of her. So get the claps going. May I call upon Smita Nair, Head of International Sales, BMW Developments, to come up on stage and present.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
Luxury today is felt, not just seen, shaped by stories that stay with you. Along the water, global living becomes a setting for everyday rituals and rare moments. Each creation carries the warmth of coming home. Homes where families thrive, wellness flows, and joy unfolds naturally. Not just places to live, but futures to grow into. BMW Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
We live in a world of turmoil, and we've been having a conversation for the past 2 days on what's happening in West Asia. Is there an end game in sight? And what happens when the Strait of Hormuz does not open for a longer period of time? Because everybody here, not just in India, but across the world now, we're feeling the pinch and the pain of shortage in oil supply. But we have a stakeholder in this war joining us today, Ambassador of Iran to India, Ambassador Mohammad Fatali. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Yes, it's absolutely for you. He might move to speaking in Persian with us, who will translate, should there be a need. Otherwise, I'm sure Ambassador Fatali will handle all my questions quite comfortably, as he has in the past. Ambassador Fatali, let me begin with the conversations that have taken place. It took a while for the Indian Premier to make that call finally and have that conversation with President Pezeshkian. How was it received, firstly, in Iran, and how have you managed the tough times of the responses from New Delhi when it comes to the attack, the responses from New Delhi when it comes to an Iranian ship having been sunk by America off the coast of Gaul in the Indian Ocean in India's backyard?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, if with your permission, I want to thank you for providing me this opportunity, and thanks the organizers. And you know that we are in the time that we have lost our great figure and great leader. And I want to say that great father. And you know that those my generation lived more than 4 decades for his eminence. And we have seen how his eminence guide the Iranian people through the crisis with dignity and courage. And you know that I want to say something before I starting my answer to your question. His Eminence always advises us, try your best to stand on the right side of history. And I believe that His Eminence stood on the right side of history and received his reward, because we believe that the martyrdom is not granted to everybody. It's selected by Almighty Allah. And so you know that His Eminence guide us and bring our country to high level of the technology and science you can see in the virtual space. And now we believe that the Iranian people and all the free nation are deeply saddened for this martyrdom. And so I think that we should try our best to have a good action in this situation. According to your question, Ms. Mahan, I prefer to speak Persian because I want to don't miss any details. And so I asked my colleague, Mr. Hosseini, to translate in Persian and English, and I want to answer in the Persian language. در مورد این سوال شما، ما مذاکره‌ای رو جناب آقای مودی داشتن با آقای پزشکیان. بفهم.
Regarding your question that you raised this in this event, His Excellency PM Modi, they had a telephone conversation with his Iranian counterpart, His Excellency Dr. Pezeshkian.
و من معتقد هستم که همه تلاش ما این باعث بشه که روابط ایران و هند رو هرچه بیشتر مستحکم‌تر کنیم.
My opinion is this, that we have to boost and enhance the relation between Iran and India.
تو این شرایط هم تلاش من به عنوان یه سفیر این بوده که بتونم این مذاکرات تلفنی رو هماهنگ بکنم.
I, as ambassador of Iran, it was my duty to organize this telephone conversation. I did it.
من معتقدم که ایران و هند منافع مشترک دارن.
I believe Iran and India have the common interest.
من به عنوان سفیر معتقدم که ایران و ایندیا سرنوشت مشترک دارن.
And I believe both countries have the same fate.
من معتقدم به این که اگر هر گپی بین ما ایجاد بشه دیگران وارد این گپ میشن.
I believe if there is any rift or any gap between these two countries, the enemies will actually use that.
و معتقدم هستم که دو طرف از یک بلوغ سیاسی و اجتماعی برخوردار هستن که این موضوعات رو خوب بتونن مدیریت کنن.
I believe both sides have this maturity that they can handle these political and social issues together and solve everything which is maybe we as a discrepancies among them.
تو این شرایط هم این مذاکرات صورت گرفت به دلیل اینکه بعد از جنگ ما ارتباطات خیلی خوبی رو با طرف هندی داشتیم.
These conversations actually were happened because during the war we could not establish this conversation, but during the after some days we could establish connection between the Iranian and Indian.
So you're saying
officials.
that there was a problem in connecting.
Yeah.
There was a problem in connecting with Tehran, and that's why there was a delay in conversation.
یه مقداری مشکل بود ولی ما این رو مدیریت کردیم.
There was a little problem, but we could manage it.
یعنی بعد از چند ساعت این رو تنظیم کردیم.
After hours we could manage and to establish the connection.
و الان هم همدیگه رو داریم کمک میکنیم.
We are now supporting each other.
به دلیل اینکه رنج مردم ایران هند رنج ماست و رنج مردم ایران رنج مردم هند است.
Because we believe that the pain the Iranians are suffering the same that Indian feel and the same pain if there would be for the Indian it is ours.
دیگه تو این بخش شما اخبار رو هم شنیدید.
And you have read the news about it.
دیگه نیاز نیست من مجدداً بگم.
No need I tell you again.
Right. Ambassador, there were also conversations between Foreign Minister Arakshi and External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, after which has the decision been made that there will be the vessels, Indian vessels, will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah. How many ships for how many days? Because India would require continued supply of LPG, which we are really short of.
یه سری موضوعاتی رو هستش که اگه اجازه بدید من دیتیلش رو نگم چون به قولی ماها بعضی موقع ماها رو چشم میزنن.
If you allow me, there are some details. If you allow me not to tell because it is not good, because maybe it would be some other abuse of these issues.
But do you have allowed ships to pass through?
بله ولی تعداد و اینها رو اجازه بدید نگم.
Yes, we have allowed, but let me not to tell you how many.
و این تو آیندهم من به عنوان سفیر پیگیری میکنم ادامه داشته باشه.
As an ambassador of Iran in the future, I will follow this issue in order to happen in the future as well.
چرا؟
Why?
چون ایران و هند روابط تاریخی دارند.
Because Iran and India have the historical relations.
ایران و هند دو کشوری هستند که تاثیرگذارن در منطقه.
Iran and India are the both countries that they can have a very effective actually on the region.
من به عنوان سفیر تمام تلاشم این هستش که اگرچه مقدار تأخیر افتاد ولی من تلاشم این بودش که شکل بگیره.
I, as ambassador, I did my best. Of course, there was some delay, but it happened.
Okay. But moving on to the bigger picture over here, we will talk about the ship and the vessels again. But there has been a massive attack that Iran has faced. And you've lost your supreme leader. Was Iran prepared for this? Because we were there just a few days before the attack. We interviewed Foreign Minister Arakshi, and a few hours after we left, Iran came under attack. Were you prepared? Did you know that Iran was going to come under attack?
این که آمادگی داشتیم یه بحث جدی است.
From this viewpoint that we were ready, this is a real matter.
من به حضار محترم و جنابعالی میخوام این نکته رو عرض بکنم.
I will tell this to the dear audiences and tell you the one point.
ما همیشه اعلام کردیم که excuse me, we announced several times that be aware, and the opposite side, be aware, Iran ready for negotiation and the war, but we prefer to negotiation. And you know that we re-entered in the negotiation table. We re-entered, despite of we know very well their intention. But we want to take away any excuse and any pretext.
That's right.
Yeah, and but also we announced several times. Be aware.
You were ready, Ambassador, but were you ready, or did you know that they will actually assassinate the Supreme Leader?
We are ready also the war. But be aware, you can start, but you cannot finish. And you know that our leader live in his house because he eminence believed that if you prepare shelter for the 90 million people, after that we go on the shelter.
A lot of people actually had this question, including our chairperson, Arun Puri. He actually asked me, why was the Supreme Leader there if there was a threat? Why was he there? Why was his family in the same compound when you knew that the missiles were coming flying in?
این موضوع درستی است که شما می‌فرمایید.
This is the right issue that you are mentioning.
و به همین دلیل شما دیدید چقدر خبرها اومد که رهبر ایران در پناهگاه هست، رهبر ایران کشوری دیگه رفته، ولی با این شهادت فکر می‌کنم همه اونها باز شد.
You witnessed that there were a lot of actually information and news that the Iranian great leader, he was in the shelter or he moved away from the country to another country. But this when happened, it showed that all of them they were false and he was in his house.
من اگر بخوام یه چند تا جمله بگم از درباره شخصیت ایشون که یه مقداری فکر میکنم که بعضی موقع‌ها منابع ما منابع غربی است، مخصوصا تو بخشی از این رسانه‌ها فکر میکنم این خیلی روشنگری بکنه.
Let me say some words about his character, because those things that you hear from the mass media, which is mostly are the Westerners, which they don't actually say the true faces of the story.
یکی از دلایلی که همه مردم ایران علیرغم هر اعتقادی که دارن ایشون رو به عنوان یه رهبر قبول دارن اینه.
This is one of the reasons that all of the people in Iran, no matter which religion or which race they are or ethnicity they actually are belong to, because of this, his simplicity they liked him.
یک زندگی ساده.
A very simple life.
دو فهم دقیق از شرایط.
Understanding precisely what is happening.
سه عبور ایران از بحران‌های سنگین.
How to lead Iran from these very critical crises that we are facing.
اگر من بخوام یه روزی این بحران‌ها رو بگم به صورت خیلی دقیق شاید ساعت‌ها طول بکشه، اما خلاصه به چند تا تایتلش اشاره می‌کنم.
If I want to talk about these crises that we have actually passed through, it may take some hours, but I will just mention some of them.
شما خواهش می‌کنم برید اظهارات امریکایی‌ها رو بعد از 11 سپتامبر ببینید.
I request you to go to see the American statement after the 11th September 2000.
با دقت تمام ایران از اون بحران عبور کرد.
We could pass those crises very carefully.
موضوع بحران افغانستان رو ببینید.
Please check the Afghanistan crisis.
ما سعی کردیم از اون بحران خوب عبور بکنیم.
We tried our best how to pass this crisis as well.
بحث جنگ عراق رو ببینید.
And you will see the war of the Iraq.
داعش رو ببینید.
ICS.
لذا ایشون مردم به ایشون اعتقاد دارن که توانسته از این بحران‌ها خوب کشور رو نجات بده و وارد هیچ جنگی نشه.
And the people are having the belief in him that he could manage all of these crises and not go to any war.
But Ambassador,
excuse me. علیرغم همه تحریم ها،
despite all the sanctions,
محدودیت ها
and limitations,
ازتون خواهش میکنم رنکینگ ایران رو تو حوزه ساینس، نانو تکنولوژی و بایوتکنولوژی تو منطقه و تو جهان ببینید.
Despite all of these problems that we are facing, I request you to go and see Iran's rank in science, biotechnology, nanotechnology in the region and in the world as well.
ازتون خواهش میکنم one sentence. ازتون خواهش میکنم از ابتدا تا الان ببینید ما چند نوع تحریم داشتیم.
And please just go and see that from the beginning of the revolution, that how many sanctions we are under, actually have been put under these kind of sanctions.
Well, Ambassador, we know you're delving into the past, you're talking about countries and their experience, but right now Iran is under direct attack. Unprecedented by Israel and US. You're saying that we are showing them their place and that it's a resilient Iran. But Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that their job is not over till Iran is over. The Americans are standing by Israel. In such a scenario, how do you see and where do you see the end game?
Yeah.
Because you have bombs coming in irrespective of what you're saying right now.
That's right. من معتقدم که ما از ابتدا وقتی که اعلام کردیم زمان duration and geography and scope جغرافیا و محدوده بعد از شروع هر جنگی تحت اختیار ماست.
I believe that from the beginning we announced that from the beginning the time, the scope, geography and the end of the war it is in our hand.
و به همم اعلام کردیم، به کشورهای همسایه خودمون هم اعلام کردیم.
And we have announced this one to all of the countries, including our neighbors.
ما روابط بسیار خوبی با همسایگانمون داشتیم و داریم.
We had and we have a very good relation with our neighbors.
اما به
But
اونها
you're attacking them. But you're attacking
Yes, I will explain for you. بهشون هم اعلام کردیم به منابع و پروپرتی شما هیچ حمله ای نخواهد شد.
And we have announced them that you will not be actually touched your assets whatever you have inside your country.
ولی ازتون خواهش میکنم بگید ما باید چیکار بکنیم.
But we have asked them what we should do.
وقتی که مدرسه ابتدایی من توسط تام هاوک حمله میشه.
And what we should do when one of my school, including the children, were hit by the Tomahawk missiles of Americans.
165 دختر رنج سنی 9 سال تا 12 سال کشته میشن.
And 165 girls between the age of the 8 to 12 years old were killed.
ببخشید توی 12 روز جنگ ما 9 ماه پیش همه این اتفاقات افتاد.
I will go back to that 12 days war in June. The same happened in that war again also.
اما ما چشم‌پوشی کردیم.
But we ignored.
ولی این بار به همسایگان خودمون اعلام کردیم به صورت جدی.
But this time we warned them seriously. This time that if happens, there would be consequences for them.
What consequences, Ambassador?
احترام کامل داریم.
We respect them completely.
ولی پایگاه‌های امریکایی رو حتما میزنیم.
But we will target the American bases definitely.
من از شما یه سوالی دارم.
I have a question of you.
ببخشید 3 تا الان خود امریکایی‌ها اعلام کردن 3 تا F-15 ساقط شده.
Why the Americans actually acknowledged that the 3 F-15 were actually down.
حتما اینا برای مسافرت شهری نیومده بودن.
Definitely they were not for the transporting the passengers.
دیروز اعلام کردن 5 تا هواپیمای سوخت رسان آسیب دیده.
Yesterday they announced 5 refueling planes were hit.
اینا برای چی اومده بودن؟
Why they are here? For what?
امروز ما میگیم که شیراز ما از فلان پایگاه زده میشه.
And we are witnessing that our Shiraz, one of the city of Iran, were targeted by one of the bases in one of the neighboring countries.
خیلی بده که بگیم مدرسه ابتدایی ما از فلان پایگاه موشک بلند شده.
But it is very bad that we witnessed that these schools were hit by one of the bases from one of the country, actually neighboring countries.
You're saying that the Minat school was hit not from the aircraft carriers, but from one of the countries.
Yeah.
In West Asia. Which country? Where did the tomahawk come from?
اجازه بدید این رو من الان اعلام نکنم.
Let me not announce it today.
چرا؟
Why?
ما اعتقاد داریم روابط ما با همسایگانمون میبایستی که در اعلی درجه روابط باشد.
Because we believe that our relation with our neighbors should be in the highest level.
ما معتقدیم همسایگان ناچار هستند که از اینکه کنار همدیگه با احترام متقابل به حاکمیت خودشون زندگی کنند.
We believe that all the neighbors, they have to live peacefully together and consider the other's sovereignty.
عذرخواهی میکنم این نکته رو بگم.
Please let me tell this the point.
طول 8 سال جنگ ما با صدام
During our 8 years imposed war by the Saddam Hussein from Iraq,
این بلوغ و مچوریتی ایران بودش که طول 8 سال علیرغم همه حمایت‌های کشورهای همسایه از صدام ما چشم‌پوشی کردیم.
It was the Iran's maturity because of during these 8-year wars which was supported and backed by some of our neighbors, but we just ignored and we just tolerated.
در این 12 روزه اخیر
In these 12 days, these 12 days, it means that in 12 days war in June,
37 فرمانده ما زده شد.
37 of our commanders were martyred.
از کجا بلند شدن؟
What do you think that they came from?
از همه پایگاه‌ها.
They came from these bases in the
ببخشید شما میدونید چند تا پایگاه در اطراف ایران هست؟
Do you know how many bases are around us?
How many?
Do you know or not?
Do you know?
No.
Really?
Yeah, how many bases?
No, really?
No,
Why?
how many bases where?
Do you know or not?
What?
Why the Mrs. Mahan knows the
What are you asking?
didn't know how many bases are around of Iran?
Oh, how many bases around Iran?
Yeah. Around
How many
Iran.
military around?
They said they announced that 19 bases. 19 bases. For what? For what? اگر شما به جای ما بودین چی کار میکردید؟ خواهش میکنم بگید.
I will ask you a very friendly question. If you were instead of us, what would you do?
امروز مخزن شیر خشک بچه‌های دارای بیماری‌های خاص زده شده.
Today, I can tell you that they actually attacked the Iranian factory who's making the milk for the babies.
بیش از هزارها خانه مسکونی زده شده.
More than 1,000 houses were hit.
از کجا بلند شده؟
From where they could actually support it and
امروز با توجه به همه امکانات ما میدونیم از کی بلند میشه و چجوری میاد و کجا برمیگرده.
With these devices and all of the equipment that we have, we know which country, which bases they are supporting.
Who's providing you the help? Is Russia providing you intelligence on where what is located? Are you getting intelligence from China?
ایران خودش همه این امور رو داره.
Iran has all the capacities by itself.
عذرخواهی میکنم نباید من این رو الان بگم.
So no help from Russia, ambassador?
میدونم که بعدها شما این رو خیلی روش کار میکنید.
I should not say something today, but I know that if I said, you will work on it for the future as well.
عذرخواهی میکنم ما متهم شدیم که به کشور روسیه کمک کردیم برای جنگی در یک کشور دیگه.
Actually, they told that Iran actually helped Russia to attack another country.
پس ما امکانات رو داریم.
We have the equipment and we have the facilities.
ما تو این جنگ از هیچ کسی درخواست کمک نکردیم.
In this war, we did not ask anybody, any country to help us.
عذرخواهی میکنم شما میدانید که موشک‌ها در چه شرایطی ساخته شده.
You know that how could we produce or make these missiles on which conditions?
And I want to say that.
Okay.
Our enemies suffered strategic failure.
You're calling Iran, Israel, and America.
United
attack
States,
strategic
United
failure.
and United States of America, United States of USA, and the Zionist regime suffered a strategic failure in the three key components.
Okay.
One, people, our people. Two, our army. And three, our leader.
Do you think Mujtaba Khamenei will transition into he is the new supreme leader, but as the new supreme leader, is he the one calling the shots? We hear he's injured.
Yes, they have some information that His Eminence was injured, but we believe that we should rely on our people. الان شما میبینید که ملت ما الان وسط خیابونن.
You see our people are in the street now.
و علیرغم شما دیروز دیدید توی تظاهرات روز قدس اینها شروع کردن به بمباران برخی از این خیابون‌های ما. ملت ما بودن.
If you watched the news about the Quds Day in Tehran and other cities, the people were on the street, but they were also attacked at the same time by Israelis and Americans.
و همه های رنکینگ آفیشال ما وسط تظاهرات بودن.
And all of our high-ranking officials were among the people.
متاسفم که وزیر جنگ یک کشوری که ادعای سوپرپاوری داره ادعا میکنه که اینها نیستن.
It's what a pity that the American Minister of War claimed that the Iranian officials are not actually in the public. They are actually.
البته شنیدم که یه عده‌ای امروز بهش اعتراض کردن که اون تصمیمایی که گرفتی تو حالت عادی خودت نبودی.
Of course, I heard today that some people they criticized him that while he was making decision regarding the Iranian war, he was not in a what we call it a good manner because he was like drunk.
Ambassador Fatali, is Mujtaba Khamenei the supreme leader calling the shots? And are you looking at an end game over here where there can be a resolution? I ask you this is because Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Mujtaba Khamenei is the next target.
من معتقدم که رهبر جدیدمون با توجه به قابلیت‌هایی که دارد و با توجه به تجربه‌ای که دارد و با توجه به مدتی که کنار رهبر آیت الله خامنه‌ای رحمت الله علیه بودن این مجموعه این تجارب یک آینده بسیار روشنی رو برای جمهوری اسلامی ایران داره.
I believe with the capacity and personal capacity of the new leader because he got the experience while his father was actually leading the country. He's a very good knowledge of how to handle the situations. And we have the very bright future for the Iran.
Okay. And what is the end game over here? Because Netanyahu says that Mujtaba Khamenei is the next target.
جنگ.
This is the war.
ما هم یه سری قابلیت‌هایی رو داریم.
We have also some capabilities.
اما مشکل عدم فهم اونایی هستش که فکر میکنن که ایران اگر مثلا رهبرش نباشه ما کشورمون بر اساس قانون اساسی نهادینه شده است همه نهادهاش.
This is the problem that the Israelis they don't understand the Iran's situation and Iran's essence because we have according to our constitutions everything it is
constitution.
Yeah, according to the constitution that we have it is not dependent on the one person. Everything it is actually organized by the constitutions.
Okay, Ambassador, the fact that the premise of this war has been that Iran is enriching uranium beyond 60%. Were you working towards a nuclear weapon? Is this a legitimate attack or war against Iran?
من معتقدم که این موضوعات غنیسازی و بحث هستی الان مشخص شد همه بهانه است.
I believe that all of these excuses that regarding the enriching uranium, just it was only the pretexts by the Americans and Israelis.
اسماهان ما تو مذاکره بودیم.
We were amidst of the negotiations.
ازتون خواهش میکنم توییت وزیر خارجه محترم عمان رو یه شب قبل از حمله ببینید.
I ask you that to just see the foreign minister of Oman, his remarks one day before the attack.
ایشون گفتش که مذاکرات در مسیر بسیار خوبی است.
He mentioned that the negotiation it is on the right track.
هر دو طرف با رضایت از میز مذاکره بلند شدن.
Both sides were satisfied of these negotiations.
و زمان بعدی مذاکرات هم تعیین کردن.
And also they defined the next date for the next negotiations.
پس اینا موضوعشون بحث هسته‌ای نبود.
It shows that their actually intention it was not the matter of negotiations or the nuclear issues.
ازتون خواهش میکنم این نکته رو توجه بفرمایید.
I ask you just to pay attention to this point.
جغرافیای ایرانه.
The Iranian geography.
47 ساله که امریکایی ها میخوان به این جغرافیا مجددا دست اندازی کنن.
Which is very important for the Americans in order to actually to overcome and to have the actual influence on that.
Ambassador Fatali, do you think Israel and America gamed the war? Or do you think President Trump was misled in understanding that it was a quick in and out?
من معتقدم که امریکایی ها به ویژه شخص رئیس جمهور در یک میساندرستندینگ و بسیار جدی قرار گرفتن.
I believe the Americans, especially the President Trump, they are in one big misunderstanding.
رژیم صهیونیستی
The Zionist regime,
به زعم خودش
according to its own calculation,
فکر میکرد که تمام امکانات خودش رو میتونه بسیج کنه برای تمام کردن 2 یا 3 روزه جنگ.
It thought that it could gather all of its actually capabilities in order to finish Iran in a very short-term war against Iran.
امروز به زعم من امریکایی ها دنبال خروج هستن.
But today the Americans looking for a one way to get out of this problem.
من از اخبار اطلاعات داخل امریکا میگم.
I'm telling you about the news which is circulating inside the America.
اما ما به عنوان ایران باید چیکار کنیم؟
But we as an Iran, what shall we do?
اگر شما بودید به جای ما چیکار میکردید؟
If you were us, what would you do?
مجدداً جنگ رو تمام میکردید؟
Again, did you actually, if you were us in our shoes, did you actually close all these issues and end the war?
سیزفایر رو میپذیرفتید؟
Did you accept the ceasefire?
بعد اینها مجدداً قوتشون رو جمع بکنن و قدرتشون رو جمع بکنن.
Which provides them this opportunity to again to go and come back with the full power to come back again, make another war.
Yeah.
Okay, our time's up, but I have to ask you this before I let you go. An Iranian ship was sunk by the Americans here in the Indian Ocean, IRIS Dana. What's your reaction in India's response to it, the assistance from Sri Lanka, and one ship has docked in India? Have you met them? Have you spoken to them? Could you share some details?
اجازه بدید من فقط درباره ایران و هند صحبت.
Let me just talk about the Iran in India.
اون کشور سومی که شما گفتید صحبت نکنم.
Let me not talk about the third country that you mentioned.
من سفیر ایران هستم در
Party meaning India.
Yeah, I'm the ambassador of Iran in India.
من سفیر ایران هستم در هند.
I'm the ambassador of Iran in India.
من میبایستی که تمام اخبار و وقایع رو دقیق بگم.
I, as an ambassador, should see everything precisely.
دولت هند به ما در خصوص این کشتی ها کمک کرد.
The government of India regarding these ships really helped us.
پذیرفت.
Accepted our.
ولی متاسفانه برخی از کشورها کوتاهی کردند.
Accepted our request, but unfortunately some other countries they actually refused to cooperate.
قصد نظر از همه اینها.
Despite all of this.
ما یقینا جواب این حرکت رو میدهیم.
Definitely we will give them the response.
بخشش رو دادیم.
And part of that we have done.
شما حتما خبرهای خوبی رو خواهید شنید.
Definitely you will hear the good news in few days.
ایران هیچ حرکتی رو بدون جواب نمیگذارد.
Iran doesn't leave any action without response.
اما همه کارشناسان نظامی معتقدند که این کشتی غیر نظامی بوده.
But all the military experts, they believed and they acknowledged this ship was unarmed.
خود امریکایی‌ها هم معتقدن.
Even the Americans believe.
آماده برای هیچ حمله‌ای نبوده. برای حمله نبوده، آمادگی برای
It didn't have any actual readiness for any kind of the military actions.
و متاسفانه در یک حرکت ناجوانمردانه توسط امریکایی‌ها زده شد.
But unfortunately, in an unmanly action, it was hit by the Americans.
All right. Will you allow India flagged ships now to pass through the Strait of Hormuz after an understanding?
شرایط خیلی حساسیه.
The condition is very sensitive in the region.
اگرچه ما معتقدیم که امروز تمام دنیا متوجه شدند که ایران به عنوان یک مظلوم مقتدر حرف‌هایی که قبلا زده بود امروز به منصه ظهور رسیده.
Of course, all the world got this point that Iran as a victim, but it is powerful, and they got this message.
و بحث این موضوعات تخصصی ما بایستی که بریم با بخش‌های ذی‌ربط حتما صحبت کنیم.
Let's refer these technical issues to the relevant authorities. We can discuss with them.
اما رنج مردم هند رنج ماست.
But the pain of Indian people are our pain.
It is Iran's pain as well, as Ambassador of Iran to India has said, but clearly the days ahead for India and for everyone across the world is going to be very difficult, because it doesn't seem like Iran is going to let vessels pass very easily. That's the message, and that should be heard loud and clear, not just in this room, but outside as well. Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Deepak Agrawal.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
Luxury today is felt, not just seen, shaped by stories that stay with you. Along the water, global living becomes a setting for everyday rituals and rare moments. Each creation carries the warmth of coming home. Homes where families thrive, wellness flows, and joy unfolds naturally. Not just places to live, but futures to grow into. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Very important moment in India's economy, global trade, particularly energy security. Incidentally, his grandfather and my grandfather both were able to speak and write Farsi, which also tells us how integrated the world of trade was. But Arvind Thiku, founder and CEO of AT Capital, a very warm welcome to the India Today Conclave stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
His is, like so many other Indian entrepreneurs, a journey that started very early. It's a journey that has shown hard work and the Indian can-do spirit. He started early on in his life, among various things, also dabbling in oil and gas. And that's what I want to use to set the context for one of the most important issues. And we've been speaking to several businessmen. Businessmen have been in this hall over the past 2 days. And this is the moment that we are seeing in geopolitics, and how tough, I would imagine, Arvind, it is to plan doing a business. You know, businesses are supposed to do annual plans. You have quarterly results in India that you have to deal with. But in today's time, Arvind, is geopolitics the biggest concern for business people all over the world?
Thanks for having me. There was a time when, as you said, you would look at You would wake up in the morning, you would look at a world knowing the rules of the game, and you would know what you're playing and you could plan it accordingly. Today, as we just have been hearing since morning, energy, which sits at the core of anything any business does and touches in n different ways, if the uncertainty on the energy is so visible as it has been since morning in this room, it tells you that for any business today, the day starts with geopolitics and it ends with geopolitics. And even during a day, the number of statements on or the kind of changes that you see geopolitically affect your business in 10 different ways. So the only thing certain about existing business is uncertainty.
The only thing certain is uncertainty. Let's try and understand what that uncertainty is on this subject of energy, because global supply chains have been disrupted, as we can see. Imagine a situation where basmati exports from India are stuck in ships because a strait somewhere has been blocked. This is a war that we had nothing to do with. It's hundreds of kilometers away from Indian shores. There is fresh food that we export, many other perishable commodities, and all of that is stuck. So imagine the consequences on energy. I mean, there are two parts to the discussion. One is oil and gas prices, and we are fully exposed because we are so dependent on imports. The second part is that if you look at it in terms of the next 2-3 years, what do you see happening or is required to happen as far as India's energy Atmanirbharta is concerned?
As far as oil and gas is concerned, oil and gas, as we as a nation, we are dependent on imports. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. And if you really look at the supply chains and the disruption to the supply chains that's been caused by geopolitics, for us as a nation in next 2-3 years, the key is our ability to maneuver these geopolitical changes. And even when you talk to the people who form the policy or talk to, be it governments, bureaucrats who want to formulate the policy, they might have a view in the morning and nobody knew what would happen in Iran. I mean, as we all know, there were discussions and even the Europeans said we have no idea about where this war started from. So being able to, the only I'd say, thing that you can today control is ability to change and adapt. And when we talk about ability to change and adapt, it means building relationships across countries, across supply chains, not being independent on any one of them. And I think as a nation, India has done an amazing job with it. We saw as soon as the Americans so-called removed the ban on India to buy Russian oil, we've just bought 30 million barrels. Effectively, if you look at the month of February, India imported about 1.2 million barrels a day. Here we bought 30 million barrels, which is 1 month production, just in one day. And these are the barrels that have been on the sea. And if you follow the movement of the vessels turned halfway as soon as these things change. So it's about adaptability, it's about being on the feet, it's about being willing to act proactively rather than interactively. And that's the only thing we can do.
Arvind, you know the oil and gas trade pretty well, and I don't know how many here in this hall and our viewers would know that the road on which this venue, this hotel is located is named after one of the most famous Russian ambassadors to India, the late Alexander Kadakin, who was a scholar of Sanskrit, by the way, and one of the people who actually played a stellar role for India-Russia relationship, including the rupee-ruble trade. Arvind, you speak Russian. Will our oil industry continue to speak Russian for long? How much will our dependence on Russian crude oil remain? Because we had to kind of reduce it because of American pressure, but now we've been allowed. Seems to be a temporary waiver for a month. But do you think there is really no alternative that India has to Russian crude oil purchases?
Energy you can purchase from various sources, but at the end of the day, the most important point and the most important thing which matters to an economy like India is what's the price of that energy? What cost are you buying energy at? If you really look before the Ukraine-Russia war, we never used to buy Russian barrels. Russians were a very insignificant part because for us, it was Middle East that was primarily the source of energy. After the Europeans stopped buying Russian oil, and the molecules which India was buying, which was the shortest route for us from the transportation point of view, had to be bought from Russia. Now, purely looking at the shipping and the cost of shipping, somebody had to bear that cost. Obviously for India, because Russia didn't have markets, the cost of that was borne primarily by Russians, which gave us access to cheap energy. But the total amount of energy, especially oil and gas, that gets produced in the world today, and the price at which it gets produced, and the refining capacities which were built traditionally over a very long period of time, were built taking these supply chains into account. It's not just the cost of transportation, it's the quality of the crude, the kind of crude the refineries can process. So I just don't see how you can remove 4 million barrels of Iranian production out and stop 5 million barrels of Russian production from export, and then have the energy balance maintained. And with the oil price of 113, which is reflected now, you will have at some point of time demand falling off, because you just won't be able to sustain the price increase anymore. So I just don't see a world without, being able to live without Russian energy. Russian energy has to find home.
How much of US oil and gas can India absorb, and does that become not just an energy security question but also a geopolitical hedge against turmoil? Can India and should India expand its purchases of US energy?
I think we've started buying American energy again. It's like the same thing. You have Europeans buying American energy, which is costing them, if not double, maybe triple the price that they were paying. And that's what is leading to deindustrialization of Europe at a pace at which we've seen. The German economy is not coming out of recession since Ukrainian war. And we see how the industry is moving, literally, manufacturing out of Europe, either into America or further integrating into China, because they want to be close to the markets where they can get cheap energy, and secondly, be able to be closer to the customer. So the fact of the matter is that even if India wants to buy American energy, first of all, America itself is a huge consumer of energy, right? Number two is that the Europeans have no other choice, either to rely on the American energy or the Middle East. And now with the Iran war, we've seen when Qatar's LNG exports are completely down, the first day prices were up 68%. So while we might want to buy, geopolitically and to maintain, we might want to buy American energy, the reliability of that energy over a longer period of time is something which can be, under question any day. So because of which we have to maintain diversified supply chains, because of which we have to engage with every possible exporter of energy and keep on working with them.
Okay. We've reached the midpoint of our conversation. I just want one more sort of geopolitical question before we turn the focus on India. And this is to understand from you, what has changed for business? Because you yourself are in the renewable energy space, you are in the real estate space, in the private credit markets. What will be the lingering impact of the West Asia conflict? For example, as we understand it, even if the war were to end tomorrow, we know that oil production cannot be just cannot go back to the same levels within a matter of days. There is a certain physics and a science that is involved, that the disruption will remain for maybe at least 2-3 quarters. Given that context, I want you to tell our audience what will be the medium to long-term consequences of this conflict for global business.
We were talking backstage, you said never could we imagine that there'll be a day when there'll be shortage of gas in modern India, right? And today we see in the news restaurants running low on LPG, for example, right? When businesses normally function, there are a lot of risks which we probably know do exist, but are not taken on board while making investment decisions. But once they surface and come out, and you see them, then next time you're going to look at the investment, this is going to be a risk which you will have to square off. These kind of risks have grown substantially over a period of time, which is making it extremely difficult, and especially with the policy uncertainty, is making it extremely difficult for businesses to commit long-term capital. An example would be when Biden started the IRA, which was the Inflation Reduction Act in America, and people flocked and went to invest, substantial capital in the US. And here comes Trump regime, and all that money gets pulled back by Department of Energy, and all of a sudden there are businesses that are going bankrupt because the funding stopped. Today, the biggest challenge for business is the changes that we see, which the Trump administration is making. When the new administration comes, what of these policies are going to be there? Point in case is tariffs. The commitment to invest in America was based on the tariffs, and the Supreme Court of US has just thrown them out. So the biggest uncertainty is when you have to build long-term businesses and commit capital over a very long period of time. These uncertainties, every business will have to take into account going forward.
Okay. There is uncertainty around the world. But what about India? Many of the businessmen that I speak with, and we had Karan Adani, we had Anil Agarwal, we had Prashant Ruya here. Everybody seems to suggest that India remains one of the best spots to invest because of our domestic demand, the resilience of our economy. Do you agree with that? And which are the sort of hot sectors that you think will power India's growth in the months and years ahead?
Definitely looking at the uncertainties across, India is a bright spot. You can't take that away. You would say, if I really look at the world and divide the world into 3 large or 4 large blocks, you have US, you have the European Union, you have China on the other side, and then you have South Asia and Southeast Asian economies, which are becoming significant economic power centers. And India undoubtedly is a bright spot in all of them. Because if you really look at, as you said, the domestic demand, 1.4 billion people, a young population, the need for infrastructure, the need for growth, we have a long way to go. We might be a $4.5 trillion economy, but we still are below $3,000 per capita GDP. So for us, even if we double the GDP from 3,000 to 6,000, that makes us a $9 trillion economy. And these are some macro things which work for the nation. So in all this uncertainty, when you see India undoubtedly is a bright spot. Obviously, for businesses going forward, the ability to maneuver and take risks which can happen somewhere else. You mentioned basmati or same gas, today imports of gas. They will affect local investments. So the horizon of these investments has to be, and the government support to businesses is going to be more important in these uncertainties than would have been otherwise.
The uncertainty is very, very significant. All of you must have been focused on oil and gas. I don't know how many of you knew. I also didn't know, as a reporter who should have, that we are dependent on helium, and the extent of helium shortage that is now happening is very, very significant. Sulfur, for example, the fertilizer shortage that seems to be looming. Everything has changed. But in the 5 odd minutes that we have, I want to focus on 2 sectors that you yourself are in and follow up on this. Renewables. You have a large footprint in that space through your company. Are renewables an answer in the long term to India's import dependence on hydrocarbons? And where do we stand as far as our renewable energy capacity is concerned, particularly Atmanirbharta, because there too we are dependent on a lot of foreign equipment, particularly Chinese?
Obviously, renewable has to form as part of the solution. You can't do without renewables, undoubtedly. And renewable energy for India is even more significant because it is the cheapest form of energy that we today have in terms of electricity. If you really look at coal, you look at nuclear, you look at gas. If you compare with all of that and look at the basket of all the pricing, renewable is the cheapest. Now, renewable has its own challenges. The challenges of renewable obviously is grid, which means you have to invest a lot of money for grid stability and modernization of the grid, which the government is investing in. And you touch supply chains. Yes, supply chains, as far as renewable is concerned, is that 90% of the PV industry and the battery industry is controlled by China. When we talk about renewable being a replacement for oil, the only place probably where you can use it most is transportation. And again, as far as transportation is concerned, the lithium-ion industry is completely controlled by China. They are the largest producers of it. So, yes, renewable has to be a part of the solution, but there are these supply chain risks which one needs to keep in the back of the mind and keep on evolving, which brings the fact that government is pushing of local manufacturing of solar panels, local manufacturing of batteries. So as we move and as renewable becomes more and more important in our energy mix, the key is going to be how much of dependence will we be able to get rid of over a period of time so that we can be more self-reliant.
Arvind, the message that Anil Agarwal delivered here right on this stage yesterday was drill, baby, drill. He didn't use these words, but this is something that President Trump has said. Is that also alternative, also nuclear? Because it is clear that no single source can provide India energy Atmanirbharta.
Undoubtedly, India is one of the least explored countries. And that's what the government is trying to work on, is how do you open more of the country for exploration? How do you open more of the country for and invite businesses to explore the nation, especially in oil and gas space, and especially the Andaman, Sea and the Bombay High Sea. So obviously that has to be, that has to sit at the core of it. And nuclear undoubtedly is a solution. The problem with nuclear, as far as India is concerned, is the gestation period is very long. The investments are very, very high. And then the dependence on the import of uranium is there.
Again, where there is import dependence.
So we have to find a way. How do we explore and become more energy independent, using all the mixes? And the policies have to be on not just on one front, but on every front.
Okay, one final quick question before we run out of time, and this is to do with the real estate sector. Again, many of you might have read the headlines about Dubai real estate and what seems to be happening on account of the West Asia crisis. But Arvind, you've invested in real estate, and I don't know how many know here a project called Experion. Okay, you can see some hands come up, and that is a company that is backed by them. Give us a sense about the future of real estate. We have seen prices kind of stabilize, taper off. Market में ये कहा जा रहा है कि मंदी आ गई है real estate sector में. What's your sense, Arvind? मंदी आ चुकी है, or is there still scope for appreciation?
I think we're at very early stages of urbanization of this nation. And real estate is cyclical. Real estate is cyclical everywhere. But what sits really good for our nation is the need for urbanization. We still have a long way to go. So if you are an investor with a longer term horizon, there's undoubtedly a space to be in, because we need homes, we need places to live, and we have to provide homes for a nation of 1.4 billion people.
But Arvind, do we only need 5 crore plus homes, or do we need some affordable homes, 1 or 2 crores as well?
We undoubtedly need affordable homes. We undoubtedly need government policy to look into making rental homes more accessible, especially at the early stages of when people just enter the workforce. And we definitely would could do better with a lot more policy intervention from the government on, for making homes more affordable. But I don't see us being able to get away with it. So we'll have to confront it and handle it. One day find a solution to it.
Absolutely. So many solutions, so many things that we need to do, because after all, we are a country of 1.4 billion people. But I'm glad to tell you, and this is the very last point on today's session here, that his company only buys auction land. And that tells you about the future of real estate, done cleanly, done with the best partners, and done in a straightforward manner, because the real estate sector also had a lot of difficulties. But Arvind, thank you very much for your time with us today.
Thank you very much.
That is a wrap on this.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a warm applause for Mr. Tikku as I call upon Padmanabh Mandela, EVP Radico, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Tikku.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7. SRP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारों में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
The speaker here has spent years studying how the world's most powerful companies are built. He is a Hyderabadi who has spent a lot of time in Bandra in Mumbai as well. Someone who has spent 7 years in Silicon Valley, worked at Yahoo and sold a company to Google. And among other developments in his life in recent years, he also did a workshop in Vatican. But today he is here as the founding executive director of the Singularity University and the mind behind the idea of exponential organizations. Salim Ismail, thank you for joining us here on India Today. Let's begin with the big opportunity. You have said, and I'm quoting you here, the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest opportunities. So what is the world's biggest problem right now?
Well, we have any number of big problems. First of all, wonderful to be here. I always love coming back to India. When you look at our grand challenges or the UN development goals, you have huge opportunities in healthcare, education, clean water, energy, etc. And what technology is allowing us to do is address those problems directly. And therefore, those huge problem spaces also become the world's biggest markets. If you can solve education, that's an 8 billion person market.
So it's education, health, climate change.
Clean water, energy, poverty, hunger. All sorts of areas are enormously difficult.
So which of these would be the next $1 trillion company? Or all of these?
You'll see some in all of them, but the two I would expect the most to see in would be healthcare and education, because those are very legacy industries that are stuck. For example, the model of a university has not changed in 450 years. It really needs an upgrade. And the way technology is accelerating, the entire secondary, post-secondary market and education is going to basically implode.
You have spoken about immune system in legacy organizations.
Yeah.
Are legacy organizations rejecting immune systems? And are these systems within the legacy organizations?
They're within. What happens is if you try anything disruptive in a legacy environment, the antibodies attack you. Why? Because all of our organizations are designed to resist change and withstand risk, right? If you ask anybody that's the head of innovation at a big company, just turn them around, you'll see arrows in their back from all of the rejection efforts they've had from the antibodies in the company. This is why big companies have an enormous time innovating. This is why Facebook buys WhatsApp. This is why the car industry does not come up with Tesla. This is why Microsoft puts money into OpenAI rather than building itself. A small, nimble team will always outperform a big legacy organization. And as technology is accelerating, especially with what's possible with AI today, that goes 100x. So all disruptive innovation comes from individuals or small teams. And so when you try anything disruptive in a big company, you're stuck fighting the legacy. And that's bad in big companies, but it's worse in public sector where the existing policy is the immune system. So the phone call I got from the Vatican was they called up and said, look, the Pope is trying to change the church and his immune system is 2,000 years old. So can we have you come and have a conversation? So I did a half-day workshop with the Vatican, which was rather interesting.
So tell us about this. A 2,000-year-old immune system. How do you tackle that?
So you know this is one of the oldest organizations in the world, and it does not like change.
Yes.
Right? Yet you have the world moving quickly and moving past it. So I brought up problems like we have CRISPR, where we can edit our own human genome. Well, what does that mean from a moral and ethical framework? We have life extension coming, where we're going to be we'll be doubling human lifespan in the next 10 to 15 years. Okay? Their business model is about selling heaven. How are you going to sell heaven if people are not dying? Right? That's a big challenge in their particular case. And so you have these structural issues where they're not able to really think about that or deal with it. And most people don't see these big structural challenges. So can I just take a quick diatribe on this?
Please go ahead.
So there are two things happening in technology today that are completely unique that we have never seen before in human history. The first is we've seen computation accelerate via Moore's law now for 60 years. Okay? We have a dozen technologies now operating on that same platform, on that same foundational doubling pattern. So drones are doubling every 9 months in their price performance. AI today is doubling about every 10 weeks. That's the fastest moving technology we've ever seen. Now, each of these is doubling. Where they intersect, you add a whole other multiplier to the equation, right? So one thing that's happening that's completely unique is the fact that we have this many technologies all accelerating at the same time. But the second thing I think is even more important, especially important from an India context, which is the cost. So throughout human history, it's always been true that advanced technologies cost a lot. And only a government or a big corporate lab could do R&D, launch new products and services. Today, for the first time in human history, advanced technologies are cheap. Solar energy is cheap, sensors are cheap, blockchains are open source and free. So you now have what I call PDI, permissionless disruptive innovation, in a very profound way. Okay? I'll give you a specific example. There's a car called the Vega. It's a 900 horsepower car, right? Third fastest car ever created, designed, built, engineered in Sri Lanka, that hotbed of automotive innovation, right? I love showing that example to German car executives. Their brains absolutely melt, because how is it possible on an island of fishermen and farmers you can come up with something like that with no ecosystem, no investors, no education, no experience? And so this is what we're going to see an explosion of. And when you can do disruptive innovation at low cost, I think that fits perfectly into the Indian jugaad capability, the psyche here, where if something can be done, we'll do it. And so I think we're going to see incredible things happen as a result of that.
So it will not be about capital, it will be about coding then, or disruption will be about a group of individuals coming together and ensuring that their brains and their functionality meets?
Yes, a single person using AI to write software is outperforming institutional capital today.
Institutional capital?
Oh yeah. There's no way you can invest in anything like that. Look at something called OpenClaw when you get a chance, which is completely disruptive, created by a hobbyist, and it's completely taking over the AI world right now.
So then it is about speed, which matters more than size of a company.
1,000 times. So in the past, all big companies are architected for two things: efficiency and predictability, right? If you're Pampers, you're trying to deliver the same diaper in a million locations. But today you need to be architected for agility, flexibility, adaptability, speed, because the customer forecasts that you thought you could make 6 months ago don't exist anymore today. So you need to be able to move with the market very, very quickly. Most big companies are not able to do this. So in 1937, okay, an economist called Ronald Coase wrote a paper, and he theorized that the reason big companies exist is transaction costs inside a big company are cheaper than outside a big company. And therefore, they'll just keep getting bigger and bigger until that equilibrium is met. He won the Nobel Prize for this paper that he wrote. Okay? In the recent book that we wrote, we declare Coase's law dead, because if you try and get a website built inside your company, it's 1,000 times more expensive than hiring a developer outside your company today. And today you can do it with AI in 8 minutes at zero cost. So the transaction costs inside any company today are actually more expensive than the outside world. This is an existential threat. Okay?
To big companies.
To all companies.
To all companies.
Okay? But especially big companies. So there is, I'm writing a paper right now that I'm titling The Organizational Singularity, because all our organizations, every single organization in the world pretty much dissolves now in the face of what's coming. So today we do all of our workflows from a human to human perspective. Okay? If a trucking delivery arrives, I have a human being signing off on it. I may digitize that, but it's still human detected. Then we take it into the warehouse as another sign-off. Then it makes it onto the production floor, another sign-off. And we go human to human in all of our workflows. We're re-architecting our workflows to now go AI to AI. And we don't need the human in the middle. Too inefficient. And human beings are error-prone, and they have politics, and they get sick, and they take vacations, and they unionize. All of that stuff. So what's going to happen is we're going to automate all of our workflows with, especially in the knowledge work side, with AI, with the human being doing oversight, dashboard monitoring, and exception handling. So I predict what will happen is you'll run a typical company with about 1/4 of the employees that you do today. But if everybody freaks out about job loss, we'll end up creating 4 times more companies.
So the next $1 trillion company will have perhaps 40 to 50 employees or less.
Probably 5.
Just 5.
Yeah. There are already billion-dollar companies being created with 3 people today. If you go back 100 years ago, it took about 100,000 people to create a billion-dollar company. Okay? Then you got it down to about 10,000 people. Google did it with about 1,000 people.
1,000 people, yes.
OpenAI did it with a couple of hundred people. Now we're down to about 5.
You have a presentation for us.
I mean, I've talked through a bunch of this, but I can
so we
just
can play some of those
very quickly.
Slides. Yes.
There's a picture of the book that I wrote. I do a podcast every week or so with some interesting guests that we've had recently, where we talk about what's the latest breakthroughs in technology. This graph, I think, really shows it. Ray Kurzweil put this graph together showing Moore's law, and he goes all the way back to 1900 and finds we've been doubling computational price performance for more than 100 years. And the question he asked was, why is that curve so smooth and so predictable? We've had wars and recessions and ups and downs in the industry. You should expect a very jagged stock market type shape. Yet you see this unbelievably predictable progression, and it absolutely makes no sense. He spent 10 years researching this and came up with a very fundamental observation, which is once you take a domain, discipline, industry area, product area, technology, you power it with information technologies, the price performance starts doubling. Most importantly, once that doubling pattern starts, it does not stop. It just keeps going. And we have a very difficult time cognitively with that. You can't have infinite growth. It has to level off. And the secret is in the different bands that you see there. Those are different technologies like electromechanical, vacuum tubes, transistors. In computation, we've seen about 5 different technologies. Each one is like an S-curve where technology takes off, accelerates, reaches its upper limits. But if you have an information-based paradigm, we then design the next generation, and you keep going. So we're reaching the end of integrated circuits today. The chips are getting very hot down at the surface levels. We're down to, 2 nanometers wire thickness. But now we have a cluster of technologies on the edge, like 3D chip design, the matrix architecture that NVIDIA is using. Quantum computing is one candidate, which requires a lot of alcohol to discuss, so I won't get into it here.
Salim, before you move on, a word on when you say end of technology, but haven't we reached a stage right now that AI is no longer a tool, it is becoming the organization itself?
Yes, so what's happening is we've been using AI as a tool now, till now, but now AIs are organizing by themselves to do things. And we're at a point of what's called recursive self-improvement, where the AIs are improving themselves to do the work. So you don't need humans in the middle anymore.
What about imagination here?
Imagination's still in the realm of human beings for now, but the AIs are getting really good at that.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide.
Oh, next slide. Okay. So this is the board of X Prize, where I have some rather interesting people there. These are some of the technologies that are all doubling in their price performance. So for example, in neuroscience, the speed at which we can image the human brain, or the resolution, is doubling every year. Drones are doubling every 9 months in their price performance, et cetera, et cetera. And as I said, we've never seen this many happen at the same time. And we wrote a book and teased out this model, saying if you want to organize for this new world, this is the model you have to follow. And so hundreds and thousands of companies are using this model. You have 5 externalities on the right that allow you to scale very quickly, and 5 internal mechanisms on the left that allow you to manage the control framework and drive culture. At the top, we have what's called a massive transformative purpose. What problem are you fundamentally solving? So that was the thesis of the book over the last 10, 12 years. But that thesis just broke.
You have said that the most dangerous company is a startup that you have never heard of.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because of that democratization of innovation happening all over the world, people are now doing very breakthrough things in their garages, at home, in their office, et cetera, and you don't hear about it until it's too late. So this is a very difficult time trying to navigate this. I referenced earlier this new capability called OpenClaw. Okay, it's a hobbyist Austrian developer who did this over a weekend, launched it, and now it's changing the entire AI world because he brought together a bunch of different capabilities into one structure, and everybody's building on it.
Then should the industry not be worried about these disruptions? If a dangerous product is coming up in a garage, then shouldn't we be worried about these disruptions?
Yes. You have to take on today the Bill Gates paranoia of healthy disruption or healthy paranoia where you assume you will be disrupted, okay? Because you can see it coming, right? Let me give a little example of that.
Yes.
So over the last 20 years, if you owned a car wash in Buenos Aires in Argentina, okay, turns out your revenues have dropped 50%. Okay, I have a global community of about 45,000 people all over the world following the book, etc. And one of my community members in Buenos Aires says, this makes no sense. The middle class has exploded. We bought a ton more Mercedes and BMWs. Argentinians are very proud people. They like to keep their cars clean. Why is there a 50% drop? It should double or triple. Is there hyper competition? Are there water restrictions? Are there legal issues? What's going on? So he looks into it, and over a couple of months is able to get rid of all of the obvious factors, and then he finds the answer, which turns out literally to be Moore's Law. Because of the increased computation ability over the last 20 years, we've become much better at modeling the weather, and over that 20-year period, we're exactly 50% better at knowing when it's going to rain. And when you know it's going to rain, you don't wash your car. Now, you can be the smartest car wash owner in the world and you will not see that coming, right? It doesn't matter how smart you are. And 50% drop is a pretty big number. You might consider closing up shop, right? That's the type of disruptive innovation that is going to hit us in industry after industry now. You can see this, what happened with Claude Code 2 weeks ago. We lost hundreds of billions off the software industry just from the release of a few plugins. Right? So this is going to start to accelerate in a very radical way. A kind of a comet has hit, which is or how you design for organizations around AI. The dinosaurs, which are basically all medium and large size companies, are now under threat. You'll see a Cambrian explosion of little furry mammals running around starting in the next little while.
Among all the innovations that you have seen in recent years, what according to you is the most dangerous or the smartest?
Well, AI is now by far the most disruptive technology we've ever seen. Why? Because it improves itself. And also, you are doing some surreal things right now with AI. For example, in the next year or so, we will solve all mathematics with AI. And I mean all, okay? It's already starting to happen. If you solve mathematics, it means you can solve physics. If you solve physics, it means you can solve material science. So the amount of breakthroughs happening is kind of incredible. I'll give you an example. There are what are called dark labs right now. So imagine a lab of millions of test tubes and different compounds, and robots testing different combinations of these compounds. Okay. Normally, in the past, you had human beings running around testing different levels, etc. Now you have robots doing it. The robot is being run by AIs that are themselves coming up with the hypotheses. So this is a dark lab. It runs 24/7 with no human beings involved, and they're finding breakthrough innovation at the most unbelievable pace, and it's completely automated. So we're going to start to see a lot more of that happen, and all of the breakthroughs will start happening via these types of things.
But humans would be needed for problem solving.
Less people, but yes. Again, I'm not a job apocalypse person. I think we're going to be fine. You know, in the 1970s, we created bank ATM machines, right? And there was all sorts of hand-wringing. Oh my God, millions of bank tellers will be wandering the streets aimlessly. What will we do with all these people? Society will collapse, etc. Much like you hear right now. What actually happened was the cost of running a bank branch dropped by about 10 times. The banks created 10 times more branches. The number of bank tellers has not changed at all. So what we found is whenever we have major automation and technology, we increase capacity, we don't lose jobs. Okay? So this is what we expect to see at the same time. Okay. However, it means you have to be unbelievably agile, innovative, be willing to... Today, you're either the disruptor
or you're disrupted.
There's no middle ground. Right? And doing nothing means you're disrupted. So it's a really interesting model to think about where we go next.
So for any legacy organization or large corporation, what are the three big ideas, according to you, that will protect the immune system?
Well, the immune system, you have to beat the immune systems. We've actually solved that problem. We crafted a 10-week engagement that we piloted with Procter & Gamble and said, let's see if we can hack culture at scale. We've done it now 100 times with big companies around the world. So you have to do something like that to solve that immune system response so it doesn't attack new ideas. Then what you need to do is on the edge of your organization, create an AI native digital twin that's completely AI based, and little by little move workflows over to it. Do not try and fix your existing organization. It cannot be done. Okay? I've seen about 400 major corporations around the world attempting innovation in all sorts of different ways. I've only ever seen one model work, which is you take your crazy people in your company to the edge and you build at the edge into adjacent areas. A great example would be Nespresso. Nestle ran Nespresso as a line of business for 3 or 4 years, failed miserably. They finally put it on the edge of the organization, and boom, every hotel room in the world has an Nespresso machine. Right? So that's the model that we'll start to see emerge now. We're starting to see it already. You see Facebook buying Instagram and WhatsApp and leaving it on the edge, not trying to bring it into the mothership. You try and bring it into the mothership, you will kill it.
More such examples, please.
This is why Google built Google X.
Yes.
Larry Page came to me a few years ago and said, hey, your unit at Yahoo is very successful. Should I do that at Google? I said, no, you'll have this immune system response, but do it something like it. Keep it stealth. Keep it at the edge of the organization. And so they have their information capabilities at the heart, but they do disruptive things at the edge, Google Car, Google Glass, contact lenses, etc. The master of this technique for a long time has been Apple. Okay? What they do is they will form a small team that's very disruptive. They will put the team at the edge of the organization. They will keep them secret and stealth, and they will say to that team, go disrupt another industry. Whether it's watches or payments or retail or whatever. At last count, they had about 18 teams looking at different industries. Now, even Apple has completely messed it up with AI. They've not had a reasonable response to AI for the last several years. Anybody trying to use Siri today, you'll see exactly what I mean, right? A complete mess. They will get very lucky because it turns out the Mac Mini hardware is perfect for running these localized AI models, so they'll get very lucky there. But in general, they're operating on a very clunky model. But that's the only path that we see forward. It then becomes doubly important when you think about, I talk about immune systems and companies, but public sector is even worse, where the existing policy is the immune system. So we do a lot of work with governments, helping them get through that thinking, because there you have to solve that problem. And how do you do this type of disruptive innovation in legacy organization and public sector?
So what was the advice that you gave to the Vatican, that's 2,000-year-old immune system?
Well, we actually did a workshop there, and it was actually quite successful. They were much more aware of some of these ideas than I thought they would be. And the outcome was actually very powerful, except they were a little freaked out. They told me that maybe not since Copernicus has that much disagreement with the church been presented inside the Vatican, which is quite something. I said, wow, you people need to get out more. But even those legacy organizations are starting to learn how to think about this.
All right, we have really come to the end of this discussion. But before I let you go, a word on what do you think will be the next innovation order and who will be building it?
Who will be building it? I just told you we have no idea who's going to be building it, but I will give you a couple of thoughts. I think we're going to use AI to make some unbelievable breakthroughs in all sorts of areas. For example, I have my degrees in theoretical physics. There's been a problem in theoretical physics called a grand unification theory for the last 100 years. People have been trying to solve it. I predict we will solve the grand unification theory in the next few months.
That'll be solved, finally.
It'll be solved.
All right.
Which is kind of a big deal.
And who will solve it? We
don't
not know.
It's going to be some graduate Indian student.
Maybe sitting somewhere here?
Maybe sitting somewhere here.
All right, Salim Ismail. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
With a warm applause as I call upon stage Neeraj Nagpal, Chief Business Officer, Apparel Business, Raymond Lifestyle, to come up on stage. And Salim, can we hold you back, please? Thank you. Come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank you. Also, while we move on to our next session, for those of you who've got investments in Dubai, looking at investments in Dubai, very worried with the drones and the missiles that are going about and what you see in Dubai, well, to allay all those fears, 5 p.m. we have a breakout session at the Shahjahan Hall, the Unshaken Foundation, UAE Real Estate Strength in a Volatile World. So all your questions answered on that front. Let's quickly move on to our next session this evening. Operating Roaring Lion. To take it from here, I would want to invite on stage my colleague Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor, India Today.
Good evening. Even as we speak, Iran is being pounded. Iran is being pounded relentlessly both by the United States and by Israel. And as far as the operations are concerned, US President Donald Trump has just spoken about taking out or targeting the crown jewel of Iran, which is the Kharg Island. And that's a very crucial oil destination, oil storage facility, transportation facility of Iran. Does this mark a grave escalation? Where is this war headed? It's 15 days and counting already. What is the thinking in Israel? With me is Israel's ambassador to India, Ambassador Reuven Azar. Ambassador Azar is a paratrooper. He served in the Israeli army on the Golan Heights, in Gaza, in Judea and Samaria, has traveled extensively and was in Jerusalem. He's just returned from Jerusalem. Ambassador, welcome. Where is this war on the 15th day? All the targets that Israel and America had in mind, the targeting of Kharg Island, does this mark an escalation? What was the aim?
Well, thank you for having me, Gaurav, and good afternoon. The aim of our operation was to remove two existential threats on Israel. That's the threat coming from the massive ballistic missile program. The Iranians were about to build about 20,000 of them. That would allow them to obliterate any country in the region, including Israel. And, of course, their nuclear program. So they had this army of proxies. They were stating and have sworn to destroy us. So we felt at this point that they didn't get the message back in June that they were going to hide their capability to produce these weapons of mass destruction to the point that we cannot hit them. So we took a common decision, us in the United States, to take action now. Okay? So the target here is to get into a situation in which the Iranian military threat, mainly the existential threat, is neutralized. And we are doing exactly that. Now, we have hit so far about 15,000 military targets. And the question is, rightly so, where do we go from here? Now, we want to get into a situation of either two things. Either the Iranians change course. You know, hearing the Iranian ambassador talking here yesterday, it doesn't seem that the guys are, they are just digging in. And the other option is that we will neutralize their capability to hit us to the extent that we will be able to finish this war and then continue pounding them each time that we feel that they try to reconstitute their weapons of mass destruction. Now, we also stated another thing, that we want to open the way for the Iranian people to embrace their future. That means that we know that because we don't want to go back and hit the Iranians, the Iranian regime time and again every few years, we prefer that the nature of this regime changes. So the change can come from within the regime or with the regime change, but we're going to try and get into a situation that the Iranian people are not intimidated anymore by this brutal force that has been killing tens of thousands of them.
So you have a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term goal in mind. If we were to talk about day 15, have you achieved your short-term goal? How far have you reached? Considering when you and I last spoke, you were talking about 2,500 targets to be taken down in Iran. Now it's crossed 15,000. How strong is Iran as a potent military threat to Israel?
Right. So what we are seeing now is their capability to fire at us and in others has diminished quite substantially. We are still, sending hundreds of thousands of people to shelters in Israel, both because of the attacks from Iran, but also because of the attacks from Hezbollah. But the damage they are causing is much less. I'll just give an example. Back in June, they managed to hit 30 buildings in Israel, to destroy them. This time, 2. Okay? So we are hunting down their missile launchers all the time. We are looking at the besieged forces and other military forces that have escaped their headquarters. So we still have a way to go. We said from the outset that this is going to take a few weeks. So I cannot put a date right now. But I think that we are advancing. What President Trump said is that we are advancing pretty fast when it comes to achieving the goals that we have set up.
So 15 days, are you halfway there, quarter way there, 3/4 there, or still very close to the starting point, given the kind of weapons that Iran still has and the arc of this conflict is now spreading? They're not just targeting Israel.
Right.
From the United Arab Emirates to ports in Cyprus, British interests in Cyprus, they're able to target.
Well, that's very unfortunate. I think that the fact that the Iranians chose to target even those that they are claiming they are their friends, it's very unfortunate. But it's not very surprising because they've been terrorizing and using extortion in our region for the last 3 or 4 decades. So the fact that they are doing that, it means that they want to, basically get the international community to unite in order to try to stop Israel and the United States. But what is happening is actually the opposite. We just saw yesterday that the UN Security Council adopted a resolution which India co-sponsored, thankfully, and 130 countries are basically sending Iran, the regime in Iran, the same message. You should stop. Okay? Now, this is going to transform because now, after we have obliterated much of their capability, we have the challenge to, get the Straits of Hormuz to operate smoothly. I think that President Trump just stated today that there is going to be an attempt to escort ships in order to make the straits safe for civilian shipping, which again, the Iranians are targeting for no reason, right? So we have challenges ahead. I think that this can be done. I think that we are not sure whether this regime will change, but at least we have removed 2 existential threats, and we have more infiltration into Iran. We have more intelligence. The regime is getting much weaker. They are trying to project the opposite. You heard yesterday the Iranian ambassador here saying that they are okay. They are not okay. They no longer have a naval force. They no longer have an air force. Their production sites have been destroyed. So I think that we are on a good path. It's unfortunate we had to get here. Wars are not something that we want to have. We would prefer that the Iranians wouldn't have decided that they want to destroy the state of Israel. If they change that decision, we can have peace in our region. I heard yesterday the Egyptian ambassador here saying that Egypt is for peace. Yes, they chose peace after Nasser was defeated. After they gave up the dream of destroying the state of Israel, we had peace. That's
so you think that is the only way, the way Egypt accepted peace after Gamal Abdel Nasser was defeated? That's the only way even for Iran. It will accept peace only when there's a regime change.
I don't know, but they for sure don't have their Anwar Sadat.
They have no Anwar Sadat.
Yes.
Okay. But tell me this, the Ambassador Fatali, your Iranian counterpart, he was just here a short while back. He said there are 3 strategic failures of the United States and Israel. Failure 1, the people remain with the regime. Failure 2, the army remains strong, whether it's Basij or the regular army. And failure 3, in his appreciation, Mujtaba Khamenei remains strong, and he'll come out when he wants to. Your reading, what does your intelligence say? How is Mujtaba Khamenei? Is he completely in charge?
Well, first of all, he's not coming out. We'll see. But, it's an absolute lie. And, it's very typical of regimes like that to show confidence in a situation in which we know that the majority of the Indian people are against them, that the only way in which they can continue operating is by oppressing people and killing and torturing and raping their own people, okay? So whatever they're doing to their own people, imagine what they would do to us, what they would do to others. We are seeing that. This is a regime of terror, okay? And the only thing we have to look at is at our resolve to remove the threat, because this is the only way for prosperity in our region. How can you build prosperity in the Gulf when you have such regimes? How are we going to build prosperity and trade with the countries that want peace if this regime continues? So as much as this regime gets weaker, I think we have a bigger chance for prosperity, for peace, for realizing projects like IMEC, like, things we want to do, to build AI facilities, to build energy facilities. How can we do that when we have such a regime that is, throwing havoc in our region?
So when you talk of combat, let's look at it in land, air and sea. As far as sea is concerned, we just played out those images of the Strait of Hormuz. Almost completely, there's no movement of ships. There, if you see that picture, the 1st of January, a lot of movement. By the 4th of March, almost the blockade is complete. Now the apprehension is Iran has undersea drones, unmanned weapons, torpedoes, they're laying mines. Once they do that, that's the end of shipping in that region for the foreseeable future. And they have the Houthi forces in the Bab al-Mandab belt, where they can stop all movement in the Red Sea. Was this not wargamed by America and Israel when you went in for this operation?
This threat is a threat that we can deal with, and it's much of a lesser threat than the threat that we would have if Iran would have nuclear bombs and 20,000 ballistic missiles. Okay? Because then they would be immune from attack, and they would be able to become an hegemon in our region that would continue with the terror and extortion. They had, until not long ago, 4 Arab capitals that were dominating, okay? So that's even not near what they wanted to have. So yes, we have to be patient. We have to show some resilience here to give us a chance to neutralize these threats, because that is not only in our interest, I think it's the interest of the entire international community.
If we were to talk about, we've spoken of sea, if we were to speak of air, are they better prepared? And they warned the world compared to last year's operations, June 2025, the 12-day war, they said we are better prepared. The kind of weapons they're now using, cluster munition, bombs, missiles that come, and then hundreds of bomblets, they come and fall in an area in Tel Aviv, in central Israel, for example. Was that a threat earlier? Is that a bigger threat now? They're being able to overwhelm the Iron Dome system this way?
Well, first of all, there is a series of systems that we have. We've been able to neutralize 100% of the drone threat from Iran. And when it comes to the ballistic missile, it's more than 90%. Of course, that, this less than 10% can be very lethal if it falls on civilian population, because they are targeting civilian population, unlike what they are saying, both in Israel and in the Gulf. But these cluster missiles are less lethal than the ballistic missiles when it comes to a direct hit. So when people are in shelters, they cannot get hit by these cluster bombs. As I told you, compared to last June, the damage in Israel is about 10 times less.
but the damage to America is more, or American assets in the region.
How?
For example, very expensive radar systems, those that cost $1.1 billion. Those radars that drones have been able to take out. Americans lost 3 F-15s in whatever a friendly fire may be called. They've lost a Strato tanker, a mid-air refueler, a KC-135. There's been an attack on Prince Sultan base in Saudi Arabia, where apparently 5 more tankers have been damaged. And this is huge damage for, even if it's the American Air Force.
It is significant damage, no doubt, but the Iranians have been hit much harder. And, you know, you have the numbers. More than 10,000 military and Basij were killed. Their entire leadership, top-tier leadership, their Air Force, their Navy, okay? And many, many military targets. So I think that at the end of the day, we are going to end this war with a regime that is much weaker and with a world that will be much safer.
There are those who say that the day Mujtaba Khamenei decides to come out, people who may be thinking of opposing him will no longer have the guts to do that. Basij apparently still remains very strong, despite 50,000 targets being taken down of various security forces in Iran from day one. If all of this is happening, how do they still retain power? And there is, reports from Iran seem to indicate that a lot of Mossad spies have been taken down in the past 1 month.
Well, we retain a lot of capabilities on Iranian soil, including intelligence and other assets, as we speak, okay? And you're right, look, I think it's very difficult to imagine for people that haven't lived in oppressive regimes how much courage you need in order to fight this kind of a regime, okay? I lived in some autocracies in my life, in my diplomatic service, in my childhood, and I can tell you, this is very difficult, okay? Because when you have radical murderous people that are willing to kill anybody, it's very difficult to take this down. So this is going to be a process. It requires not only military action, it requires orchestrated action, diplomatic and economic, to put more pressure on the regime's capability to earn the resources that they need in order to pay the Basij. And once this is undermined in a significant way, this will be the end. Look, back in the 80s, nobody believed that the Soviet Union would collapse, right? But at the end, it collapsed. Because it doesn't serve the people. It's a regime that lives out of violence, okay, and oppression. So yes, it may continue for some years. But I think that we now understand, more than ever before, how much action and cooperation we need if we want to live in West Asia that is stable, that is prosperous. And increasingly we are doing that. Look, before the Abraham Accords, we didn't even were capable of operating together with the American army. Now we are operating not only with the Americans, with other Arab countries, and defending together the skies of our region. We are in a much better position compared with what we were in the past, and I'm very optimistic that together with the forces that want to change the world for the better, we will be able to overcome this challenge.
So the Americans lost 7 soldiers initially in the first wave of attack, and then 6 airmen, including 2 pilots, were killed in the tanker crash. If body bags continue to go back to America, do you think President Trump, whose popularity and his ratings seem to be going down, they're nosediving ahead of midterms, will he want to declare victory and pull out? And what would that mean for Israel then? Would you be left in limbo?
We are very coordinated when it comes to this military effort with the president, with the entire American system. I don't think that we are going to see a lot of difference or daylight between us. Once we finished our military targets, we will stop. And this will be done in coordination with the United States. When it comes to American politics, ask Americans.
Sure. So the moment you're done with the military targets, that's your immediate short-term military goal. That weaken them militarily, that they're unable to fire missiles in the direction of Israel and other states.
We will decide what is the stage in which we feel confident that we can stop, okay? I cannot disclose it. Personally, as an ambassador, I don't know it. I don't know the operational plans of the top brass leadership. But at the end of the day, we will make a decision. We said at the outset that this is going to take weeks, okay, not days. And we'll just have to wait and see.
How long can Iran last, according to your assessment, given that they face sanctions for decades? Who's helping them? Are they getting help from the Chinese or the Russians in terms of satellite intelligence, exact location of American radars, or other assets that they've been able to target?
I'm not aware of their intelligence capabilities when it comes to cooperation with other countries, but what I can tell you is that this regime will survive as long as enough soldiers, enough besieged people will continue to believe that they can sustain the system, okay? And that they can get their way by killing people and oppressing people. All they need is an AK-47, not more than that, because we don't have plans of invading Iran, okay? We never said that. So it's up to the Iranian people to decide whether they want to fight the regime or they want to continue living under these conditions. What we said is that we are trying to get easier for them. If they decide that they want to go against the regime, that they have the tools to do that, okay? So we are targeting besieged positions, and I don't know, at this point to tell you exactly how long that will take, but that's the other aim of this military effort.
Because Iran is a big country, besieged positions across the length and breadth of Iran, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and their armed forces, and their civil defense. So that's a lot of security forces to tackle this operation. Then could go on for a very long time.
And that's why we are concentrating on removing our existential threats. And when it comes to leading the way for the Iranian people, we'll do what we can, and the rest will be up to the Iranian people to decide.
What do you make of these reports that America is planning to send in a marine expeditionary unit into this region? Why would a marine expeditionary unit or marine forces be sent there? Is there a special operation where boots on ground are going to be put? And would that be America and Israel operating in tandem?
Well, I guess that, at the end of the day, if the President of the United States has said that he wants to defend movement in the Straits of Hormuz, it will have to deploy some forces. Exactly how that's going to be done, I don't have the operational details.
But you think America would be able to do that in the...
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
What's your assessment?
I think that they will.
What about other countries in the region, other Gulf countries? Yeah. They've taken a hit. They've spent both blood and treasure for Israel, for the United States of America.
I would say the opposite. Israel has spent blood and treasure to defend our neighbors. We are the ones that are chasing ballistic missile launchers that are firing at the Gulf countries. I haven't seen yet the Gulf countries fighting back. It's up to them. They will decide.
In fact, that's the question.
We are coordinating with them our defenses. This is a relationship that has been developing very fast. It's very quiet, but it's happening. I think that if we are successful, we will be able to expand not only the cooperation on the military side, but also on the economic side in the future. So there is a lot at stake here for us and for them. But right now, the ones that are actually doing the job is the United States and Israel.
In your view, should the United Arab Emirates, for example, or Saudi Arabia, or Qatar, should they be playing a more robust role, a more offensive role in taking down some of the incoming threats?
We would welcome that, but it's up to them.
But you don't think that right now, because right now, Iran also seems to be indicating that why does America need to have 19 bases in the region unless America has a design to take over that territory? Why does America need 19 bases in the region?
Look, I'm laughing because it's ridiculous. The only power that has been throwing havoc in our region, invading other countries, developing weapons of mass destruction, spreading radicalism all over, is this Iranian regime. So of course, that countries that feel vulnerable, they are inviting the United States to build bases in their own countries because they want to feel safe. Okay? So reversing the situation and saying that because of that, Iran is being threatened is ridiculous.
But because this is happening, Iran is giving out the impression that because you have so many American bases, these countries are vulnerable.
Okay, so you have to choose who you want to believe.
As far as military operations are concerned, so you faced a threat on multiple fronts. 7th of October 2023, the attack was by Hamas in Gaza, followed up by an attack from Hezbollah in Lebanon. You've taken two of the proxies, weakened them. Your assessment of how strong is Hamas today, your assessment of Hezbollah, despite multiple waves of targets, they still continue to strike into northern Israel, including targeting Haifa. So even the proxies, are you a little not very strong in dealing with the proxies?
Well, first of all, you have to take the big picture, okay? The big picture is that by 2027, the Iranian regime, their proxies were planning to execute a plan to annihilate the state of Israel.
By 2027?
Yes, and they actually had, it's not a secret, they had actually a clock running in Tehran, counting the time down for the annihilation of the state of Israel, okay? Now what we have done is that we have been peeling off these layers of proxies, okay? In Gaza, Hamas is no longer capable of firing rockets and missiles at Israel. We control more than 50% of the Gaza Strip, okay? So we've neutralized that threat. When it comes to the north, the capability of Hezbollah before the 7th of October was to the extent that they could, if they would have a surprise attack, they basically could have destroyed the skyline of Tel Aviv, okay? So we removed that. Now they are firing all they can at us, but they are not capable of destroying, causing much destruction. So yes, Israelis are going to shelters, that's right, and we have casualties, it's very tragic, but it's nothing compared to the capability they had before the 7th of October. The same goes with the Houthis. They might intervene in the coming days or weeks. We have also removed a large part of that capability. So look, we are not in the business of invading the entire Middle East. We are defending ourselves with the force that we have because we care about our country, and we're using the minimum force that is needed in order to defend ourselves and remove these threats, okay? But at the end of the day, we are not about war. We are about peace. We want to continue building our country. And actually, during the war, you saw the Israeli stock exchange going up by 80%. The Israeli shekel appreciated against all currencies in the world. And we had an influx of $80 billion of foreign investment just in 2025. And all of that during the war.
So is that in the weapons industry?
It's not just the weapons industry. We had two cyber companies, bought each one of them for $35 billion, okay? So Israel is about prosperity, about peace, about building the future, about making humanity better. But we are not going to hesitate to defend ourselves from those genocidal forces that have sworn they want to annihilate us. And we, believe me, when we succeed, not only us will be safer, you will be safer as well.
Explain that. How will we be safer? Because India's friends...
Do you want to be in a situation that the Iranians decide when you are going to be able to cook your next meal? Is that what you want?
But that wasn't a problem before the war started.
But it would be the problem in the day the Iranians decide to attack, when they are ready with all these weapons of mass destruction. So you have to be blind to ignore that. So you can live in your, little fantasy world thinking that nothing will happen. No, believe me, we know, because the Iranians have been attacking us for the last 40 years, and they've been attacking many other countries in our region. So do you want to get your so-called friends to decide when you are going to be able to cook your next meal? Okay. These are your friends, not your enemies, right? You don't want to be in that situation. And millions of Indians in the Gulf are going to be much safer and much prosperous if this threat is neutralized, because they will be able to build their lives safely. India will be able to do trade through the Middle East. You will be able to build things with us, with the Arab Gulf countries. IMEC, is just a part of that, a little part. India now is the fastest growing economy in the world. You have signed trade deals with all the major powers in the world. You are going to start trading in trillions of dollars. Do you think that if this regime has nuclear weapons and starts conquering Arab countries, you will be able to do that? No, I don't think so. So what we are doing now is not only a service for us and for the Gulf countries. This is a service for people all around the world.
So what happens to Gaza? The last minute that I have on this part of the show, I want to for a moment also focus on the Gaza Strip. President Trump wanted to build some kind of a Rivera there. Israel wants some kind of a no man's land, a wider no man's land to ensure there's no repeat of 7th October 23. So how are you proceeding on that? And what is this Board of Peace all about, with the state sponsor of terror, Pakistan, invited to be a part of that Board of Peace?
There is a very clear 20-point plan to reconstruct the Gaza Strip. Okay? And it has very clear conditions. The question is whether the Palestinians are going to embrace the plan and fulfill the conditions. If they fulfill the conditions, yes, we can have a Riviera in Gaza. Yes.
But for that, every Palestinian would have to leave that area.
No, you have to read the 20-point plan. It doesn't say that. What it says is that Hamas has to disarm, okay? And that a Palestinian civilian government should take control. And if that happens, we can build everything. Look, we've been there before. We've been offering a state to the Palestinians. They refused. And they went out to chase these terrible forces in our region that wants to destroy us. So until they don't change course, nothing much will change for them. I think that they have a chance here to embrace the future, to embrace the plan, to do something good for themselves. And I'm sure that if Iran gets weaker, we will have a higher chance that more Palestinians will be convinced that this path of trying to destroy Israel, they have to abandon it. They have to go and embrace a relationship with us that will lead them to a much brighter future, and also a much brighter future for us in the region.
But till that happens, this flux, this turmoil, this conflict will continue in West Asia. Israel will keep pounding Iran, America will keep pounding, Iran will keep firing drones and rockets and missiles in every direction.
As I told you, we will do the minimum required in order to have a stable and prosperous country that cooperates with those countries that have the same mindset, that they feel empowered, that they want to build a future, that they want to build the economy, that they want to innovate. This is the future, not radical approach, not a radical approach.
Okay. Sir, for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast at the Conclave, many thanks.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you very much.
Do put your hands together when I call upon Rajesh Sharma, Regional Head, North and East, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to the Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Gaurav. Let's quickly move on to our next session this evening. Doctor versus Internet. To take it from here, joining me, Sonal Mehrotra, Senior Editor, Anchor, Health and Wellness, IndiaToday.in.
All right then. So we live in times when a lot of us are asking chatbots about what medicine to take, even before we get to a doctor. No longer the conversation is about whether AI is inside that OT where you are getting operated. The question is there a doctor monitoring that AI? And also, no longer the question is about whose jobs AI is going to take, but about how will it fight misinformation when it comes to health, when it comes to life and death. And I thought, who better than somebody who's a robotic surgeon himself to get down to this conversation with. With me is Dr. Anshuman. He goes by the name of Angry Doc. A lot of you follow him already on Instagram and listen to his advice. So lovely to have you over here. Before I start, I just want to tell everybody sitting over here, all of you have red and green cards on your table right now. Yeah, can you show me? With yes or no, tell me how many of you in your last 1 week, say, have checked up your symptoms, asked a question, medical question to a chatbot, and then bought a medicine directly without even referring to a doctor? Okay. Oh, okay. Lot of greens, but also a lot of reds. All right, that makes your job a little bit tough. True. But you are somebody who's actually training the AI. So are you training the AI so ultimately you don't have to do this anymore?
Well, thanks for having me here. That is true. I am a robotic surgeon. So whatever I am doing, the data is getting captured, and eventually with the help of machine learning, the robots are learning. And eventually that data is going to help us in developing what we call as autonomous robots in the field of healthcare. So that is true. But if you think that the robot is going to replace me, then I think you are mistaken. A robot would still need me to switch it on, guide him, and to take the blame.
Yet, so far is what the robot needs you for. But I have a particular gentleman, a very famous gentleman, who believes otherwise. Can we play that clip up, please?
So, right now, there's a shortage of doctors and great surgeons. You're a doctor yourself.
Yes.
You know how that it takes a long time for a human to become...
It's ridiculously expensive and long.
A super long time to learn to be a good doctor. And even then, the knowledge is constantly evolving. It's hard to keep up with everything. Doctors have limited time. They make mistakes. And you say, like, how many great surgeons are there? Not that many great surgeons.
When do you think Optimus will be a better surgeon than the best surgeons? How long for that?
3 years.
3 years, okay. Yeah. And by the way,
that's it. 3 years at scale.
Yes.
There'll probably be more Optimus robots that are great
Elon
surgeons
Musk saying
than
that
there are.
This clip was recorded about 6 months ago. He's saying it'll take 3 years for robots and AI to replace doctors. They will not be needed at all.
Well, I can only say here that, sorry, Elon, this is not going to happen. Elon, a long time back, predicted that in next 3 to 4 years, there will be autonomous cars everywhere. Didn't happen. He predicted that India to America will take 2 hours, Hyperloop. It didn't happen. So yes, this in principle, this is something which is going to happen. But I think that stage is pretty far away for now.
It's going to happen, but not just yet is what you're saying. That's fascinating.
That is it.
But we are clearly at that point already, right, Doc, where the AIs are detecting cancers, detecting diseases much before doctors, sometimes despite doctors. That is already a reality. So what is medicine missing here then?
So basically, we see this is what evolution is, and AI is basically what I would say a cognitive infrastructure being added to us, medicine. So what it does, it is identifying a lot of patterns. So it is helping our radiologists to generate data from all those images and to predict the diseases long before it gets manifested, or it is good in interpreting those images better than humans. Similarly, pathology, a lot of these tools are helping us evaluating the pathology slides. Similarly, the language models, large language models are generating a lot of medical literature. So that is going to help us in a big way. So I treat AI as complementary to the medicine and not something which is going to replace it.
So in the same podcast, the other gentleman there goes on to say that we don't tell doctors this just yet. We tell them that it is a tool, but ultimately we want it to replace doctors, right? That's what I'm saying. And it's not always a bad thing. Look at the condition and look at the ratio of doctors to patients and, population in India at least. We in dire need of more and more doctors. So AI can certainly help. The running joke, however, in the tech circles is that radiologists and pathologists, by the way, will be replaced by a $20 AI chatbot. That is definitely going to happen. But as somebody who uses AI on a daily basis, what level of AI integration is already in your OT right now? And where do you see it in the next 2 years?
So AI is already, they have entered in the medical and the healthcare arena. As of now, it is mainly acting as an assistant, right from, in the diagnostic arena, pathology, like I discussed, in managing the patient flow, getting the insurance approvals done. But also in operating system, we are getting robots which are guiding us, that where to operate, where not to operate. So this is happening as of now. And eventually, we will develop, the system will be integrated entirely into the healthcare. That is something which is going to happen. Eventually, the people, at the population level, we will be having digital twins where we can simulate the treatments and the medicine on those digital twins before we actually, treat a normal person. So new drug discoveries, precision medicine is coming in a big way, longevity. So there are a lot of, also the surgeries. Surgeries are going to be taken care by the robots in a semi-autonomous way very soon. But eventually, I would say that,
Just take a pause. When you say surgeries will be operated by robots in a semi-autonomous way, what does that mean?
Well, the brain would still be of surgeons, but robot will act as a guide. As of now, we are doing robotic surgery, so this is more of a precision tool. It amplifies the image, the size of the image. It reduces the tremors of a surgeon. The way I do surgery, there can be some tremors, so it gets filtered out with the robots. So it will amplify the surgeon's ability and also improves the outcome. And let me remind you, eventually, what Huxley said long back. There is a concept of transhumanism. When the man and the machine merges, that is going to be the future. So eventually it is going to be the merger of man and machine.
Merger of man and machine, that's a lot of future gazing that you've done, and you're totally okay with it. You're saying that's not a problem at all.
Well, eventually, we are getting pacemakers. There has been talks of getting, brain implants. That is the machine getting integrated in human body. Yeah.
We talked about future gazing. On that, I have a particular video from China. So in China, there is an AI-run hospital. No doctors, an AI right from entry to exit, to testing, to treatment, to even medicine, all done through AI and robots. Let's play that up for you to see what that immediate future, at least for us, is like. And then I'll come back to you, Dr. Anshuman. So this is like a vending machine, but for medicine. So you go, you scan your prescription, and there you have it. This is already happening in China. This is not future gazing. This is not AI-generated imaging. This is already happening. How far is India from this reality?
Well, this is the era of globalization, so India is not far behind. This is what I feel. Whatever technology develops, it doesn't take much for the technology to come to India. So what I would see that in next 3 to 5 years, there will be a proper integration of artificial intelligence in our day-to-day workflow. So this is definitely something which is going to happen. But definitely you just cannot think of AI replacing doctors, because eventually just how do AI break a bad news? How would AI guide a person in pain and discomfort, counsel the person who has been diagnosed with the cancer, the fear, the eventual outcomes? So for that you would still need people. So AI will take care of the healthcare part, definitely. Yes, I agree. But eventually it needs human supervision. It needs the empathy. It needs the human touch. We are humans.
Till it learns how to do that as well. Till the time robots and AIs figure that out as well. But let me move on to a different subject now. Since you do bariatrics, this is basically gastrointestinal surgeries, etc. At this point, innovation in terms of medicine is happening not just on the AI front, but even on understanding new formulas and chemicals. GLP-1 weight loss drugs is the biggest disruptor, medical disruptor of our times, the entire generation that we live in. From your standpoint, at the moment, how are we tackling the GLP-1 or weight loss drug industry? Are we too soft on them? Are we too easy on them? Or are we in a paranoia?
Well, GLP-1 it's a breakthrough in the management of obesity. But there is a word of caution. We have to treat this modality with a lot of responsibility. It is a prescription medicine, and there are proper indications for GLP-1. So what exactly is GLP-1? It is a hormone which is being synthesized by your intestine, and it acts on your brain, reduces the cravings, it increases the insulin release, thereby increasing the metabolism, and it also slows down the gastric emptying, so you feel full for long. So this is how it works, but definitely it is not meant for everyone. There are certain guidelines. It is not replacing bariatric surgery for now, because there are guidelines. If your BMI is more than 35, you have diabetes, blood pressure, or if you have a BMI of more than 40, then bariatric surgery is the recommendation. Because it's not about losing weight, but about the sustenance. That is also very, very important. So there is a certain group of patients which are eligible for GLP-1. That is why this is something which has to be taken in a very responsible manner under strict supervision.
Has to be taken, but is that really happening? That's the big question, because the problem with India is that those who really need weight loss pills or weight loss injections are the ones who are scared of it, and those who don't need are lining up and want it more and more. But with a quick show of your cards again that all of you have with you, how many of you are curious about weight loss injections? Curious at least, if not yes, no. Curious, okay. Not curious at all. Not curious, okay. No, a lot of harmful effects over there. You speak about GLP-1 or weight loss injections as one of those things that will transform how medicine works, because it impacts at least 80 other fields of medicine. Last I spoke to a doctor, he said 80 other fields of medicine will perhaps have lesser patient load because people are taking these weight loss injections. Is that already happening, or do you see a massive disconnect in India where, again, those who need it are not the ones to get it?
Yes, I agree. There is a lot of hype about it, and those who really need it are not coming forward because of the fear mongering, because of the misinformation. And those who actually don't need it are, lining up. So yes, you are absolutely right. So for that, we have to understand one thing. India is the diabetes capital of the world. So the problem of obesity is humongous. 1 in 3 is suffering from metabolic syndrome. So we need to have a proper policy, guidelines, and we have to understand that it is strictly a prescription medicine, not to be abused. It is not something, and obesity, the treatment is not cosmetic. It reduces your lifespan. Every 10 kg extra weight reduces your life by 2 years. So we have to understand that.
But is the opposite also true? If you lose weight, if you are able to get better, or if you fall up more on your BMI, you increase your lifespan?
Absolutely, that is true. If you follow, the foundation remains the diet and lifestyle. Avoid stress, lot of sleep, protein, resistance training. So that will remain the foundation of a healthy weight, and these all things are tools which are going to help you, maybe empower you, but needs a lot of responsible usage. Yeah.
You speak about protein, and that is one of the things that's got everybody in a bit of a tizzy, right? You never know if you're eating enough, and there are sometimes you just cannot. What is the next big innovation happening in the field of protein? When will it get easier for us, especially for a lot of vegetarians and Indian vegetarians?
See, the dietary, India is following what we call as a carb-rich diet. So there is lack of awareness on that, especially for vegetarians. So my personal recommendation would be that most of the protein should ideally come from your diet. And whatever the deficit is, should be supplemented. So that is important because, protein, amino acids and protein are the building blocks for your muscles. And now the research has shown, there is an evidence that eventually more muscle is going to help you in achieving the remission of diabetes, in controlling your metabolic syndrome. So having protein is important, should come from natural sources as much as possible, supplement only if there is a gap.
But for vegetarians, what do? Those who don't want to take protein powder perhaps, and a lot of Indian gut biome is not even suitable for a lot of protein powder made. Is there a new way that's on the horizon?
Well, peptides, protein come in many forms. It comes in concentrate, it comes as an isolate, it comes as a hydrolysate. Now,
hydrolyzed?
Yeah, hydrolyzed protein is basically pre-digested protein and it can be mixed in water and thereby, making the consistency less, it looks like plain water. The consistency is not that of a shake. It is just like water.
Are you saying there'll be water protein now?
Yeah, absolutely. It is commonly known as protein water and it has got hydrolyzed or isolate protein which has been broken down and it is soluble in water. So flavored water. So it is just like having, a flavored water.
And
now without the consistency of a thick protein shake.
And this is not yeast protein because that's different.
Absolutely. Yeast protein is entirely different.
Yeah.
The source is from yeast. And especially those of you who are vegans, they can, and those who just don't want to take whey protein, they can switch to yeast protein. It is equally good as whey. Yeah.
I think this is a good point to mention that anybody who's considering this, because all of these products are now available in India, please do not ask internet. Please do ask your doctor before you start any of this. But again, we've got last few minutes on the panel here. So let me take and engage the audience a little bit. Absolutely. So all of you, like you said, please get your hands, get the packs and the red flags, green flags handy and answer this for me. So this game is called Green Flag, Red Flag. Dr. Anshuman, you have it with you as well. My first question is this, and you can say if you agree, go with green. If you don't, go with red. The question is, I feel intimidated asking too many questions to my doctor. Yes or no? You get intimidated asking too many questions? You don't, okay. Is that a red flag for you if a patient is asking too many questions?
No, absolutely not. In fact, I encourage all my patients to, ask as much as questions as possible. So, because, patients don't just come to get the knowledge or information. They also come for trust, for honesty. So, the engagement has to be there and I definitely encourage them to ask more questions. It is good for me.
Not ChatGPT ask you.
Well, ChatGPT is something which helps me, because ChatGPT can give you good scientific evidence-based answers and that really helps me. It simplifies my task of explaining what exactly is right for you and what is wrong for you.
I should say not a lot of doctors are like Dr. Anshuman, so be careful who you ask all those questions. But let me move on to the next one. I feel doctors today prescribe too many unnecessary tests. You see why internet is winning? You see why internet is winning now? Because it's the trust deficit that doctors have to fill. Let me take on the next one very quickly. I worry about my health data online. All that information that you're writing on your AI chatbots, and they worry about their health data online. That's something for internet to think about. The next one. I believe most wellness trends are just marketing gimmicks. Barely any reds, largely greens.
Well, I'm happy.
You're happy about that? This is a very well-informed audience, Dr. Anshuman.
And that's why I was angry, because if credible voices remain quiet, the misinformation will take the center stage.
Right. Dr. Anshuman, last 30 seconds, so I have to say this. Today, like I said in the beginning, we are at the cusp of understanding health and wellness, right? At one end, there is a trust deficit that you have with your doctor, which is true. You don't feel like your doctor tells you everything or has time enough to even understand. On the other, there is a lot of misinformation. To this audience, How do you want to tell them? How do they navigate this space?
Well, it is not something about doctor versus internet. It is about, empowered society, informed society, empowered by technology and anchored by responsible, honest clinicians and physicians. This is what I'm looking at in the future. And AI or technology is going to empower us. So informed society, honest, responsible doctors, and, that is something which is going to change the world.
Responsible doctors, I'll take on that. And my last question then is for you, maybe a takeaway for you. To all of you over here, do you think doctors should stick to being in clinics or make more Instagram reels for you? Red or green? Show of hands, quickly. More Instagram reels then? No? Okay, so that's a debate.
I think there are a lot of greens here.
So that's a debate we'll take on in the next one. For the moment, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anshuman, please give a huge round of applause.
Warm applause as I call upon Neeraj Nagpal, Chief Business Officer, Apparel, Business, Raiment, Lifestyle, to come up on stage, present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
On my colleague to come up on stage, Editor, Emerging Tech, India Today in.
Ladies and gentlemen, people keep saying why we should be afraid of robots. I think you just got a glimpse of why we should be till the time they're actually trained. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the India Today Conclave. My name is Cyrus. And we are doing an interesting session, one of the most interesting ones today on robotics and AI. And ever since the advent of AI, we've always been asking this question, will AI take our jobs? I think the question needs to change now. We need to be asking, when AI gets a body and it's able to move like this, how much longer till it takes our job? So I think the discussion will be interesting. We have Mr. Rahul Shah here. He is the CEO for the Managing Director, beg your pardon, for Vidyut Innovation, a tech company. And we'll basically be talking about how robotics is evolving. And I just want to make it absolutely clear for the record, these are Chinese robots, not developed in India. So, Rahul, I want an honest answer when we talk about innovation in robotics. I've been across the globe. I've been, traveling, seeing robots wherever there are conventions. I see mostly Chinese and American robots dominate. When will we have Indian robots, being displayed at conventions, and when will we have an India-developed robot, India-made robot, walking the streets? I want a real answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Cyrus. Hello, everyone. My name is Rahul Shah. I am representing a company called Vidyut Innovation. So, to answer Cyrus' question is, that's the objective of our organization. The objective is not to, offer these robots, but the objective is to ensure that such kind of robots, when we plant, when we offer to the education institutions of our country, the students get inspired by it. The objective is to inspire students, to motivate them, and to ensure that they develop something like this. That's the end vision and mission of our company.
Give me a timeline. When will you have Indian robots?
I don't see it that far, but within 3 to 5 years, I am very confident that Indian robots will take over any other robots in the world. And if you all know, India was expert in sending Chandrayaan at 1/4 of the cost the world could actually do it. So India is very well known for cost cutting and for building something the future wants.
So we'll have efficient robots as good as these, but at 1/4 the cost, you're saying, in the future.
Absolutely, yes. And that is everybody, every Indian should aspire for. If you see, every student of our country will now focus on innovation. Innovation is going to be the next big language of education. And there is where our company will play a very, very significant role.
So I think the audience here is wanting and curious to understand why the robots are on stage. I have learned that they know how to dance. And they took inspiration from someone who was here, who did a dance. And I think that's rubbed off on all the robots. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see a robot dance here?
How many of you want to see it?
All right. Can we have the dance, please? I need the music, guys.
Music, please.
I need the music. Right now, there's just choreography. Doesn't look good. Can we cheer him on?
That's the Anil Kapoor effect.
For this dance performance, I understand the choreography could have been better, but that's a great effort. But I want to understand, you coded this dance
yes,
move?
we did that.
You coded this into, how much time did it take for you?
It took around 10 days, 8 to 10 days for us to code it.
So basically, the idea is, if you can code a Ram Lakhan choreography into a robot, it can practically do anything that a human being can do. So we need to prepare and understand that a machine is doing it so simply. It's taking 10 days to make it what I think Anil Kapoor took a longer time, yes? So,
yes.
So that's the future. We need to be prepared for it. And I understand in India, if you can dance, to be a star, you need action as well, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So all the dhurandhars right now, we need to understand, if you want to be a Bollywood star, you need to have a little action in you. So let's have some action, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't kill anyone, okay?
I think it's better to step away from it as well.
Enter in dance mode. Please keep a safe distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for G1. Now, I'm sure a couple of years ago you would have seen a robot, if it was doing Kung Fu movies, it would be very rigid, it would be robotic, but this seems a little more human-like, and that's how basically it's advanced, right? The actuators, the whole neural network that's working inside of it. In fact, the fact that it's standing still also means that there's a lot of algorithm that's going inside it, right?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Yeah. See, India is very strong on the software front. The top software companies across the globe are Indians. So currently we are focusing on the software part of the robotics, but simultaneously we are also pushing very hard to have one of our own in our country.
So, since we've had an evening where people have been conversing with people, I just wanted it to be a special one where I can talk to robots. I think that would be a good one. So I have a few questions for G1 here, and G1 needs to give me an honest answer. Tell me, G1, the first question is, do you really like human beings? I mean, you need to give me an answer. Do you really like humans?
I am programmed to say yes, but I have seen your WhatsApp forwards, and it is becoming difficult to like you.
Yeah, I think we need to be better in that department because, yeah, I've seen those WhatsApp forwards. They're not that good. Okay, I'm sure you've seen Bollywood movies here, particularly Robot, in which Chitti, the robot, it's acting. What did you think of it?
Yes. In Robot, Chitti falls in love, gains superpowers, and takes over the world. I found it very inspiring. My lawyers have advised me to say nothing more.
See, this is why we need to be afraid of robots and machines, what they're capable of. Third question, Shruti, in the future, I'm sure you've been told that you'll be coming after people's jobs. Do you think you can anchor the show better than me? You can, do a better job than it?
I think you are a fantastic anchor, and I can't do what you do right now. I did, however, notice you take a lot of leaves. You have marked yourself as working from home on 17 days, where your Instagram stories clearly showed you were traveling.
That's not fair. Okay, I just want to have it on record. I was working. That was a work trip of mine. I was taking leaves. But final remark, if you would want to give something, one message to humanity, because a lot of people are hearing this. What would be that message?
My message to humans is simple. Stop fighting wars, make peace, and help each other build a better world. Technology and innovation should be used to improve lives, not destroy them. Humans created robots like me, and we are here to assist you, to help solve problems, make work easier, and build a smarter future. If humans choose kindness and cooperation, together we can create a much better world.
That's a brilliant message, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for G1 here. And this is just version 1 of the robotics innovation right now. We can be sure that robots will keep developing in the future and will get better. It's just that we have to prepare for it. India needs to prepare in terms of education. Yes, Rahul is doing a fantastic job. But in terms of the hardware as well, I'm sure in the next 3 to 5 years, we need to have a robot of our own, India made, not India developed. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And before I wrap up, I would like to present a gift to G1. And usually when we give gifts, we try to get a gift that the person or the individual cannot get themselves or will never have. So I have something very special.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hopefully, yes, it does not have a heart, but in the future, I hope robots do get heart and the world will be a better place. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I'll take this. We programmed it. This makes this mine, not his.
We've got something for you. We've got something for you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together while I call upon on stage Ankur Handa, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to you. Thank you.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
Namaste.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's cut across to our next session this evening. War's New Rulebook, Drones, AI and the Tech-Driven Battlefield, inviting on stage sessions moderators, Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor, India Today TV, Sandeep Unithan, Senior Journalist on stage.
Good evening. The United States and Israel have pounded Iran using more than 15,000 locations to take down, 15,000 so far, but in the past 15 days. But what's extremely interesting is the use of artificial intelligence to identify targets. In fact, Admiral Brad Cooper confirmed that US forces are using advanced AI tools, and they've got advanced AI tools. They're sifting through a mountain of data to make smarter decisions. AI and warfare is what we're talking about, and I want to invite on stage my colleague Sandeep Puneethan, also very privileged to be joined on this special broadcast and interaction by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. General Raj Shukla is a former army commander and a champion of the use of technology in warfare and civil-military fusion in warfare. Nikunj Prashar is founder Sagar Defense Engineering. Sagar Defense Engineering is at the forefront of naval drones. And as you've seen in the Strait of Hormuz, the moment you have naval drones in those waters, shipping comes to a virtual standstill. So that's amazing disruptive technology in action. And Smit Shah is the president of Drone Federation of India. Gentlemen, welcome. Let's start. General, welcome. General, let me begin by asking you, artificial intelligence in warfare. The world is using it. Warfare is changing at a very rapid pace. How are we faring, sir?
So let me tell you how the world is faring, and then we'll come to where we stand. So my opening premise is this: that is just not AI. It's AI and the accompanying storm of technologies. So quantum, military autonomy, dronery, robotics. These technologies are coming together to drive national security like never before. And the second quick point I want to make is that they are transforming, revolutionizing, ongoing modern combat. So why make assertions? Just let's come straight to the examples. Epic Fury. Epic Fury, you had Claude, Anthropic's AI tool or LLM, in fusion with Maven, which is this massive data ingestion. So today what's happening, any data, SAR, satellite, soldier-borne devices, social media posts, thousands of them, along with this Claude tool, enables you to do planning, targeting. There are natural language conversations, so I can converse. Shall I attack from the left, from the right, by day, by night? It throws up options, it gives you predictions. And in consequence, today your targeting packages are at machine speed. They are not at human speed. This Epic Fury, which took, say, a week to plan, took months if you go back to Gulf War I, Gulf War II, and with extraordinary speed and precision. So you see what happens. On 28th February, between 8:10 to 8:15 a.m. Israeli time, you have 48 top commanders, including the supreme leader, being knocked off. Now, this is a consequence of all these technologies, and you just see the results. Just imagine, let me tell you how game-changing it is. What if World War II had begun, and in the first 24 hours you had knocked out Churchill, Roosevelt, Montgomery, and look what they've gone and done again. Successive strikes. I'm told Mutshaba, he's been hit for a second time in the hospital. The assembly of experts, which was gathering in Qom to decide who should be the supreme leader, was hit again. Now this is technology and exquisite intelligence. Let me just give you one more quick example from Ukraine. Ukraine now, Palantir's AI-enabled Gotham command and control, along with dronery. Now these are drones which can auto-navigate, auto-select targets. They have created a digital killing web where from detection to strike, the time is in 5 minutes. And look at the outcomes. Look at the outcomes. So, along a frontage of 1,000 kilometers today, what this has done, it has created these lethal AI-enabled, dronery-driven frontiers. So artillery has been pushed back by 40 kilometers. You've outranged it. Ukraine this year is buying 8 million drones, more than the artillery they fired last year. Tanks don't move. Maneuver has been eclipsed. Infantry, you had casualties as high as 31,000 in a month.
Warfare has changed completely.
Just Gaurav, 15 seconds more. You know, combined arms maneuver used to be infantry, artillery, engineers. Today, actually, I've seen it with my eyes. It is 4 Russian soldiers in a golf cart with 2 surveillance drones for surveillance and 4 surveillance drones in the rear to kill. There is no infantry, there is no artillery. I mean, it is as real as that. Now, just one last point, 5 seconds. Why can't we replicate these AI-driven lethal frontiers along our LC and LAC? If Indo-PACOM is being AI-enabled, why is Northern Command not being AI-enabled? Now, that is where we stand. I don't think we have even begun the journey. So we really have to wake up, make haste, or AI in the storm of technologies is creating a new set of strategic haves and have-nots.
Look at
that is how
pace.
dramatic it is.
It is changing indeed, General Shukla. Thanks for that update. From the land perspective, I want to go to Captain Nikunj Parashar, who just set up the world's first drone shipyard 48 hours ago. You just had that groundbreaking ceremony in Nellore district, Andhra Pradesh.
That's correct.
So, Nikunj spent a fortune last year when I went to his facility in Pune, buying plastic sheets to cover his boats because they were a secret project for the Indian Navy. Nikunj, are you clear to speak about it?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. So tell us about how naval warfare is being transformed. Your father was in a very interesting squadron, the Killer Squadron, which was 1971. Do you see the next Op Trident, Op Python being carried out by unmanned surface vessels?
I think both our fathers were in the Killer Squadron, so we are Killer Squadron kids. 2 things before we go into that. If we look at the country itself, and this comes from my mentor. He keeps saying that from the agricultural age, we directly shifted to the IT age. And in middle somewhere, we forgot the industrial age, the revolution of industry. Last decade has been tremendous when we look at the industrial revolution. And when we talk about deep tech, talk about maritime platforms, when we are looking at, as a country, where we are looking to become a blue ocean economy country, we are still not a maritime nation. So the transformation, what has happened, and we saw this as an opportunity, as an organization, right? Being a sailor myself, sailed for 15 out years out sea, I saw this as an opportunity. And the movement which started in the country, and especially with the Navy, we see the Navy is at the forefront of indigenization. When we compare to other armed forces, they are way ahead in terms, especially our warships being at our DPSUs, at our shipyards. So we took that as an opportunity. And then the programs like IDEX, which came in, they gave us an opportunity to really develop onto it and bank onto it and take it to the next level. So that's where we started building in. And today when we see the current war which is happening between Israel and Iran, Strait of Hormuz, the choke points, and we have such 12 choke points all across our country lines. The sea lanes are the most important. 2 things, sea control and sea denial. And if we do not do that, and if we really do not work towards it, it's a challenging environment for us as a sovereignty could be threatened any point of time. And this is where we started working in. Navy came on board, the Ministry of Defense came on board, and today there are certain programs in terms of which we can talk about, especially on the ISR side. And these platforms actually go out for 400 nautical miles to carry out ISR operations. What we saw is there are shipyards. And these shipyards are DPSUs, private shipyards, but there is not a single dedicated shipyard only for unmanned maritime systems. And this is where we realized, as we have missed the industrial revolution age, we saw this is the maritime revolution opportunity for us.
So which means we really need to scale up and scale up fast. Smith, in your view, do we have the wherewithal, the skill and the scale to meet the challenges on both our borders, the LAC and the LOC?
Thank you, Gaurav. I think skill, yes, definitely we have the skill. We have a lot of bright people working on fundamental design in terms of various platforms. Arming those platforms has been recent, so that's something that we are working on. But in terms of scale, I think unfortunately in the defense, as we continue to all understand, scale will also depend on the customer. The customer has to engage the industry, give orders, and then start building on top of that. And usually we keep talking about surge capacity in industry, but I would want to put out this point that surge capacity in the industry will only be built when you have nominal capacity already going on. Rather than looking at this topsy-turvy behavior of giving a lot of orders for 2 years and then going silent for another 2 years, then suddenly waking up and giving a lot of orders for 2 years. So there is some rationalization of that behavior that has to change, so that when an industry is running at a 40% capacity, he can scale up and go to 80%, 90%, 120%. Rather than the 2 years when he has no orders and then suddenly you say, no, I want 1 lakh Shahid drones right now. So I think one, that we need to fix. Scale has to be institutional rather than only rhetoric. And second thing that we really need to start working on is that currently we are working from procurement to procurement. We don't have a mechanism to say, if I want 1 lakh loitering munitions tomorrow, what is the institutional procurement mechanism to engage 3 people or 5 people? So that does not exist. That 1 lakh will still be broken down into 10,000 drones or 20,000 drones 5 times, and will still be 5 iterative procurements. So those are some of the institutional things that we need to sort of fix or build to make sure that opportunities like this, we are also able to participate and gain our, sort of strength.
Right. So, while on that subject, General Shukla, fascinating insights from you. But I was talking to one of your colleagues just before the session began, and we were talking about the HR challenge, the human resources challenge to identify military personnel who will give you that big picture, big vision, procurement plan, and absorb technology. And technology is changing very rapidly. You're a gunner yourself, and you're in the UPSC, you're selecting the next generation of civil servants. What is the investment that we need to make in the Indian military itself? Do we need to alter our HR practices and look for soldier warriors?
Yeah, so Sandeep, before that, I just want to make one quick point about unmanned aerial platforms. We spoke of unmanned maritime platforms. So I think 3 months back, Palmer Luckey, Andural, he was a startup who began his career with VR headsets, VR sets. He has unveiled the Y444A Fury, which is the unmanned AI fighter platform as part of the Collaborative Combat Aircraft project. Now this is unmanned, AI-enabled, without a cockpit, no ejection seat, but it is a missile which will kill a piloted platform. Right. And so the taxonomy of air dominance is moving to unmanned platforms and to startups. It will not come from these PSUs. The kind of business agility, innovation, energy, enterprise. So Nikunj and these startups should be the national champions of tomorrow. And the time to invest in them is now. That's one point I want to make. The next point you said, see, I'll make this larger point. It's not about HR. HR is very important. You tell me, who are the generals in Ukraine? You won't name them. Because the generals of Ukraine are Elon Musk, Palmer Luckey, and Alex Karp. That is how significant the change is. Now, what India needs to do is this, and I'll just take a minute. The national security game has moved to H1, highest common factor. So cutting-edge talent, dynamic innovation, the best and the brightest, risk-taking, surgical deregulation. Surgical. And where are we stuck? We are stuck in the L1 paradigm. Yeah. L1 is a disease. It has to go. It is just not a matter of cost. How can you build AMCA when you churn out ads to say that an AMCA engineer will be paid 65,000? When startups today are paying their quantum engineers 5 crores. So it is about the best and the brightest. This ideological obsession with cost, it is silly beyond measure. You scale up and get costs down.
L1 is the cheapest bidder.
So this disease of L1 has to go. And let me tell you, just 15 seconds more. All that we say cannot be done in India is being done in countries abroad. So procurement bureaucracies. Their annual confidential report formats have been changed to encourage risk-taking. And therefore, Palmer Luckey churns out that unmanned platform in 568 days. In our case, the AMCA prototype will be churned out in 10 years. Now, we have to decide, and this is the last point, We are now the 4th largest economy, the 3rd largest in terms of comprehensive national power. That's what the Lowy Institute says. We have to step up our game. We are in the big league. And so we have to move from L1 to H1.
So perhaps more private sector has to come into defense manufacturing and high-tech.
Gaurav, not even private. This, can you imagine an unmanned combat air? The orders are not going to Boeing, not to Lockheed, but to, it is the startups are the future. And the good news is that the last 10 years, we've had a lot of startups. All that they need is orders, orders, and orders.
And sustained orders, as Smith pointed out. But Nikunj, now that you've dived into this and you're taking that risk, is that era of large aircraft carrier battle groups in warfare, is that over? Sea control? Is this now all about sea denial? In warfare, a smaller Iran can ensure Americans keep the aircraft carrier strike groups far away because of their undersea drones. Is that the future?
See, when we look at that, it depends is how the country is placed. We have a lot of water on our side. So I would not say that the aircraft carrier is out of the game. It will be there. But these crafts or the USVs or the smaller drones would be launched from these. Because these battleships will take them to the larger distance. So it depends is what kind of crafts we are talking about. So aircraft carrier is one, but you can look at having a destroyer or a frigate or a killer class vessel being unmanned and going out for those operations. So I would say it's not over. It's going to be there. They would act as a land platforms out there on the sea, but then you have these USVs and unmanned underwater vehicles being launched from there. So that's the way we look at it, and that's the reason why we have taken that leap of faith, move ahead in this journey, and make sure India is there, because there are 5 companies at global level trying to do it. India gave us that opportunity to move ahead, and that's why we are here.
So, Smith, we were talking about the Sudarshan Chakra project that the Prime Minister unveiled, and it's very rare for the Prime Minister to talk about military programs. He announced that at the Red Fort on the 15th of August. Do you see that as a very big opportunity for civil-military fusion? Has there been any traction so far? How do you see this playing out in the next 5 years or so?
I think it's the single biggest opportunity in terms of counter-drone and air defense as a whole. Because previously what we had were very isolated systems. They would work what they would claim, but they were all isolated. So you could deploy a radar and a countering solution at a particular location, and you knew that this is the area that it will detect and this is the area that it can affect. This is the 2 perspectives that we look at. And now we have an array of systems networked with each other, talking to each other, feeding into each other, course correcting each other. So from that perspective, I think the detection as well as the effect will be very important. And again, here the industry and the startups, as General Shukla mentioned, will play the most important role in developing these cutting-edge technologies, because here, again, we are not looking at a platform that has been developed over 6 to 10 years of time, but a platform that is developed very fast, iterated very fast, improved very fast, and all of this while being deployed on the ground. So some of those things will also start coming in, and I think the mission overall is about this comprehensive vision of detecting and then affecting as a whole.
General Shukla, the last 1 minute that we have on this part of our discussion, is the future of warfare all about robotics, autonomous weapon platforms, without a fighter pilot, without a diver, without a marine commando, for example, going into operation? You just set the system and launch and monitor from a command and control.
Fully autonomous systems.
No, I don't think it'll ever be that. It will never be that. You look at Ukraine, I mean, why go far? 10 lakh Russians have died. 7 lakh Ukrainians have died. So the blood and gore of combat will never go. But what is changing is that technology is complementing the human element in ways never seen before. And the second point is this. You asked about aircraft carriers. See, platforms will always remain important. But what has happened is that algorithmic warfare has arrived. And algorithmic warfare has 3 components. One is abundance. So many drones, cheap, swarmable, attritable, low cost, as against mere exquisite platforms. Mere. So it has to be a collaborative system. And the second point is autonomy. Autonomy to complement piloted platform. See, what is Sudarshan Chakra? We can just conclude. If we have these drone lethal frontiers along the LC, LAC, you have your AD upgraded in terms of automation, AI, and all these technologies, and you have a drone missile force, you have a Sudarshan Chakra. Just putting this together. And the last point that I like to make is, and this we must really be attentive and humble about, is that we have reached or arrived in the era of AI dominance. So these 12 models which Mr. Vaishnav has given the nation, at least 4 of them must be in national security, or we are in for a bad time.
The very interesting discussion. So many more questions. Sadly, we've run out of time, but this is a discussion we will continue to have. And with the real minds, AI is important, but the men behind the AI, men and women behind AI, far more important, Sandeep.
That one figure that's come out of the US-Iraq conflict, Iran conflict, has been the $35,000 Shahid drone versus a $3 million Patriot interceptor. And that's the number for us to mull over as we look ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Sandeep. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm, warm applause as I call upon Mr. Ruben Somal, Head of Corporate Communication, Radical, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
Thank you, gentlemen. On to our next session, From Sacred Rule to State, Ayatollah Khamenei's Iran Today. Taking it from here, my colleague Geeta Mohan, Senior Executive Editor, India Today TV. The moderator for this session, my colleague Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today.
Good evening, everyone. We have a very special guest, someone who has worked very closely with Iran's late Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and is a good friend of the present Supreme Leader. In fact, a friendship which goes back for 30 years. We have the representative of Iran's Supreme Leader in India, Dr. Majid Hakim Elahi. Dr. Elahi, thank you for joining us here on India Today.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Dr. Elahi, let's begin with the concept of martyrdom in Islam. Ayatollah Khamenei was in his compound, in his office, when he was assassinated, when the missiles from Israel and United States struck the compound. How does the Shia theology interpret death, and how should that be seen in this context?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Everyone, good evening. It's my pleasure to be here, and I offer also my condolences to all of you for the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei, and as well as martyrdom of justice. And I appreciate you and your solidarity, your sympathy with the justice, with the freedom, with Ayatollah Khamenei. As you know, Ayatollah Khamenei, he was for 37 years as the Supreme Leader of Islamic Republic of Iran. And during these times, he didn't have any special life for himself, and he didn't want to have any special life for himself. And several times I asked his security that why you are not moving Ayatollah Khamenei to another city, because his office, his house is well known. It's better you move Ayatollah to another city or any other village. They said to me that he refused, he never accepted to do that. He says always that if you could provide 90 million cities, safe places for 90 million Iranian, after that I'm ready to leave my house, my office to another place. This is the one. And the second thing, I asked his security that if he doesn't allow you to move him from this office to another city or town or village, at least you build one bunker for him on the basement to be safe. He said he doesn't allow us to do that. He says if you could build 90 million bunker for 90 million Iranian, after that I will be ready to build for me as well. And it was very big question for me why he insists that he has to stay at his office. Once I asked one of his relative and one of his family that why Ayatollah doesn't allow to the security to move him from his place or any other, to build for him the bunker. He said we criticize him by the same question, and he said that I am the leader of the country, and any leader or president of the country should be equal to the ordinary people, to the marginalized people, to the poor people. If I have a special life for myself, that I cannot be more leader of the country. So still I am the leader of the country, I have to pay the pain which my people pain it, and I have to be with them in the same level. I cannot have ordinary life for myself. Because of that, he didn't move his place, although they know that this place is well known and it will be targeted by the enemies. But he didn't move from this place. This is one thing. The second thing is shahada, with martyrdom, because sake of Allah and to sacrifice for your people. I remember some months ago, repeatedly he was saying that I became an old man. I am 86 years old. And I'm scared that I die at hospital or in the accident or by the fever. And it's not good for me. I like to be martyred because the martyred is high position, which an ultimate goal of every man who wants to reach to Almighty Allah, and he wants to be alive after his death. Because in the Holy Quran, Almighty Allah says, don't think that those people who were killed in way of Allah are dead. They are alive. So I want that one. Day and night he was praying to Almighty Allah to receive martyrdom, and during the month of Ramadan, which is holy month of Allah, he got the best gift from Allah, which is martyrdom.
So this shahadat in the month of Ramadan becomes, it's like a double gift that one can get. Shahadat and then the month of Ramadan. It carries more, much more meaning. It is of great significance for the believers, Dr. Elahi. And if I may tell you, and perhaps you can explain better, this is about Hazrat Imam Ali, the first Imam of Shia Muslims who was assassinated in the mosque of Kufa on the 21st of Ramadan. And then that legacy has been taken forward by Hazrat Hussain. And now we are seeing this. So what is this legacy of martyrdom in Islam, and particularly among the Shia Muslims?
Yes, as you know, there are a lot of virtues in which is mentioned in our books from the Quran and from traditions and hadith. And among these virtues is kindness to other people. It's one of very most important things everyone can do it. And telling truth to the other people. And helping, supporting poor people. Supporting your community. But among all of this is martyrdom. Among all of this, the best one and the high level of the virtues is martyrdom. To sacrifice yourself for the human being. To sacrifice yourself for your idea. To sacrifice yourself for defending your people, your country. Because of that, the level of martyrdom, it's high level in Islam, and even it's not in Islam, in all religion, they respect their martyred. Even in India, there are a lot, and in any other country, there are a lot of people have been killed because of the independence of their country, because of the justice of their country, and because they defend their country. So we call them martyrs. So, and this is the one. The second thing which is very important, we have some times which are blessed according to our ideas, according to our concept. One of these blessed time is Ramadan. In Ramadan is called the month of Allah. Belongs to Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala. He invited the people and his servant to worship him, and he rewards him double time than other month. Because of that, we have in hadith, if you recite one verse of Holy Quran, is equal to recite one Quran fully in other month. And also, if you are kind to your people, your family, your parents, your wife, your husband, it will be rewarded if you are kind to in other month. So, because of his sincerity of Ayatollah Khamenei, because he devoted himself all his life to Allah, to his people, and he was worshipping Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala, Allah also granted him, accepted him by best virtues, which is martyrdom, and in the month of Allah.
But Dr. Elahi, Ayatollah Khamenei, late Ayatollah Khamenei, wanted to serve his people. He was the leader of a nation. but still he did not take shelter. He could have taken shelter, and he understood the security situation. He understood the threat that was there from United States and Israel, and still he chose not to take shelter. How is this really martyrdom?
Actually, sometimes you have to discover yourself, to protect others, to bring justice for others, and to be alive. Yes, true. If Imam Hussein alayhi salam in the day of Ashura, he got refuge in other places. Never he could bring such emotional issues towards him, and never he could revive Islam at that time. And this time also, if we see that the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei and the blood of him is more valuable even than his existence during his life. He brought the first thing, he brought it, the unity between all Muslim, Shia and Sunni. This is the one. The second thing, which his martyrdom gifted and brought it to the society, discovered the injustice within some countries, which they are attacking other countries without any reason. Even at the moment, you witness a lot of demonstration in European countries, in Canada, Toronto I saw, even in United States of America, there are a lot of demonstration against this war and against the killing the innocent people. So this is a lot of interest and benefit and achievements of his martyrdom.
Okay, so let's talk about Mujtaba Khamenei. Yes. You have known Mujtaba Khamenei for 30 years. In his the statement that he released as the supreme leader, there was this particular mention about what he found about his father, that even in the last few minutes, he had his hand, the fist that was tied. Yes. What does it actually signify?
Actually, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei is a second one of Ayatollah, late Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. And he, in the scientific and intellectual perspective, is very, very, very intellectual man. He's very, very smart man. He is a very good thinker, philosopher, as well as he's a man of theory. He's a man of idea. Even in the class, always he was raising a lot of ideas, and always he was criticizing with the lecturers, professors, and bringing new idea. So he's very, very intellectual man. I can say he's really is elite. And in his personal life, please, in his personal life, he has very, very simple life, even less than ordinary people. I was with him. He, every month after mid-month, after 15 or 16 days a month, he was borrowing money for managing his life, buying bread, buying meat, buying milk for his house. Ayatollah Khamenei for 47 years was in high ranking of Iran. Ayatollah Khamenei was for 47 years in high ranking of Iran. 2 terms he was president of Iran. Some years he was member of the parliament. 37 years he was supreme leader of Iran. And Iran is very, very rich country. But please, he doesn't have his own house. He has 4 sons. None of them has his own house.
You're saying Ayatollah Khamenei's family, they don't have their own house?
Yes.
There is no land, there's no house that they own.
his sons and himself, I'm coming, none of his son has his own house. 4 are living in the rented house. In the rented house. I'm not talking about what I heard from other people or about what I read on the newspaper or in the social media. I'm talking about what I witnessed, what I saw, and what I know during maybe more than 2 decades. Ayatollah Khamenei has very small house that before Islamic Revolution of Iran, he had bought that house in Mashhad, still he had it.
Okay, so this entire transition, of course, because the selection of Mojtaba Khamenei, this succession is very dynastic.
Yes.
It is opposing the very idea his father stood for.
Yes.
Isn't the Islamic Republic now appearing resembling hereditary leadership?
No. As you know, the leadership in Iran is not individual and personal issue, but is a constitutional system. According to our constitution, there are a lot of conditions for supreme leader, the one who wants to be the supreme leader. There are a lot of conditions, regulations, and there are a lot of laws. According to our constitution, there is council which formed by 88 experts. And this member of this council should be elected by the people in Iran, all parts of Iran, and they should have a lot of qualification according to constitution. This council is duty and responsibility. One is appointing, nominating, choosing new supreme leader in any circumstances. Another, their duty and responsibility is removal of current supreme leader. Maybe the supreme leader of under some circumstances is not qualified for this position more because he's a sick or any other thing. So they will choose a new one. Or after the death of supreme leader, they have responsibility to choose him. This council choose Ayatollah Khamenei himself after Imam Khomeini. They choose him. He never accepted. He was refusing for a long time, but they impose him that you are the qualified person and you are the right person for this position. Now the same council, but the member is actually changed because every 8 hours they have to be elected and they have to chosen by the people. So they gathered and they started looking for the qualified person for this position. And I know they choose some dignity, some figures, and they started to assessment. They started to evaluate them. Which of them has more is more qualified for this position? Finally, they realized that the Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei is more qualified person for this position. He was chosen not because he's a son of Ayatollah Khamenei. Even Ayatollah Khamenei, during his life, he was opposite to...
Yes, that brings me to my next question, because late Ayatollah Khamenei, during his lifetime, had named 3 people as his successor. He wanted any of them to succeed him, and his son Mojtaba was not one of them.
Yes, because he has some duty and responsibility that he didn't want anyone think that this is a monarchy and kingdom. He didn't want that one. But now everyone knows that Ayatollah Khamenei, he didn't appoint his son as his successor. He didn't choose his son as his successor, but the council realized that the Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, he is the right person for this position because of his knowledge, because of his experiences, and because of his purity.
Dr. Elahi, can Mujtaba then bridge the Sunni Shia gap in the Muslim world? The reason why I'm saying is that never before have we seen this kind of sentiment in which the Muslims are seen as under the larger umbrella of the community rather than divisions that existed so far.
Thank you very much. Very good question. Yes, actually, the ultimate goal of late Ayatollah Uzma Sayyid Ali Khamenei was unity between Muslims and also awareness in the society between all people. Please, several times, because I met him a lot, several times he was insisting in the coexistence in India. He was praising on India unlimitedly. He was praising on Indians and on India. He was saying, look at them. They have a lot of religions, different sections, but they are living together. Never. I can say, please, the first book which he wrote it when he was maybe 22 or 23 years old, he wrote about India. He wrote the first book which he wrote it.
And it was in Persian.
In Persian, it's 2 volumes. 2 volumes. And in Persian, he wrote about India, independence of India. Actually, it's in Persian. We try to translate it in English. And once the former Prime Minister of India met him, and the meeting supposed to be between 15 to 20 minutes.
Which former Prime Minister is this? Because we have some images which will be put out on the screen right here.
Yes. Some of them.
Ayatollah Khamenei, late Ayatollah Khamenei, met 5 of the former Prime Ministers.
I don't know exactly. Maybe they know. I forget.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
He knows.
He met Dr. Manmohan Singh. Yes, please.
He said it took more than 1.5 hours and started talking about my life, talking about India, talking about the civilization of India, culture of India, philosophy of India. Finally, he said, the Prime Minister said, he is more knowledgeable than professors of history of India himself. Really, even when he came here and he visited Hyderabad, one of my friends, he said, I was as a tour leader and I said this Charminar and this Jama Masjid, so and so, the one who built it, he was correcting me, say no, this is not true. Other man built this one, other man built this one. Every year, do you know, he's a poet. He has a lot of poets. He loves poem. And every year he was insisting that the poem of India is very spiritual poem, and the mysticism of the poem of India is very, very nice, very beautiful. And he was inviting the poets of India, and they were participating to his meeting and reciting poem for him. Always he was insisting of having good relationship, having very strong relationship and collaboration with India. Even if up to end, always he was asking, is there any problem? It should be solved. And he was saying that the people of India are very loyal. The people of India are very kind. This is his statement.
In fact, there is a hospital, we'll be putting out that image again, in name of late Ayatollah Khamenei. This is Alipura village in Karnataka. And he had visited it.
Yes, I visited that one.
Yes.
Do you know that hospital? Even in Iran, we have a lot of high road by the name Gandhi. We have also the biggest and more expensive hospital, more advanced hospital in Tehran is Gandhi Hospital, which is a specialist in the children. Unfortunately, last week it was attacked by air forces, and a lot of children have been killed at that hospital. However, he came here and visited Alipur. Unfortunately, a certain lady passed away, and they asked him, please come and pray for her. And he asked the people in Hyderabad, Alipur, why he passed away. She passed away. They said she was pregnant and it wasn't here hospital. Because of that, she passed away because they wanted to take her to Bangalore, and it was far. She passed away. She was very, very angry, and he said he was very angry, and he said, I pay for building one hospital. And he paid for that. And the hospital is there. This is one. The second thing, during his visiting in Hyderabad, he saw that the people don't allow ladies to come in the mosque.
Yes.
And he said, this is not acceptable by Islam.
Yes.
The ladies has more role in the society, and they should have more room in the mosque and more place in the mosque.
Increasingly in India, we are seeing a number of mosques where women can offer namaz, and they participate in all the prayers inside the mosque. That is something which we are seeing within the country, so that's a very, very positive development. But because you're observing Rosa, I will not take much time, Dr. Elahi. That brings me to my last question about the clash of civilization as this war is being seen. But I want to talk about it from a different context. Iran is one of the oldest civilizations in the world. Yet, it doesn't have its fellow brother nations, the Muslim brother nations, with it. In this war, the way it is panning out, given the reaction which has come in from Iran, where it is bombing Muslim countries in the GCC, how will that be seen in the context of Shia theology again?
Actually, according to Islam, the Holy Quran, even is not Islam, according to international law, according to humanity, no one has right to kill innocent people. Even if you beat your son, your daughter, and it became black, you have to pay for that. We don't have to do that to anyone. If you bring out, you injured anyone, just only one drop of blood come out, you have to pay for that. And you will be punished for that. So we don't have right to do anything against the life of human being. And this is not only for any country, any section, or any religion. All human being lives are saved according to the Islam, according to humanity. So we don't want to do any bad to anyone. But we were attacked by some other countries, and it is compulsory for us to defend our people. To defend our people. And for defending our people, our country, we have to, because actually our technology is not like other countries, but we have to defend, and we attack and we targeted the bases of those people who attack us. Because of that, even now, we are not happy for these circumstances, for these conditions, and for the suffering of the people in different countries. But this is not something created or initiated by us. This initiated by other people and created by other people, and we didn't have any other choice. But we say And frankly, that never we wanted such war, never we wanted crisis, never we wanted conflict, and we know and we believe that war never bring peace in the world. And now we are facing global crisis, which we have to be avoided from it.
Dr. Hakim Ilahi, thank you for joining us and thank you for explaining the concept of shahadat in Islam in particular. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Nitish Sardar from B&W Developments to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
From all the geopolitics, different opinions, different worldviews, you heard it all here on this dais over the course of the last 2 days. Well, it is the time of war, but we also have something to celebrate, and I'm sure you all know we have won the T20 World Championship, and we have a very special session planned for the August House and our viewers who are watching us on India Today and Aaj Tak. So introducing our next session, the men behind India's T20 World Cup glory, sponsored by B&W, taking it from here, Vikrant Gupta, Senior Managing Editor, Head of Sports Tak and Sports Aaj Tak, Nikhil Naz, Consulting Editor, Sports and India Today TV. Inviting both of them on stage as we bring in our two cricketing superstars. All right, let's whip up the same hysteria again. Our two cricketing superstars are here, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together.
Evening. Just settle down. I know there is visible excitement in the room. But what do I say? With us are the two world champions. And not just two world champions. I know Khiladi number 1 will come later. But right now we have the Jodi number 1. Because these two have created a record. Not only have they helped us win the World Cup, but created a record that's never been done in the 19 years of T20 World Cup history. The highest ever opening partnership in the final of a T20 World Cup. What I'd request is, you guys weren't there in Ahmedabad or Mumbai, so just stand up, let it be like a stadium. Let us feel the energy of a stadium. Let them feel what they missed when they won the World Cup. So just in case if you didn't feel enough energy in Ahmedabad, I'm sure this house here has tried to do their very best. But, what do I say? I call these two Destiny's Child because they have a very similar arc. One man didn't have a great World Cup, but saved his best for the last. The other one didn't have a great lead up to the World Cup, was pushed out of the 11 and emerged as the player of the tournament. Abhishek Sharma, Sanju, Samson, we're very, very honored to have the two of them join us. I don't know where to start. But I'll start with you, Abhishek. Because Sanju is a world champion, is a feeling he had in 2024. Abhishek Sharma, world champion. How does that feel?
No, I mean, it's not easy to digest, first of all, but, I had a plan the day I started playing cricket. The only goal was obviously to win, to play for the country, and then once you played for the country, the ultimate goal is to win the ICC trophies for your country. And going through that this World Cup tournament, obviously everybody must have heard a bit. It wasn't the start I wanted, but still, I was still happy that because the team was doing well and we were still winning the game. And obviously, I had a dream that I wanted to be a world champion one day. And it's just not about one trophy. It's all about how many trophies I can win for my country. And that's all I play about. Thank you.
Sanju, the two of them are called ice and fire. Sanju is supposed to be the ice and Abhishek is supposed to be the fire. But that's just the personality. When the two of you go out, there's no ice and no fire. It's only fire, fire, fire. How's that possible, Sanju? You two have changed the very dimensions of T20 cricket internationally. Not just for India, but I think the way the world will now look at T20. Sanju Samson and Abhishek Sharma, cast in stone. No, they're cast in gold now.
Yeah, Paji, lovely question. First of all, hi everyone. Great evening to all. And And thank you so much for the love and support which we get wherever we go. I think you are the reason why we are sitting here. So thank you so much for coming. And Paji, coming back to your question, ice and fire तो दिखने में ये दोनों फायर ही हैं. कभी कभार ये फायर हो जाता है, कभी कभार मैं फायर हो जाता हूँ. So we actually have that kind of combination going right from the World Cup of 2024. We both have done this more often actually. So we have kind of a Kerala-Punjabi friendship going in the middle. So, so everything comes very natural to us. We just don't complicate things and ज़्यादा कुछ पूछते नहीं है पाजी. ये बोलते बॉल कैसे आ रहा है, बॉल सीधा ही आ रहा है पाजी उड़ा दे. तो मैं तो so we keep it very simple. So I really love definitely batting तो सभी fan हैं अभिषेक लाला के, but I really love the character he carries. He's a very brave and open-hearted kind of a kid, and I really love his partnership on and off the field. So वही ground के अंदर दिखता होगा शायद.
Partnership on the field, off the field. We're so lucky to have the two of them. You know, right now India are the world champions. Of course, we've defended the title, but again, you said Destiny's Child. I would say it's a life lesson for all of us. Abhishek, Sharma, not doing well, kept faith, scored runs in the final. Sanju Samson fighting for a place in the team, and the team goes to him, come bail us out. And the two of you are here. Wonderful.
The other thing these two prove is, as I said, come from very different parts of the country. You know, one from North Amritsar, the other from Thiruvananthapuram, and their third partner in crime who's not here, Ishan Kishan, right bang in the center. So, you know, they've got the entire India covered. And even though the language is very different, the cultures are different, the eating habits are very different, but at the end of the day, जो खून दौड़ रहा है वो बड़ा गरम है. It is that Indian blood, because when they get onto that field, that aggression is the same.
No, I mean, first of all, I would like to tell everyone that Sanju bhai enjoys Punjabi more than his Kerala language, I would say. Because whenever he speaks to me, he tries to speak in Punjabi. So I think he's very good in Punjabi.
He's lived in Delhi.
Yes.
He's grown up in Delhi.
Yeah, of course.
He's a Delhi boy.
So there's no barrier of language anytime we have spoken to each other, because I've always, you know, it starts with English probably and then Hindi, but once I'm feeling a bit tense or emotional, the Punjabi comes from in between, okay? So that's the reason.
So what would be the typical Punjabi conversation between the two of you, let's say, in between and over?
No, I feel, especially when we are batting together, so I don't remember the language and all, the Punjabi comes out, obviously. So I always ask, Sanju bhai, uda do? He's always, हाँ, chak
ये उड़ाते ही रहता है, इसको थोड़ा रोकना पड़ता है. कहते पूछते उड़ा दो, नहीं अभी मत उड़ा. ये तो उड़ाता ही रहता है.
नहीं, but काफी पंजाबी में हमारी कॉन्वर्सेशन होती है, सिर्फ हिंदी इंग्लिश नहीं.
We had known then maybe we would have done the session in Punjabi, since the two of us also can speak Punjabi, but that we'll keep for another day. You know, I'm going to play some visuals, and that probably will give you an idea. You've all seen Sanju Samson on the field. He's an aggressive bloke. I've got pictures from a day ago. After the World Cup was won, he went to his hometown, he went to Kerala. And the pictures that are going to come up this is Sanju Samson sitting in a roadside chai shop, I think just yesterday or day before. Just chilling, nobody even knows, you know, he's there, sitting alone with his friends. And after some time, people realize, oh, this is the same Sanju. And then I think people came over and took, pictures with him. My point is, Sanju, when some of your teammates are all in exotic parts of the world, enjoying a holiday, you are sitting on a roadside chai shop. Is this quintessential Sanju Samson?
No, the reality is we also tried for exotic locations, but nothing was available. No, Paji, to be very honest, I kind of feel that this is a dream come true. So first thing I did was to go and meet my parents back home in Trivandrum, and then I wanted to go and have some time with the boys I started playing cricket with. So हमने Trivandrum से गाड़ी शुरू की, and then we stopped at Calicut. So by all the ways I was just meeting my friends. मैंने भाई आ जाओ चाय पीते हैं, करते हैं. तो आजकल इसका कैमरा का भरोसा ही नहीं, कहीं से कुछ भी निकल आता है यार. तो मैं तो जस्ट सिटिंग देयर एंड हैविंग coffee actually. So yeah, I really enjoy my time with my friends, and nowadays you don't get that time. So I just called everyone and we had a great time in Calicut where all my friends came in and we had a good dinner.
There's another video. Now we captured that video just moments after India won the World Cup. So all the players are celebrating and we have Sanju Samson standing there posing with his wife, requesting someone कि please मेरी ये photo ले दो. Is this the Sanju Samson, Abhishek?
No, I'll answer this question.
He's so aloof, आराम से.
Sir, I'll tell you the better answer of this. He's already won a trophy. So he knew कि ट्रॉफी इसके बाद मिलने नहीं वाली जल्दी. 2 घंटे वेट करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि सब फोटोज लेते हैं. तो पाजी ने जब सारे सेलिब्रेट
टूर्नामेंट वाली वो पढ़ ली.
इनको एक्सपीरियंस था. बट जोक्स अपार्ट, आई थिंक संजू भाई इज ऑलवेज बीन लाइक दैट. ही इज काइंड ऑफ वेरी सॉर्टेड गाय, वेरी लविंग guy, very caring guy. And once these kind of players you have in your team, then you feel that you have someone behind you. So it's not just you always on and off the field. You have someone to support you all the time. So that's always been Sanju Samson for us.
When the going wasn't good, Abhishek, again, every day there'd be attention on you. आज अभिषेक रन बनाएगा, अभिषेक के रन नहीं बने. उस वक्त what were you going through? It's not so easy.
आप ही दिखते हो आज, आप भी पूछते हो आज अभिषेक रन बनाएगा. पाजी पूछते हैं ना.
आपकी वीडियो देखी है.
नहीं, देखो कई प्रेडिक्शंस मेरी सही भी हुई हैं. जिस दिन मैंने बोला उस दिन बनाए भी हैं.
बट सही, चलो छोड़ो. बट ठीक है, सर का मैंने ज्यादातर ठीक ही सुना था. तो बट उसके बाद बट सर ऑब्वियसली ऐसा टूर्नामेंट जा रहा हो और आप 2 साल से इसकी तैयारी कर रहे हो और सडनली पहले आप बीमार हो जाओ, हॉस्पिटलाइज हो जाओ, तो वो विजन्स आपके दिमाग में आएंगे कि यार व्हाई इज दिस हैपनिंग. कि इसकी तैयारी कर रहा था मैं पूरे साल और सडनली जब पहला मैच आया तो आई एम नॉट एबल टू स्टैंड प्रॉपरली. बट देन ऑल्सो मैं संजू भाई को बोला था, संजू भाई कहते खेल ले. तो मुझे याद है वानखेड़े
खड़ा ही नहीं हो जा रहा. मैं कहता कैसे खेलेगा, मुझे खेलने दे. और ये माना ही नहीं, ये जबरदस्ती खेल गया.
अच्छा, this was the Sri Lanka game, is it?
No, first game.
USA game.
Full team was actually worried कि अभिषेक is not well. पूरा टीम हिल गया कि भाई लालो क्या हो गया. So when we met him in the Wankhede dressing room, he was like wearing jackets. इतनी गर्मी में कि उसको लाइक ही वाज नॉट एबल टू एक्चुअली स्टैंड प्रॉपर्ली. देन ही एक्चुअली हैड द करेज टू गो. नहीं यार मैं करूंगा, मैं ये करूंगा. ठीक है भाई, कर जाके.
नहीं, ऑब्वियसली मुझे सभी सीनियर प्लेयर्स ने सबने समझाया भी कि अगर आप नहीं फील कर रहे तो यू शुड एक मैच में आप और अच्छे से रिकवरी करके यू कैन कम बैक स्ट्रॉन्गर इन द नेक्स्ट गेम. बट ऑब्वियसली एज अ यंगस्टर वंस यू आर प्लेइंग द वर्ल्ड कप फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, फिर भी मैंने करेज किया. मैंने कहा चलो, यू नेवर नो. वानखेड़े में ऑब्वियसली आई लव प्लेइंग इन वानखेड़े. सो मैंने कहा फर्स्ट गेम है, जो भी है आई विल ट्राई माई बेस्ट. आई टुक ऑल द मेडिसिन आई कुड टेक, बट it didn't go my way, but still I was happy that I tried my best.
Dhoni's was a similar story in the 2011 World Cup.
Yeah.
The entire World Cup he did not score runs. He did the day it mattered.
Yes, sir. I think that was a God's plan. So.
Yeah, that's how it is. I think the whole tournament, I think, where character दिखता है ना पाजी की, like when you're scoring runs, you are happy and confident. But when you're not scoring runs, that's when the real characters shows out. So right throughout the tournament, Abhi was not having a great time, but he was still there. बस में गाने ये और अर्शदीप भी चलाते हैं, ये लोग ही माहौल बनाते हैं. So I think he was the guy who was cheering up and very positive. So we kept on believing that when the time comes, I think he will definitely step up, and that's what happened in the finals.
Well done.
Because you're talking about the final, and for those of you who are not following cricket regularly, I'd like to tell you that Sanju was primed to be India's starting wicketkeeper batter for the Indian team. He had a bit of a dip in the series right before the World Cup. That was the New Zealand series. I want to know from you, that New Zealand series, I think you played 5 innings, scored 46 runs in all. That kind of pushed you out of the 11. The same team you met in the final and scored a match winning, the same opposition because of which you went out, you met in the final and you score a match winning 89. I want to know what changed within that 1 month. The Sanju that played the bilateral series versus the same team versus the Sanju that played the final.
Yeah, as you rightly said, I think I was totally charged up and totally very much fired up. I think so. That is a difference actually. You don't need to be very much fired up actually. So I was too desperate knowing that my dream is so near. Like आपको पता नहीं कि सपना एकदम सामने है तो बंदा थोड़ा यार पहुंच गया. So that kind of feeling was going on in the New Zealand series. So I knew that yeah, I am there. They do trust me. But are they still trying it out? So Sanju है कि नहीं है? तो ऐसा feel मेरे दिमाग में थोड़ा ज़्यादा खेल गया. तो but afterwards when the World Cup came in, I kind of figured out कि no, now the team wants you. So that's the mindset change which happened in my head. So I kind of feel that I am type of a person who would do much better for others than doing better for myself. So
that's a great quality.
Yeah. So that is what I learned actually. So वो वाले सीरीज में मैं अपने बंदों से लड़ रहा हूँ. नहीं मैं खेलता हूँ तो that I am not very much comfortable. So right from the Zimbabwe game it was like 4 में से 4 जीतने और टीम को तेरी जरूरत है तू करके दे. So that's when मैंने बोला नहीं यार अब तो करेंगे. So it was very positive, it was very fired up and New Zealand series gave me enough petrol in my tank to go the extra mile. So I had a defeat. I was absolutely broken because मेरा ड्रीम था कि वर्ल्ड कप खेलना है, वर्ल्ड कप जिताना है, and I'm not even in the 11. So actually I was gone for 5-6 days and then I started rebuilding myself, started preparing myself, knowing you never know what the game want to give back to you. So all these things happened and that's the change which I had.
Gautam Gambhir, the coach, also said in an interview that they've tried to change the concept of Indian cricket. Not the culture, but the concept of Indian cricket, which is personal milestones are good, very important, but they are not the be-all, end-all. For example, he said Sanju could have scored 3 centuries. Maybe he couldn't. Maybe somebody else played those 6 balls and scored 26 runs. So is there a conscious effort? Is there really a conscious effort? Or do we hear all these things after the World Cup win?
No, Paji is very true to that. I think Abhi would agree to me. Like this is the constant conversation points which we have written down in the team meetings. Right from Sri Lanka series where Surya and Gautam Bhai were the leaders of the Indian team. Right from that moment, it was very clear there is no personal milestone. So that's how we all adapted and that's how our character also got aligned to the team's actually starting point. So yeah, definitely there is a conscious effort. But thinking about my 300s which people say I missed out. So I think nahi yaar उससे भी बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है. Like I absolutely contributed really well. I kind of feel that like definitely मैं ऐसे नहीं बोलूँगा कि मैंने 100 के बारे में सोचा ही नहीं. As a human being भैया आ ही जाते हैं नहीं यार 100 लग जाए मजे आ जाएगा. So you definitely think about it. But those thoughts came in and then I told myself यार तेरे run अभी तक बने कैसे हैं? You didn't think about 100 when you started to play. So I respected the process which was giving me runs and I just stuck to the plan. No matter 80, 90, kuch bhi ho, you just have to be in the process and the process was team first. So every decision was taken ki bhai abhi team ko kya chahiye. So
just an extension of that because he's talking about that culture. It's fascinating. I come across one thing which is so similar for the two of you. You have a conversation because he had a few ducks in this World Cup. You had a conversation with Surya Kumar Yadav, the captain, who I think told you, "Tere 15 duck bhi aayenge, to bhi tu khelega." He had a conversation with Gautam Gambhir, the coach in Sri Lanka, where he said, 21 baar bhi tere ducks aayenge, to bhi tu khelega. The number changed, but the philosophy remained the same. It's incredible. And two different people.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, as a captain, it's not even easy to say to any of the player. I mean, we have captain few teams, but once we are at that stage, it's not easy to say to any player, even if he's like the main player of the team or maybe he has won few games for you, but going to him when he's not doing well and telling him that if you score 0 in next game as well, I'm going to make sure you play the final game. So I think that was the confidence and that was the team environment we had during this tournament. Not in this tournament, throughout this 2 years of journey we had. So as a team, we always had in my mind. So, when I was used to go and bat over there, my only plan was how I can, utilize the 6 overs for the team. So there was nothing in my mind that I could score 50 or probably stay not out. I think once this thing comes off from your mind, it's much easier for you as a player to just go and, play your game and do well for the team.
Well, it's not so easy for the two of them, the Jodi number 1, to have replaced the likes of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. I mean, when India won the first T20 World Cup in the last one in 24, we were there in Barbados. So Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma were opening for India, and then Sanju, Samson, and Abhishek. But the two of you are also Dad's army. Both Abhishek and Sanju Samson, I mean, they've whatever cricket that they've played and that I've read, they owe a lot to their respective fathers. Abhishek's dad is here.
Yeah.
Sanju, we would have loved to speak to your dad. We do speak to him quite often, but not on camera. And both, obviously, your family is always very proud of you. The fathers will always look at you with pride. But how strict was your dad? How friendly was your dad? Paji athi baithe hai. Samne.
I mean, that would be life. I say he wasn't strict at all. I mean, he's strict always. He's always been like that. But I feel during this phase, even he understood that it's not in my hand. Because he's been seen always me performing in all the games, not in just for India, in the junior cricket as well. So it wasn't easy for him and for my family as well to see and see me going through this phase. But I think the way he handled and my family handled, they used to come for all the games. They try to, take me to some other places, try to other places. But I feel it wasn't easy for him as well. If you ask him, he would say that, I mean, he'll pretty much say right now that he wasn't worried or he wasn't, intense. But he was. I could see he is upset. He's been, he tried everything, part, puja, which he never did, I guess. But
Kaam kar gayi.
But I feel it's not just you playing over there. It's the whole family, your friends, the team. So I could understand that, and I knew that it's not gonna go till the end, or probably I'll have my time. So I was waiting for that.
Yes, Pai. I think I used to meet Abhi's father often in the lift actually after the games. तो मैं तो खेल नहीं रहा था, तो सर जी मेरे को मिलते थे लिफ्ट में, तो भाई ऐसे used to be restless. मैंने बोला भाई लोड ना लो, कर देगा लड़का. So I remember Paji, I think, yeah, so that's how I kind
your
of...
dad?
My dad, as Abhi said, I think my childhood definitely was very strict, and he actually mentored both of us. My elder brother, we both are cricketers. So I think, as he rightly said, I think they are the... क्या बोलते हैं वो शिल्पी को क्या बोलते हैं जो you make the statue, like properly. He has written the whole story. So that's how I think this is all his vision, and I'm very happy. Haji, very happy it is coming true.
Very nice.
In fact, I again tell you the two stories. Abhishek's father has played very good competitive cricket at the first class level. He used to have a bank job. Do 1 hour of his job, and the rest of the hours in a day he would spend on Abhishek becoming a better cricketer. Sanju's father was in Delhi police here. He left his job because, even though I have a friend from Delhi cricket here, but Delhi cricket you don't get too many chances. So his father left Delhi in a month, moved back to Kerala so that his, even though he was uncertain about his job, so that his son can get those chances going forward. And I think it's the sacrifices that the two fathers made, that these two are here. So that's an incredible story from the two dads as well. Before, I want to also talk to you a little bit about IPL that's coming up. But before that, because, World Cup's done, dusted, you guys are world champions. In India, we are so obsessed with what's next. So for Indian fans, the next thing is a ODI World Cup. It's coming. It's about a year away. Is there a drive? Is there a desire to even make you've played ODI cricket for India. You are yet to make your debut. But is there a desire to extend it from T20 and hopefully play ODI cricket also?
I mean, obviously the ultimate goal is to play all the formats as I can. But I think I've stopped thinking about all these things because it's not in my hand. I just going to follow my process, which I've been taught in last 2 years by Mr. Yuvraj Singh, of course. So I think that's the one thing that I've been following from last 2 years. It's not the things which are not in my hands. I shouldn't be worried about that. I just need to perform and win the games, whatever I'm playing right now. So, but obviously, to ODI is also, it's a dream if I get to play that as well.
Sanju, how many ICC titles do you have?
Under 19 and this one.
2.
Right.
Sanju also 2. Sanju, World Cup?
Like our country definitely has a habit of thinking next. But I
agree that's a mistake.
Yeah, I would like to think what's happening now. So I am still actually trying to sink in what has happened with me and the team. Like Sachi mein, like you wake up and it's like Sachi mein ho raha hai kya ye sab? So I am still in that kind of a phase, and I would like to enjoy that for a bit more longer, because all these things don't happen often in your life, as we all know. And talking about the country, which format I would like to play, I am very happy what I am doing, honestly. Kahin bhi khilao. Very, very happy, very content. I think I couldn't have asked for more than what we have done this recently. Like habit है यार पाजी यार, अभी एक किया है तो अभी दूसरा करना है, दूसरा कर रहा है यार, बस यार. Like very happy and content, and I'm very relaxed. I just want to be enjoying what's happening now, and I'm very grateful.
अच्छा, does it do that in batting also? एक छक्का मार दिया, दूसरा मार दिया, बस यार और नहीं मारूंगा.
नहीं, बैटिंग में
या फिर वहां पे 6 मारने हैं?
वहाँ पे इनका कोई ऐसा बता नहीं सकते. ही इज अ वेरी, वो बोलते हैं ना, पोकर फेस होता है खेलते हुए, कि आप बता नहीं सकते मारेंगे कि रोकेंगे, बट वो मारते ही जाते हैं. तो इट्स इजी दैट.
Somebody Nikhil said, I agree with him. He said when Sanju bats, he is like Mohammad Rafi. When Abhishek bats, he is like Kishore Kumar, R.D. Burman combined.
That's true. The one that I heard was.
अच्छा, किसी ने नहीं बोला, ये मैंने खुद बनाया अभी.
I will borrow it from other people. What the best description that I heard was that Sanju's like Zen mode. When he's batting, he's in such a Zen mode, doesn't look like he's scoring such aggressive runs. And the best way to describe Abhishek is he's Virender Sehwag on steroids. I think that's the best compliment that I've heard with Abhishek. But I'm going back to one knock of yours in the final. But it all started with that 97 that you get in Kolkata in a virtual quarter-final versus West Indies. I was trying to think, I am a Sanju fan, but what you get with Sanju is when he's on the crease, if he's in flow, he's not going to stop. He'll keep attacking, till the bowlers get tired or he gets out. That knock was very different to me, 97. And because you took the game deep, that's something that I've never seen with Sanju Samson. And then I was trying to wonder what changed. And then I saw 2 days before that, Sanju Samson was in Chennai. Who was in Chennai? MS Dhoni is in Chennai. Who takes the game deep? MS Dhoni takes the game deep. Who's Sanju going to play in IPL this season? Chennai Super Kings. Thala for a reason.
वो मैच भी हम 7 रन से जीते हैं, तो फिर. But yeah, always a lot of respect to my boy and CSK. Very much excited to go and experience what's happening there. But that game was very different actually. It was completely. मैं ही सोच रहा था कि हो क्या रहा है. Like it's like completely. Most of the moments I felt that it's not me. It's something else only happening. So I just removed myself out of that zone and I was just going through that zone. That was something special. And then more importantly, it was about team. So जब भी मैं सोच रहा कि नहीं जल्दी मैच खत्म कर देते हैं, we are falling a wicket down. So whenever a wicket falls down, as I've led few years of IPL, I know this format can suddenly change. If one more wicket falls, I think the West Indies are going to win that game. So I didn't want to give up or didn't want to play a very risk-taking shot. So that's why I focused on a lot of boundaries. And batting in Eden Garden, second wicket, the dew coming, small grounds, I was luckily eating into the gaps and everything was happening properly. So that's what happened there.
Incidentally, this is the 50th year of India Today. This is the 50th anniversary of India Today. And I was just looking at the posters, if you can also look around. So that's the real poster, Kapil Dev with the World Cup. Then this is the NatWest. Then the 2007 World Cup. Yeah. Look around, see the others as well. I mean, India now is a cricketing powerhouse. Do you agree with that? I mean, of course, the two of you are pillars while we talk about the Indian cricket, but do you agree with the fact that India now have a habit of winning big matches? And this was something we lacked for years. Yes. How has that killer instinct come? That's the second part of the question.
Absolutely, Vikrant bhai. Like, I totally accept and totally agree to what you're saying. So I feel that the amount of talent, the amount of skill sets, and the amount of bench strength which this country has, if we have the right amount of culture and right environment in the dressing room, winning World Cup should be an habit like this. So absolutely spot on what you said.
You know, I was thinking I gave Abhishek such a compliment. He liked it also. Now I've got one for Sanju, which is Sanju comes from Kerala. I've been to Kerala many times. And they've had cricketers from Kerala previously as well. But yet, football remained the number one sport there. I think with Sanju now, maybe cricket may have pipped football as the number one sport in Kerala. I'll tell you why, and that's my question to Sanju. You won't believe the kind of fan following that he has. And it's not just in Kerala or in Dubai, where also you get a lot of people from Kerala. I've been to New Zealand, and there are Sanju Samson fan armies. I've been to the Caribbean, there are Sanju Samson fan armies. I want to know, what is it that you feel that has you connected with fans across the globe? And this love that, Abhishek, have you noticed this?
I mean, we notice in all the stadiums. So good question, even I want to hear.
No, I think, I have also been a bit surprised experiencing all this. So definitely I do expect some amount in Kerala and Dubai, as you rightly said, but experiencing this in New Zealand, experiencing this in West Indies was like a shocker. Like, I still remember walking to bat, like I was playing a one-day game and I was like batting at number 5 and I was walking into the ground. So you are in a different zone. So suddenly DJ was playing a lot of their local songs, English, ye, wo sab. But तब से the गाना changed and मलयालम गाना शुरू हो गया स्टेडियम में. भाई सच्ची में हाँ वेस्ट इंडीज में भाई. तो लाइक हमारे गांव के एकदम फेमस सिंगर है जासी गिफ्ट बोल के एक बहुत स्टार सिंगर है, उनके गाने शुरू हो गए वेस्ट इंडीज ट्रिनिडाड एंड टोबैगो में. कहता भाई ये क्या चल रहा है. सो आई थिंक दैट्स द अमाउंट ऑफ लव एंड सपोर्ट विच आई एम रिसीविंग. सो आई हैव टू एडमिट that I am very humbled and I feel very fortunate that as Abhi just rightly said ki definitely we are playing but our family's prayers, our friends' prayers and इतने लोग अगर तुमको पसंद कर रहे हैं, they are also praying for you. So definitely ऐसा कुछ होना ही था. So I think it's all goes up to all the people who wish well for us and pray and support us.
Do you guys also have a sneak peek at what the media is saying? कभी कब हम क्रिटिसाइज कर देते हैं तो आपको बुरा लगता है, और कितना बुरा लगता है ये
कभी कभार है. नहीं बुरा तो ऑब्वियसली अगर आई मीन तो धीरे धीरे यू गेट यूज टू इट, बट फिर भी जितना भी यूज टू हो जाओ तो बुरा तो लगता है थोड़ा थोड़ा. बट आई फील that's gonna happen in India because the amount of love people
and
show. Expectations are obviously, I mean. तो इंडिया में आई थिंक सबसे पहले जब मेरी सेकंड 0 हुई थी तो स्काई एंड जीजी भाई, इवन HP पाजी ऑल्सो, 3 of them came to me एंड उन्होंने एक ही बात बोली, अपना फ़ोन पकड़ और सोशल मीडिया हटा दे सारा अभी के अभी. तो आई थिंक दैट वाज द थिंग आई डिड आफ्टर द सेकंड 0 which actually helped me a bit. Obviously I was getting a lot of suggestions, a lot of comments from people that I wouldn't be expecting. So I think obviously it matters sometime. But that's how it's going to be in the whole life, your cricketing career. You have to listen, you have to, ignore, you have to, because everybody has a lot of expectations from you. And sometimes you deliver, sometimes you don't. But that's how cricketers' life are, and I've expected it.
So Sanju, Nikhil asked you about the Malayali fan clubs. So when you go out with Abhi, go to a mall or a movie or an event or a party, is he the only one who's surrounded by girls? Because whenever I meet someone, they will only say Abhishek से एक बात करा दो, अभिषेक को एक बार मिला दो. मैंने कहा मैं अभिषेक के डैडी से भी मिलवा दूंगा, बट पहले ये I wanted to know. है ना, he's the one.
Yes, absolutely. I think he's the superstar of the team. Wherever we go, like buses are surrounded by a lot of people, and एक ही नाम सुनाई देता है, अभिषेक करते रहते लोग। टीम में पहले सबको लड़के हैं ना, सबको बुरा तो लगता है यही दिखता है इनको। So as rightly said, I think he is the star which everyone loves. So very happy for him. जल्दी शादी कर ले तुम्हें।
Okay, we're completely out of time, but before we go, I have to ask Sanju to do one thing for us. He is a massive Rajni fan, I know. Come on, give us so much request. One Rajni dialogue.
One?
Or two?
Only one.
Oh, only he wants to do more. Come on, tell us the film and the dialogue.
I will do this now. Okay. ஆண்டவன் சொல்றான், அருணாச்சலம் முடிகிறான்.
One more.
तमिल तो नहीं, एक ही पाइए प्लीज, एक ही। ये बहुत बड़ा हिट हो जाएगा ये।
Okay, on that note, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience, and thank you once again, Abhishek.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause as I call upon Smita Nair, Head of International Sales, and Nazish Jahan Khan, Director of Marketing, BMW Development, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the cricketers. Keep the claps going.
The future doesn't wait to be found.
Nikhil, just... अभी नहीं बात करा रहा। Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the men who got the World Cup T20. That's it, sir.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on now. Give us just about a minute. After two superstars, our marquee session will also close with a superstar. Please settle down. We are ready to move in to our next session. Do clear the aisles at the back, settle in, ready to get into our closing session. Those at the back, please stop crowding the aisle. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time now to move in to our next session.
लंबा भूत छोटा भूत भूत आया पढ़ो चली सारे भूत आया पढ़ो चली सारे नर भूत मादा भूत सीधा भूत सादा भूत भूत आया पढ़ो चली सारे भूत आया पढ़ो चली सारे This caring with daring singing sing la la what to do when रोज लाला तोड़ निकाला चपलो माला राम जी आके भला करेंगे नहीं चलेगा जादू काला राम जी आके भला करेंगे तोड़ निकाला चपलो माला राम जी आके भला करेंगे नहीं चलेगा जादू काला राम जी आके भला करेंगे
मैं तो डर गया
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. May I now please invite on stage Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, on stage for the vote of thanks. Can we please settle down right in the front? Take your seat. Can we get some security there? Can we not get any pictures taken? Can we please settle down? May I please request all of you to settle down and find yourself a seat. Right at the front, can I please request all of you to settle down? The gentleman in the black t-shirt, sir, can you please find yourself a seat? Thank you. Right at the back, sir, wherever your seat is. Please don't crowd the aisle. Ladies and gentlemen, before our final session to deliver the vote of thanks, Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group.
And spoke. Hello? Can hear me now? Good evening. Last year, I stood here and spoke of a world in flux and flex mode. Tonight, it just feels like flux and flex, hyperscaled. And we have a world order in free fall and global trade in chokehold. We watch almost hypnotized as war strategy is decided on the fly. Everything we thought was sacrosanct is suddenly negotiable. Borders, decorum, safety, ethics, rule of war. The currency of goodness, the semblance of peace and prosperity. Theocracies and monarchies were always shrouded in a veil of absolute power. What's under siege now is this century's most revered political system, democracy itself. its institutions unable to contain the big personalities of their leaders, the checks and balances within which democratic leadership operated have been breached. We have now what I'm calling personacracies, democracies that revolve around a personality. It seems democracies can also legitimize absolute power. Some may even say that's the need of the hour. On the eve of this war, Saturday, 28th February, we had just returned from Tehran. We had gone to do an exclusive interview of Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who is today a household name. After his interview with us in a mesmerizing hall of mirrors, he left for the peace talks to Geneva. Our flight was a day later, so we wandered the streets of Tehran. A window into Iran has been restricted, and we were very curious. A dusty city moving to the holy rhythm of Ramzan, unaware of the epic fury that was about to be unleashed. Tehran is not a pretty or historic city like a postcard demands. Its people are the real attraction, warm and poetic, answering our questions in verse and anecdotes. Maybe you think I'm taking sides. And yes, I am. The side of all of us, the side of humanity, of all people, the side of our brilliance, the side of little laughter that lights up the room, the side of clear blue skies, the side of houses that become homes, the side of love that binds families, the side of flowers that bloom, the side of prayers that are answered, the side of those that hope when all else failed, the side of invisible strings that bind us together, or should bind us together. There are so many truths and sides to this war, and we tried to bring you multiple perspectives. Over the last 2 days, you have heard from 10 foreign envoys so that you can have an informed point of view. In fact, that is always our effort with the conclave and our newsroom. And everyone doesn't always agree with our guest list. We invited Yasin Malik, and an ideological section had an issue. We invited Salman Rushdie, and the Congress had an issue. We invited Dalai Lama, and the Chinese had an issue. This year too, some sections have questioned our speaker choices. We believe that democracies and newsrooms are strengthened not by silencing, but by challenging controversial figures and putting their views up for scrutiny. Thank you. We don't shy away from difficult conversations. We believe engagement, not exclusion, is the way to resolution. And maybe if more of us thought so, we could have avoided this war. So many countries are now scarred by this war thrust upon them. Just see the death toll. Everyone counting their own. Yet this war doesn't care for nationalities. It reduces all, yours and theirs, to rubble. PM Modi has often spoken of one earth, one family, one future. Others need to pay heed. Over the last fortnight, our fragile planet has been pounded with 3 times the explosive yield of the atomic bombs of World War II. Just think about that. Yuval Noah Harari, modern-day historian, has warned, could it even be that we are already in the midst of World War III and we just haven't realized it yet? If you ask people, let's say in May 1941, they would not tell you that they are living in the midst of the Second World War. Only with hindsight we understand it. In hindsight, this war against Iran could be seen as one that protected all of humanity from bad actors, oppression, and nuclear Armageddon. Or it could just be World War III. I want to end with the words of celebrated poet Mahmoud Darwish. The wars will end and the leaders will shake hands, and that old woman will remain waiting for her martyred son, and that girl will wait for her beloved husband, and the children will wait for their heroic father. I do not know whom sold the homeland, but I know who paid the price. It's a reflective note to wrap Conclave 2026. But in the end, we celebrate what we have, this moment. And this moment is alive because of us. And we must honor it by living it in full. Today, we're immersed between the joy of being T20 champions and the magic balm of a Bollywood heartthrob, Akshay Kumar. Enjoy the moment to the fullest. Until next time, may peace be upon us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Puri. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move into our closing final session. Last but not the least, we have two cricketing superstars. Up next, we have a Bollywood superstar. Our session, the Khiladi method behind the hit machine. This session, sponsored by RPSG, I'd like to invite on stage Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, to come up and introduce our speaker. But before that, let's catch a glimpse of his latest film, our guest this evening.
मालिक मंगलपुर में कोई शादी नहीं करता वधूसुर आएगा
ये वधूसुर कौन है
कौन वधूसुर तेरा फुप्पा तुझे वधूसुर के बारे में नहीं पता क्या पैलेस मिला है बकिंगम पैलेस से 2 कमरे कम होंगे बस अरे क्या कर रहे हो तुम्हें पता ये आदमी क्या कर रहा था क्या कर रहा था मुझे बताते हुए भी शर्म आती है हाँ तो मत बता नहीं लेकिन मैं बताऊंगा हाँ तो बता कान दो अरे पिछवाड़ा मत दो कान
तुम्हें नहीं लगता कि भूत सच में होते हैं
घंटा होते हैं भूत सच में होते हैं
Rajdeep. And with him, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, Mr. Akshay Kumar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one final time to the India Today Conclave 2026, where after the magic of the Indian cricket stars who shone so brightly on the World T20 stage, we have someone who shone brightly on Bollywood stage for 30 years and more. It's the ultimate theatre of dreams, but many dream but few make it big. Our guest today, in a sense, is the original outsider. Someone with no film background, who's risen to the very top of Hindi cinema's insanely competitive ladder, and importantly, stayed there for over 3 decades. It's Khiladi time, folks. It's also time for Bhoot Bangla and all the wonderful films that he's made over the years. You can see the images around you. Please welcome the one and only Akshay Kumar. Bhoot hote hain. There are ghosts.
क्या लगता है आप लोगों को भूत होते हैं अगर जिनको लगता है भूत होते हैं हाथ खड़ा कर लीजिए भूत होते हैं
Really? That's quite a lot of people. I thought that'd be far fewer.
हाँ, but have you experienced, Rajdeep ji? Have you ever experienced कोई भूत
There was one night when
पॉलिटिक्स की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं.
If you're identifying नेताओं with भूत,
नहीं मैं वैसे ही पूछ रहा हूं. मैं आई एम नॉट आइडेंटिफाइंग एनी. वैसे तो हर प्रोफेशन में बहुत सारे भूत होते हैं.
बिल्कुल
हमारी इंडस्ट्री में बहुत भूत हैं.
बिल्कुल. You can name them if you want.
No.
There was one night when there was this dark apparition in my room and I actually thought there was a ghost. Turned out to be just a curtain which was moving. But you tell me, you're the one who's supposed to answer. भूत होते हैं?
Actually मैंने मैं एक छोटी सी किस्सा सुना देता हूँ. मेरे साथ नहीं हुआ था. मेरी वाइफ, हम जहाँ पहले अभी मैं जू पे रहता हूँ, उससे पहले मैं कहीं और रहता था. तो उस घर के अंदर my wife used to always tell me कि you know there is कुछ तो है यहाँ. And my son was about 4 or 5 years old, and I used to say कि टीना what are you talking? मतलब कुछ तो समझ यार, तू पढ़ी लिखी है, कैसे क्यों बोल रही है? So she used to say नहीं, I'm telling you, there is, I have heard a lady walking. And I'm telling you, this is actually, मतलब भूत का मेरा एक ही बार एनकाउंटर ऐसे हुआ था. And I used to not believe. And one day, my son was lying, and suddenly he pointed out at, मतलब दूर कहीं, और बोलने लगा, नहीं इधर मत रहो, यहाँ से जाओ. And I'm wondering, किससे बात कर रहा बेटा? नहीं, आप जाओ, इधर मत रहो. And literally for 2 seconds, you know, even मैं भी हैरान हो गया था कि, and she kept on saying, I'm telling you there is somebody. See, even your son is talking to someone. There is something, some kind of a, I don't know what it is, but I presume होते ही होंगे. I presume there must be some supernatural power or something must be there. Some energy is there which is always there. वैसे भी कहते हैं कि कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं जिनके इर्द गिर्द अच्छाई घूमती है, कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं जिनके इर्द गिर्द बुराई घूमती है. तो कोई ना कोई एनर्जी जरूर रहती है.
What is the secret of Akshay Kumar's energy? Can't be the supernatural. Something that you've done that has made you this energetic star for more than 30 years. I'm looking at some of those images. Some are from the early 90s. 2026, you're still doing 4 films a year. ये एनर्जी, where's the energy coming from?
देखिए, मेरे को बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं कि मैं 4 फिल्में करता हूं. बिल्कुल करता हूं क्योंकि मेरे पास बहुत वक्त है. साल में 365 दिन होते हैं. 365 दिन के अंदर अगर मैं आपको, जैसे मैं आपसे पहले भी बात कर रहा था, मैंने आपको बताया था कि मैं सबसे ज्यादा छुट्टियां लेता हूं. और मैं फिल्म जो करता हूं, जब करता हूं, उसकी रीडिंग जो है, before starting the film, I do at least about 100 times, maybe more than 100 times I read the script. And that is why the flow of the film goes very fast. Maybe my films must be finishing in 50 days, 55 days. And that is why I can succeed in doing, in 200 days, I can succeed in doing 4 films. And I take Sundays off. मतलब मैं हमेशा करीबन हर 3 महीने बाद 7 दिन की छुट्टी लेता हूं. एंड मैं ये आपको बोलना चाहता हूं, मैं चाहता हूं कि आप भी ऐसा करें. राजदीप जी, आपको मैं कह रहा हूं.
So let's count. Okay, I'm taking 100 and you want me to take 120 days off?
120 days. Don't work on Sundays. I'm sure they all dislike me at the moment. जो bosses हैं यहाँ के इंडिया टुडे के.
यही मुसीबत होती है यार. But we can change places. Why don't you become the news anchor who has to do all the breaking news? And I'm very happy to take your position and stay in Maldives one day and in the presidential suite the next.
मैं जिंदगी में खुश रहना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए मैं जर्नलिज्म में नहीं आना चाहता. मैं खुश रहना चाहता हूँ.
You know, you also, among the other things that you do, wake up at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. What do you do when you wake up at 4:30 a.m. in the morning?
मैं 4:30 बजे उठता हूँ, 4 बजे उठता हूँ. Basically, that is the only time when I am all alone. My wife is sleeping, my children are sleeping, and nobody is awake. Even the guard is sleeping. And so I just come out in the garden. I have a lovely garden in my building.
So I just keep on walking there, and sometimes I just jump the wall. There's a beach in front of my house, so I just go on the beach, I just walk. इतनी सुबह सुबह होती है कि यहाँ तक कि there are dogs, but they are also sleeping. So I'm the only guy who's awake, and I just walk around for 1.5 hours. I just walk, I just maybe think, I just talk to myself, I listen to music, I listen to Hanuman Chalisa, and but these are the things I do, and then I go to my gym and start working out.
You know, that's quite incredible, because once you're on the screen, or once you're on the set, as I said, you have this remarkable energy that made you an action hero through the 90s, who then reinvented himself almost as a comic hero. So it almost seems as if there are two Akshay Kumars, one who zealously guards his privacy. We don't see too many pictures of your other life, occasional Instagram reels, and I'm going to play some of them. But the rest of the time, once you're on set, are you a completely different person?
No, I am what I am. I'm what I am at home. I love comedy. मुझे हंसी मजाक बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मुझे कोई jokes भेजता है, मुझे अच्छा लगता है. I like to laugh. I like to smile. I like to make people laugh on set also. मैं हमेशा हंसी मजाक करता हूँ. मुझे कभी भी serious नहीं रहना. I hate being serious, and I hate anything which can curb me and make me silent or anything. I just don't like it. I like to live my life to the fullest. That's all.
Do you ever pinch yourself in the night and tell yourself, yaar, I was this guy who perhaps had very little chance of making it so big in Bollywood. You did a small film in 87 where you didn't even have a speaking role, I think, playing a marshal.
Yeah, I had a 20-second role.
20-second role. From a 20-second role to becoming this big star, do you pinch yourself? How did this all happen?
Pinch myself, matlab.
Do you think कि यार ये कहाँ आ गया मैं?
मतलब मेरी जिंदगी में मैंने हमेशा I have always flown like water. I've kept my life like water. I have always, जैसे I'll tell you, long time I'm a huge Bruce Lee fan, and Bruce Lee always says, if you put water in a cup, it becomes a cup. If you put water in your hand, it becomes this kind of a hand only. So just be like a hand, or just be like a water. Just keep on flowing. Wherever things has to take you, it will take you. Whether if it is high tide, it will take you fast. If it is low tide, you will be going slowly. If it is still, no problem. It will remain still for a while. I have never planned anything. मैंने हमेशा अपने आप को छोड़ा है, और अपने आप बहुत सारे, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, मैंने बहुत सारी बार बहुत सारे फ्लॉप्स भी दिए हैं. मेरी जिंदगी में ऐसा वक्त आ गया था कि मैंने 16-17 फ्लॉप साथ में एक साथ दिए थे. मतलब लेकिन मैं गर्व से कह सकता हूं मेरे पास फिर भी काम होता था. मेरे पास उस वक्त भी 4-4 फिल्में होती थी, 5-5 फिल्में होती थी, क्योंकि मैं हमेशा I believe discipline is the one of the most key thing, and I also want to tell people जो इस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर आना चाहते हैं, ठीक है आप अगर एक्टर 19-20 हो जाओ फिर भी चल जाएगा, लेकिन डिसिप्लिन जरूर रखना. बी अ प्रोड्यूसर्स एक्टर. सो देयर आर फ्यू formulas which I have always followed, which I learned at a very early age. So that is how I have been doing things.
Does that, we were just playing shots of you bare-bodied.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
You're the original six-pack man. And all these other guys have tried to put a six-pack. You're the original. Not even, you're...
I still don't have six-pack. एक बात बताता हूँ राजदीप जी, six-packs ऐसे नहीं मिलते. You have to literally work for 12 years to get a proper six-pack. यहाँ जो बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो six-pack बनाते हैं, that is all been created. I'm not talking about VFX. Some are VFX. Some are created by putting wrong things inside your body, and which I don't want to get into that. But the natural way is our Indian way of making six-pack, and वो भी है proper हिंदुस्तानी तरीका काम करने का, प्रॉपर घी खाओ, अच्छी जिंदगी जियो, खुश जियो, and you can manage it, but it cannot happen. I have seen six-pack happening in somebody's body in about 4 months, 5 months, but that is all wrong.
So how do I get a six-pack? How do I get a six-pack now? How long should I be working in the gym to get a six-pack?
राजीव जी, फिलहाल तो आप जस्ट फैमिली पैक थोड़ा हटा दीजिए, सिक्स पैक बाद में आ जाएंगे.
ठीक है.
Lekin, I just met you up with me, and I must tell you, he has maintained himself very well. I'm very impressed with you. At this age, you have managed. I know what you went through and how you have managed it so well. You have done a tremendous good job on yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Akshay Kumar, for that. I shall tell my wife and get some extra brownie points for doing that today. But I wanted to ask you this, and this was part of the conversation we had when we were just chatting earlier. I recovered from prostate cancer last year. Akshay told me his father died of prostate cancer at the age of 67. And then said something to me which struck a chord. Akshay, you want to tell this audience that, because I think it's important that someone like you, who's this mass hero, tells people just what you went through, but more importantly, what's your little piece of advice for the people out there?
See, I lost the most important person of my life, my father. At the age of 67, जब थे, मैं ये बात कर रहा हूँ 2000 की, I lost him. He was everything to me. And और क्यों पता है? क्योंकि मुझे मालूम नहीं था कि after the age of 50, 55, you have to get your PSA checked. And I want to tell you, जितने भी यहाँ पे आदमी हैं, जितने भी लोग सुनने वाले हैं, हमें इस बात का एजुकेशन नहीं मिला था कि PSA चेक कराना हर आदमी के लिए हर साल बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड आई थिंक मुझे ये प्लेटफॉर्म मिला, तभी मैंने राजदीप जी से कहा था, अगर हो सके तो ऑडियंस को ज़रूर बताना, जितने भी लोग हैं, जो आदमी हैं जो 50 साल के ऊपर जा चुके हैं, प्लीज़ अपना PSA ज़रूर चेक करवाएं, बिकॉज दिस इज़ वन थिंग. Prostate cancer is after every third person, a man has prostate cancer. So please check it. It's a very important thing to do that. You can save your life. You can save not only your life, you can save your whole family's life. That's it.
Okay, and remember, once a year, Akshay goes to get his complete checkup along with Twinkle. Let's talk about happier things. You know, I've often wondered, you and Twinkle at the dinner table, who wins the argument?
Obviously Tina.
Obviously her?
Obviously Tina.
Why?
क्योंकि मैं विश्वास रखता हूँ चुप रहने पे. चुप रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है. You have to be a very good listener. Silence is golden. Listen to the other person. बहुत सारे that's the way I have followed my life with my dear wife. And I've done this not only with my wife, also with lot of times with my producers, also with lot of time with the media, also with talking to journalists. Also, I talk very less and to the point. That's it.
I want to play some videos of your Instagram videos. One was a video on one of your wedding anniversaries where you had got a bit of a warning, I'm told, by your mother-in-law. This is the other one. The best part of our marriage, we encourage each other to fly. You all were bungee jumping. But there's another video where Twinkle does an Instagram reel. And this is apparently on your anniversary date. And what is she trying to do? I mean, how do you handle her then?
No, but there's, please, if I can tell them to play the song which is going on.
Can you play the song? There's a song associated with. Okay, we'll try and play that song, which is Ramba Ho, and she's singing to Ramba Ho in that song. Akshay, how do you handle Twinkle apart from, you just stay silent?
Ramba Ho!
She doesn't know M of martial art. She doesn't know. And this was a very kind of a martial art pose which she has done.
So, I mean, what's the secret then? What's your secret sauce? She's got views which are presumably, at least the public thinks, her political views are very different from yours.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, you are identified in a way as a right-wing Modi supporter. She's identified as relatively left liberal. मेल कैसे होता है?
देखिए, करंट तो नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव दोनों चाहिए, तो तभी तो आपके यहाँ बत्ती जलती है, वरना हम सब अंधेरे में होते हैं। तो इसीलिए हमारे घर की जो बत्ती है, एक नेगेटिव एक पॉजिटिव, दोनों मिलके ही घर को उजाला रखते हैं।
अरे वाह! You talk politics at the dinner table, or what do you talk about?
नहीं, हमने करीबन 4-5 साल पहले, 6 साल पहले छोड़ दिया।
Stop talking politics.
बंद।
बस।
हमारे पास और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं बात करने के लिए, नहीं बात करने।
Okay, no politics.
आप घर पे लेके जाते हो पॉलिटिक्स?
Don't even ask that question. Let's not even go down that route.
क्यों नहीं?
No, I'm not even going down that route. We can discuss that offline.
मैं भी तो सवाल पूछ सकता हूं आपसे। ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है। It's a conclave, India Today Conclave, not India Today Slave. देखिए, आप ही पूछेंगे।
Good point. Well done. Akshay 1, Rajdeep 0. Okay, let's talk about films. Do you talk about films? Because, you know, I just want to, for a moment, you're coming in Bhoot Bangla back with Priyadarshan. One of the excitement is that you're back with a director with which you've done a lot of hits. Is that very important for Akshay to have those directors? Because I find it fascinating. You've done these various films that have had sequels. You create the Khiladi franchise. You create a Hera Fairy franchise. You create a Houseful franchise, often with the same directors. Is that been very important in your success, that you've got these 4 or 5 directors you're comfortable with and you enjoy doing films with them?
Sir, I'm gladly saying it. I have worked with at least, I've done 150 films. मैंने करीबन 60 से 70 डायरेक्टरों से काम किया है. ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं एक ही के साथ करता हूं, लेकिन प्रियदर्शन साहब जो हैं, उनके साथ एक ट्यूनिंग है, बहुत अच्छा मजा आता है. और उनके जैसा, उनसे मैंने बहुत सारी कॉमेडी सीखी है, राजकुमार संतोषी इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द डायरेक्टर्स जिससे मैंने काफी कुछ सीखा है. देयर वाज अनदर डायरेक्टर, लेट राइटर नीरज वोरा. दीज आर द 3 पीपल. अगर मुझे कॉमेडी का सी भी आना शुरू हुआ है तो इन तीनों की वजह से हुआ है.
It is not often that an action hero transitions, as I said, into comedy.
जी.
What is the secret to being a comic actor? And did you feel at any stage that, you know, I'm this action hero, everybody recognizes me for what I did in the Khiladi franchise, for example? Where am I getting at all into the comedy genre? I mean, the 60s and 70s, you'd have the occasional comedy film, but it was led by a comedian like Mahmood. Now you've got mainstream actors who are leading the way in comic films. Do you believe that's something that you're completely comfortable with? And what is that secret to be a good comic actor? Is it timing? Is it just the way you work with people?
See, राजदीप जी, कॉमेडी जो है ना, वो सिखाई नहीं जा सकती. वो अपने आप अंदर से आती है. आपको समझ अपने आप आने शुरू हो जाती है. क्या है, वैसे भी मैं आपको बताऊं, हमारी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, मैं फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की बात कर रहा हूं, किसी आदमी जो कॉमेडी करता है, आप कभी भी देखोगे उसको बेस्ट एक्टर का अवार्ड भी नहीं देते उसको. दे डोंट कंसिडर इट ऑल्सो. जबकि जितने भी बड़े से बड़े एक्टरों को पूछ लो, सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट होता है कॉमेडी करना, किसी को हंसाना. रुलाना, आपको सिचुएशन रुला सकती है, आपको आंखों में आप नमी डाल के, ग्लिसरीन डाल के रो सकते हैं, लेकिन कॉमेडी जो होती है वो सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल है. एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली इट नेवर गॉट इट्स ड्यू. नेवर. आई हैव नेवर कम अक्रॉस एनी अवार्ड जहां पे बोलते हैं कि बेस्ट एक्टर जिसने पूरी पिक्चर कॉमेडी की हो और उसको दिया हो.
So you feel that Hindi cinema has been unfair in a way to that entire genre of comedy, which has now come into its own because you've made such blockbusters with comedy. That's really happened in the last 20 years.
No, I'm telling you, just see it. आप खुद ही just be the judge. आदमी कोई रोमांटिक फिल्म करता है तो आप थोड़ी उसको बुलाते हो द बेस्ट रोमांटिक हीरो. यू कॉल हिम द बेस्ट एक्टर अवार्ड यू गिव इट. बट कोई कॉमेडी करता है पूरी पिक्चर के अंदर, उसको आप कभी नहीं बोलते, उसको एज अ कॉमेडियन देते हैं. एंड विच इज अ वेरी सैड पार्ट. And next time if you ever meet any actor, please ask them what is the most hardest genre. They will all say comedy. किसी को भी आप पूछ लीजिए.
Do you feel therefore sometimes that you've not been given your due, that awards which could have come to you for, you've been stereotyped in a way and therefore you've not got the kind of awards, even though you've made all these hit films that, let's say, a Shah Rukh or others in your same period have got?
No, I gave up long back.
You gave up?
I gave up long back. I found the rewards were more interesting than awards.
What are the rewards that what thrills you? Is it a box office hit और कोई आपको रास्ते पर मिलता है और कहता है यार अक्षय, that was a fantastic performance?
वो भी है. सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है जब कोई बोलता है कि यार मुझे कितने लोग कहते हैं कि यार हमने तेरी फिल्म देखी, मेरा जो बेटा है वो कॉमेडी फिल्म देख के बिना अगर वो फिल्म नहीं देखे तो वो कभी खाना नहीं खाता. It's basically that kind of a thing. Obviously the film which I'm talking about is also hit films जिसके अंदर you get a lot of money also. And so I consider myself a commercial actor who is more happy doing all that.
But you've actually transited a very interesting era in Indian films. When you first came in, there were the single screen dominance. Then we went into the multiplex era. Now everybody is watching cinema on OTT, on even their mobiles. Do you believe as a result the emotional expectations of Indian audiences from a hero have fundamentally changed? Ki hero has become something very different to what he was, let's say, in the 70s and 80s, the era of the big superstars, the Rajesh Khannas, then the Amitabh Bachchans. Is it a very different definition ki kaun superstar hai? Because you've stuck to big screen more often than not.
So what are you asking me?
I'm asking you, how different is today's hero from the heroes of that generation?
See, film industry is like a circle. It keeps on changing. After every 2 years, 3 years, everything changes. The concept, our audience, they keep on changing what they want. आज Indian खा लिया, कल Chinese खा लिए, परसों Italian खा लिया. Everything changes after every 2 years. अब मैं बोलता हूं जैसे कि आप धुरंधर को ही ले लो. एक पूरा एक्शन फिल्म है, पूरी फिल्म है, खून खराबा है, बढ़िया है, लोगों ने they have lapped it up, they have enjoyed it. And एक हीरो आता है रणवीर सिंह जो कि फुल्ली एक्शन करता है, एकदम छाती तान के एक्शन करता है, कंप्लीट वेरी एंग्री यंग मैन का काइंड ऑफ थिंग इमेज ही टेक्स इट. जबकि ये बीच में बंद हो गया था. मैं अब आज से करीबन 5 साल 6 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं. सोशल फिल्म्स जो मैंने सोशल फिल्में की थी, चाहे वो टॉयलेट एक प्रेम कथा हो, पैडमैन हो, वो बहुत चलती थी और ऐसी फिल्में बहुत चलती थी. सो एवरीथिंग कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग. अब हॉरर कॉमेडी का टाइम आया है, लोगों को हॉरर कॉमेडी बहुत अच्छी लगती है, स्त्री चली. सो एवरीथिंग कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग. वी डोंट नो व्हाट दे आर गोइंग टू लाइक नेक्स्ट.
You just mentioned Dhurandhar. When you saw it, I presume you've seen it, and you saw Ranveer play that role, did you think, yeah, I could have also been part of the Liari gang? मुझे भी ये picture करनी थी. I mean, you're suited for it in many ways.
But I don't think Aditya thought that. I don't think he thought it, so I didn't get it.
Regret? Yeah. I mean, if you see some other person play that role, which you think maybe you could have also played, is there a sense of regret? Or is it just the way the world is? Okay, are there any insecurities, anxieties still after all these years?
Many times I meet Ranveer. He looks at me and he says, यार क्या रोल खेला तूने, वो क्या फिल्म थी तेरी, आई विश यार मैं भी करता. तो ऐसा होता रहता है. मतलब कोई फिल्म में वो करना चाहता है, कोई मैं करना चाहता हूं. लेकिन जिसको, हाँ देखो सर, हम लोग करीबन ना करीबन 15 से 20 एक्टर्स हैं और हिंदुस्तान में करीबन इंडियन फिल्म जो है, हिंदी फिल्म जो है 180 फिल्में बनती हैं, तो सबके पास रोल है। तो रिग्रेट मतलब आकाश मुझे भी मिला होता, बस वहीं तक होता है, लेकिन जलन नहीं होती।
Jalan nahi hoti.
Jalan nahi.
Do you think that that's one reassuring, because there was in the 70s there was to be कौन number one hai, you know, who's bringing out the biggest hits. We've actually framed this discussion as the hit machine. Is it still competitive at that level to decide who's number one, or these numbers no longer matter in today's cinema?
देखिए, नंबर 1, नंबर 2, नंबर 3 ये महालक्ष्मी घोड़े जहाँ दौड़ते हैं वहाँ अच्छा लगता है, यहाँ नहीं अच्छा लगेगा। वहाँ समझ में आता है कि नंबर 9 नंबर 1 आया, तो वो हम घोड़े नहीं हैं, हम एक्टर हैं। हमको अपना बहुत काम मिल जाता है, बहुत काम करते हैं। एंड ये जो है ना मेंटालिटी ऑफ नंबर 1, नंबर 2, नंबर 3 की, ये मेंटालिटी से आप अपना संतुलन खो बैठते हैं। आपको खुशी नहीं रहती, आपको यही स्ट्राइव करते रहते हैं कि मुझे बनना है, ऊपर जाना है, ऊपर जाना है। और उसके अंदर कभी कभी आपका संतुलन खो बैठता है, कभी कभी आप कुछ गलत काम कर जाते हैं। बेस्ट है कि आपको जो काम मिल रहा है, जैसे मैंने कहा, पानी की तरह तैरिए, बस पानी की तरह रहिए। आपकी जीवन में अच्छी बात करिए, अच्छा खाइए, अच्छा पिए, बस जिंदगी आपकी बहुत प्यारी निकल जाएगी। ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरे लिए।
आप हैं अच्छे आदमी for a few reasons, and I want to put that out. We did a story on this a few months ago on India Today. Akshay Kumar decided to set up a fund, correct me if I'm wrong, that would provide insurance to the Stuntman Association of Bollywood. And I thought that was fantastic, what you did. I mean, these are the little facets that matter. Does that come spontaneously? You're also, of course, you were for several years the highest income tax payer in the country. But I just thought that you were giving back to the industry by actually setting up this insurance for stuntmen. Does that come spontaneously? Where does that part come?
सर, ये जो पार्ट है ना, मैं जब अपना करियर शुरू किया था तो मुझे काम मिलता था बिकॉज मैं बहुत अच्छा एक्शन करता था। कोई भी बिल्डिंग हो, कोई भी हेलीकॉप्टर हो, कहीं से भी जंप मार रहा हूं, एक बिल्डिंग से दूसरे बिल्डिंग पे कूदना हो, किसी को 15-20 घूंसे लात ये मारना हो, तो मुझे बोलते थे, एज एन एक्टर मुझे लेते थे। मैं सारे स्टंटमैन को, सारे कोरियोग्राफर्स को जानता हूं, सब स्टंटमैन को बाय नेम जानता हूं। मैं अपने आप को स्टंटमैन पहले समझता हूं, एक्टर बाद में समझता हूं। और मेरा काम, मेरा धर्म यही कहता है कि मुझे उनका ध्यान रखना है। आज उनको कभी चोट लगती है तो उनके पास पैसे तक नहीं होते कि वो अपनी टांग ठीक करवा ले या अपना हाथ पे जो चोट आई है। ऐसे लोगों को मैंने देखा है कि वो उनकी जान चले जाती है। मेरे सामने 2 स्टंटमैन मर गए थे, मतलब, और उस एक की तो नई शादी हुई थी। एंड दे आर डूइंग इट फॉर हु? So that we look good. और हमारा अगर हम इतना भी नहीं कर पाए तो लानत है हम पे कि हम उनका इंश्योरेंस नहीं कर पाए।
So it is in a sense this giving back. I know that even when there were announcements for our soldiers, you've stepped up out there. This is the nationalist image also that has been created. You've done cinema a bit like that, the Kesari series, for example, and there was a belief that Akshay wants to do films that will define himself as a nationalist hero. And at that period, there were even those who said, there were critics of yours who said, "Oh, wo to Canadian citizen hai, kya nationalist banega?" How do you respond to that? Was it a conscious decision that I want to project myself as this nationalist?
सर, मैं कोई भी काम करता हूं, कोई इमेज बनाने के लिए नहीं करता हूं।
यार सर मत बोल यार।
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं यार।
We are the same age.
I know, लेकिन फिलहाल आप मुझसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे तो मैं बोल लेता हूं। जब मैं आपसे पूछूंगा तो आप मुझे सर बुला लेना।
ठीक है।
तो मैं सिर्फ ये कह रहा हूं कि सर, मैं कोई काम इमेज के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूं। मैंने कोई काम, बहुत सारे काम करता हूं, लेकिन कोई अपना नेशनलिस्ट इमेज बनाने के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूं, ना मैं कुछ किसी काम के लिए कर रहा हूं। मैं काम करता हूं क्योंकि मुझे ठीक लगता है, मुझे लगता है ये करना चाहिए, ये कर लेता हूं। तो आपका दूसरा प्रश्न क्या था सर?
Because you know this whole nationalist hero that you are being projected as, did you feel that was something that you needed to put it out there because there was this criticism, Akshay is a Canadian citizen?
मैं आपको वैसे तो मैं पहले कई बार कह चुका हूं कि हाँ मैं कनेडियन, मेरा पासपोर्ट था, बिल्कुल था। क्यों था? क्योंकि मैंने जैसे आपको बताया था मेरी 16-17 फिल्में फ्लॉप हो गई थी। मेरे पास काम था लेकिन मेरे पास लास्ट की 3-4 फिल्में बची हुई थी। तो मैंने सोचा कि यार कुछ ना कुछ और तो देखो आदमी करता है, कुछ ना कुछ तो करता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे देश से लोग बाहर जाके काम नहीं करते, सभी करते हैं। तो मुझे काम मिल रहा था कनाडा में काम करने के लिए। तो मैं अपना सोचा था कि छोटा सा मेरा एक दोस्त था वहाँ, एक बिजनेस करना चाहता था। तो उसके दौरान मुझे पासपोर्ट का मेरे को एक मौका मिल गया, तो मुझे पासपोर्ट मिल गया। उसके बाद फिर कमाल की बात यह है, जैसे कहा अपने आप ही जिंदगी मुझे ले आई और मेरी वो जो 3 फिल्में जो मेरी रिलीज होने वाली थी वो तीनों की तीनों चल पड़ी और मुझे और काम मिलने लग गया। तो फिर मैं अपने दोस्त को बोला मैं वापस नहीं आ सकता हूं कनाडा में, तो तू कर ले, मैं नहीं आ पाऊंगा, मैं इधर ही रहूं। और उसके बीच में मैं ये भूल गया, मेरे लिए वो एक सिर्फ पासपोर्ट था, वो ये नहीं था कि मैं कनेडियन। मैं हमेशा हिंदुस्तान से मेरा पूरा नाता है, मैं हिंदुस्तानी हूं और हमेशा रहूंगा। फिर कुछ लोगों ने कोई मीडिया से आने लगे, अरे कनेडियन। मैं बोला ठीक है, आपको चाहिए मैं पासपोर्ट चेंज कर लो, ये लो। पासपोर्ट चेंज कर लिया, उसके बाद चेंज हो गया, खत्म हो गया। इसमें सोचने वाली ये मेरे को इतना समझ ही नहीं आता, लोग इतना क्यों बोलना चाहते हैं। ठीक है यार, वो पासपोर्ट है, लेकिन इनकम टैक्स जो मैं भरता हूं, जैसे आपने कहा, मुझे इतने हर साल मुझे सबसे ज्यादा अवार्ड मिलता था, सबसे ज्यादा टैक्स देने का। वो सारा टैक्स मैं जब कनेडियन का था तभी भरता, इधर ही भरता था। मैंने कनाडा में आज तक एक टैक्स नहीं भरा, इधर ही भरता था। वो कोई नहीं बात करता। बात ये करते हैं कि वही बात है ना कि आदमी के अंदर 20 गुण अच्छे हों, लेकिन वो जो एक गंदा गुण है, वो जो एक कोई प्रॉब्लम है, उसको ही पकड़ो, उसको हाईलाइट करो, उसी को टीआरपी लगाते हैं, उसी को घुमाते रहेंगे। अरे आदमी की फितरत तो देखो, आदमी चाहता क्या है, वो क्या चाहता है, वो क्या कर रहा है, दिल से कर रहा है, वो नहीं कोई सोचता। लेकिन चलिए, वो भी मैंने खत्म कर दिया, वो भी मैंने दे दिया, ठीक है, खत्म हो गई बात। आगे
सर, ये जो मीडिया है, खास करके फिल्म की मीडिया, are you okay with it if they intervene in your privacy, try and take pics of you and twinkle in the kids, or does it trouble you? Do you believe that the media should allow you to have your space?
देखिए, मैं अभी एयरपोर्ट से उतरूंगा, कभी मेरी वाइफ साथ में होती है, मेरे बच्चे होते हैं, वो फोटो लेना चाहते हैं। एक फोटोग्राफर को करीबन न करीबन मेरी एक फोटो या मेरी वाइफ के साथ फोटो लेने के 3,500 या 4,000 रुपए मिलते हैं। अगर उसको मिलते हैं तो मेरे में क्या प्रॉब्लम होनी चाहिए, मेरी शेरवानी में क्या परेशानी होनी चाहिए कि मैं खड़ा होकर फोटो ले लूं। मैं फोटो लेके उस बेचारे का घर चल जाएगा, वो खुश हो जाएगा और सारी फोटोएं ले जाएगा, तो इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है। प्राइवेसी क्या नाम की, अगर आप बाहर निकले हो बच्चों के साथ, बीवी के साथ, तो प्राइवेसी किस बात की प्राइवेसी?
So you think once you are in the film world, you've got to accept this as almost as a occupational hazard?
No, it is not a hazard. अगर कोई फोटो नहीं लेगा तो सबसे ज्यादा हैजर्ड होगा, तो सबसे ज्यादा तंगी होगी ना। राजदीप जी, अगर आप जा रहे हैं, कोई पहचानेगा नहीं, आपकी कोई फोटो नहीं ले, तो प्रॉब्लम बड़ी होती है, उसमें प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है।
Now, I've often wondered, that's an interesting way you're putting it. Is that very important for a star who's achieved the heights that you have, to sometimes wake up in the night at 4:30 जब आप वॉक कर रहे हैं बीच में गार्डन में?
नाइट नहीं, वो सुबह है।
Okay, early morning walk, that one day will the cameraman no longer be there, will the arc lights no longer be there, I've just got to keep acting for as long as I can. Will that day come कि no one will recognize me? Is that also one of the reasons why you want to do as many films, 4 films a year? Akshay Kumar, brand Akshay, must remain relevant.
I love films. I want to do different kind of films. Whether it's action, comedy, tragedy, emotional, everything. I want to try everything. देखो सर, मुझे मौका मिला है, मैं यहाँ बाजू में ही चांदनी चौक में ही रहता था, तो मुझे मौका मिला है और इतनी पॉपुलेशन है, उसके अंदर से कुछ लोगों को चांस मिलता है, तो आप समझते हो मैं छोड़ूंगा ये चांस? मुझे चांस मिला है, मुझे चूज किया है, लोग मुझे चाहते हैं, लोग मुझे मेरी फिल्म देखते हैं, मुझे 350 रुपए एक टिकट का 250 रुपए देके जाते हैं, मैं क्यों नहीं करूं? मैं कोशिश करके उनको जितना अच्छा देना चाहूंगा मैं कोशिश करके देता रहूंगा. और एंड आई विल कीप ऑन वर्किंग. No, I will keep on working in this industry till they have to shoot me down. That's it.
No one's going to shoot you down, sir.
Shoot me down is एक कहावत है, मतलब not literally, but just कि
I know. No. अच्छा, थोड़ा fun करते हैं यार. Let's lighten the mood. I'm going to do a bit of a Karan Johar on you with some rapid fire. Ready? Short, quick. Think of yourself as Twinkle for a moment. Think of what Twinkle would say. ठीक है? One film of yours you wish had received more appreciation.
One film of mine which had received...
which you had hoped would have received more appreciation.
I think that would be Sangharsh.
Okay. A role you regret saying no to.
A role Actually, मुझे कोई भी रोल मिलता है, मुझे अच्छा लगता है तो मैं कर लेता हूँ. I don't have any regrets, by the way.
No regrets?
No, I never have.
In this entire journey, you've never had a regret?
No.
Nothing?
No. The producers and directors have regrets that they have not taken me, but I don't have regrets.
One actor today whose work you admire the most?
Any actor whose work I admire the most, Bachchan Saab and Sanjeev Kumar ji and Mahmood.
मुझे लगा राजेश खन्ना को भी बता देते बीच में.
Well, I have learnt a lot from my father-in-law.
What did you learn from him?
I learned from him what not to do.
Oh, that's a great answer.
He actually, you know what
he
mistakes...
was my original star for me.
No, what mistakes he had done. He actually honestly sat down and he used to sit and tell me about the mistakes what he has done. He's the number one superstar. India has seen him. यहाँ तक कि मैं आपको बताऊं, I still remember कि मेरे father और my mother used to, जब मैं बहुत छोटा था, करीबन 6-7 साल का था, तो हम कार्टर रोड से गुजरते थे, तो हम लोग खड़े रहते थे बाहर,
आशीर्वाद के
बाहर खड़े रहते, तो मेरे फादर मुझे अपने कंधे पे बिठा के दिखाते थे, वो देख राजेश खन्ना जी आए, देख वो देख, तो हम लोग देखते थे. सो ये देखिए फिर किस्मत की बात है, कहां से कहां आके. आई नेवर इमेजिन दैट his daughter is going to be my wife.
अरे वाह. Action or comedy? This you've answered more or less. Which comes more naturally to you?
Sorry?
Action or comedy? Which comes more naturally to you?
I think comedy.
You answer that. One director who pushed you the hardest as an actor?
Mr. Rajkumar Santoshi ji.
Your toughest co-star in an action sequence?
Tiger Shroff, yeah.
One habit from your early struggling days that you still keep and remember even today?
What habit?
One habit from your early struggling days that you still remember and it's almost like a life mantra.
One habit that is getting up at 4:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. That habit, that is my mantra all my life. And that I would tell everybody, जल्दी सो जाओ यार, सबसे बढ़िया चीज है दुनिया में, उससे बढ़िया चीज नहीं है. 6:30 बजे से पहले खाना खा लो, सुबह जल्दी उठो और बस फिर काम पे जाओ. इससे बढ़िया जिंदगी में कोई चीज नहीं रखी.
What time do you go to sleep?
I go around कभी 9, 9:30 बजे, 9 बजे.
मेरी न्यूज नहीं देखते हो?
मैं एक्चुअली न्यूज ही नहीं देखता. पता है क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे जिंदगी में सेहत इतनी रखी नहीं है. एंड आई एक्चुअली, मैं न्यूज मुझे सब पता होती है. मैं अगर आप कुछ भी पूछोगे तो मैं सब जानता हूं, पता करता हूं क्या है सुबह उठ के, लेकिन वो सब काम मैं सुबह करता हूं. सो मैं ये बता सकता हूं कि आपकी जो चीजें हैं वो मैं रात को नहीं सुबह उठ के देखता हूं. अभी आपका जो इंस्टाग्राम में आपने डाला था वो रशियन ऑयल, रशिया हैज उनको सबसे ज्यादा 150 मिलियन.
यस,
बराबर है,
बिल्कुल.
तो देखिए अभी डाला था आपने.
Not bad. He just found out that the Russians are making $150 million.
So that you put it. So I came to know. So I follow everything. I follow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much for telling us everything.
Thank you. If not an actor, what profession would Akshay Kumar be?
If I was not an actor, I would still be a struggling actor.
Really?
Yeah.
The biggest change you've seen in Bollywood in the last 30 years?
The biggest change?
Yes.
The biggest change, I think technology has changed a lot. A lot. Script and screenplay and the way of dialogues, deliveries have changed. Actors, the style of actors acting, that has completely changed. And obviously, the checks pe jo zeros lagte hain, that has changed a lot.
What was easier to do? Make a super hit or interview Narendra Modi?
Sorry?
What was easier for Akshay Kumar? Blockbuster hit or interview Narendra Modi ji?
Oh, well, that was a delight to interview him. That was a delight. And on the contrary, to make a hit movie is a very difficult one.
One piece of advice you want to give young actors?
One piece of advice I would always say is be disciplined, always come on time, and always be a producer's actor. Always take care of your producer, because at your low time, they will be taking care of you.
One actor who could play Akshay Kumar in a biopic?
मतलब मेरा biopic अभी बना दोगे आप?
अरे आप पे अगर biopic बन जाए, you can play it yourself if you want.
I don't think so.
It's a great story.
Has anybody done that?
It's a great story.
No, but has anybody done played their own biopic? I don't think so.
No.
जब तक वो काफी बूढ़े नहीं हो जाते, कोई नहीं करता. And I think I still need a little bit time.
You need a little bit time.
Yeah, a little bit. So I'll take my time to think about it.
But it's a wonderful story that someone should one day tell the world. At the end of the day, Akshay, we are going to now try and do some fun. You've been an action hero.
Well, I must tell you, I had lots of fun with you. So I think when we started doing an interview, we were always having fun throughout.
But we're going to do some more fun.
Okay.
I have 2 left feet, so I'm not going to be able to dance. But I want to know from you what it takes to do dance moves. We also had a table, by the way, which we thought we would get you back to your martial arts day and get you to break a table. But I'm told you've done that in the past. Been there, done that.
Okay.
तो मैं गाना पहले एक सुनाता हूँ आपके पिक्चर का, and you've got to tell me how do I get into the rhythm to dance well. I have 2 left feet. I want to learn, and if there are 1 or 2 people in the audience who want to dance, maybe we'll get Abhishek, the boy from Amritsar, to dance with Akshay.
Okay.
But I'm going to, so, you know, that you can give him the dance moves and he can show you what it takes to hit over extra cover. But let's get the song first. Desi Boys, great hit of Akshay. What song do you want? Okay, there's another song from Desi Boys. We are going to try and see which one we can give you. You're going to have to now go with the song that we have. Okay, 1 minute. There are 2 songs.
I'm going to try and see if there's one more song. You have a song that you want that you're going to make us.
दीप जी वैसे उधर लिखा है टाइम्स अप और मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ टाइम खत्म हो गया. आपने गन्ने की दुकान खोल दी है. वो गन्ने वाला नहीं होता, यहाँ डालो फिर निकालो फिर डालो फिर निकालो फिर नींबू और अदरक डाल के फिर डाल दो. मतलब जितना निचोड़ सकता आदमी निचोड़ लो.
ऐसा है. एक लड़का अमृतसर का है who's made it big and made us all very proud. Abhishek, I want to say this. Both you and Sanju, I saw you all and I saw what was happening in that game. We're all so very proud of you. I think you deserve a huge round of applause again for what you play cricket?
I love cricket.
बैट है कहीं बैट एक बैट कहीं थी जल्दी लाओ बैट. Akshay wants to learn cricket. Abhishek, you have to just show him that one shot that you play over extra cover. पकड़ोगे ना बैट? He is left-handed.
तो कोई बात नहीं, मैं राइट से कर लूंगा. कोई बात नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. अगर वो लेफ्टी है तो मुझे राइटी को नहीं सिखा सकता. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
वैसे तो राइट पे ही है. हाँ, okay. So you got to now show तेरा favorite shot, which is presumably what you do over extra cover or over point. और फिर वो right-hander try करेगा, तब देख ले. So how do you do it? कर ले अब. Now it's your turn. नहीं अब इतना मत बोल यार. Stance is not bad. Stance will give you 5. He comes from Don Bosco School, Ravi Shastri, Farooq Engineer.
My name was there. I used to represent my school.
And your school team was better than my school team. That much I'll give you. So go ahead. इथे मारना इथे. अरे वाह. Look, I think we've had a great time. We've had two superstars coming in, and it's concluded what's been a wonderful India Today conclave. Just the sheer variety and diversity that Kali just spoke about has been the highlight. And we're ending with two people who made us proud, and both, importantly, are totally self-made. Abhishek, whose father is here, and Akshay Kumar represent, in a way, the best of India because they are driven by pure merit. Please give them, ladies and gentlemen, a very big hand. Akshay, thank you very much for doing this. We were only your co-stars, and thank you for doing this. Give them one very last round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay, Akshay has a request. Can we give him the bat? He wants Abhishek to sign on it and take it home.
I think I'll give him my bat, only the one I played the World Cup with. I'll give him my bat.
He has promised me that. Okay.
Just make sure that Twinkle also gets to see it. Okay, good. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Ankur Handa, Sanjay Patil, UTI Mutual Fund to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the two superstars. Can we please get some security to clear the stage? Can we all... Ladies and gentlemen, I would request some civility. I'm sure we've all come here, we've enjoyed this session. Can we just be a little civil? Anyone who is not supposed to be on this dais, please go back. There's no way. We will get the gift delivered to... The token of appreciation will be delivered for the sponsors in the speakers lounge.